Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 3, 3, 3. Check, check. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. Check, check. Mic check. Test, test. Test, test. 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Check, check. Testing 1, 2. Excellent.
Good morning. So I'd like to call this TTC Board meeting to order. The clerk has confirmed that quorum is present, and I will begin with the land acknowledgement for Scarborough. The land I am standing on today is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. I also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaties, signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Okay, next I'll do the declaration of interest. Commissioners, do any of you wish to declare a conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. Commissioners, the next item is the approval of the minutes of July 12th. Can I please have a motion to approve the minutes?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just on a point of order. Sorry, I just wanted to bring this up as an action item. In the agenda, I don't see a speakers list on the website for this meeting. A lot of the meetings that I attend in the boards and agencies, they have a public list of all the speakers. And that's not on our website or agenda for some reason. I was just wondering if we could have that looked up into as a matter of making sure meetings are open and transparent, and also as a commissioner I can figure out how many speakers there are for the day.
That's
Thank
a fair
you.
point.
Through the chair, certainly it is typically posted, and we'll take that away to look if there's a technical issue today.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Can I have a motion, please, to approve the minutes? Commissioner Osborne, all those in favor? Opposed? Any? Okay, minutes approved. I would like to remind you that this is an open meeting. As we go through the agenda today, those of you participating remotely will be required to submit requests to ask questions and speak on items to the clerk. Each member has 5 minutes for questions and to speak. If you wish to submit a motion on an item, please email your motion to the email address that you have been provided with. You have all been provided with appropriate contact information for technical troubleshooting, and staff also has each of your phone numbers should they need to contact you for technical reasons. Commissioners, I will now commence with the review of the order paper. Item number 1, the Chief Executive Officer's Report, September 2023. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from TTC CEO Rick Leary. Item number 2, approved minutes of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit, ACAT, General Monthly Meeting for June 29th and July 27th, 2023. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from ACAT Chair Anita Dressler. Item 3, update on TTC's partnership approach to community safety, security, and well-being on public transit. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 4, Line 3 bus replacement update for action. Executive Committee Item EX 4.10, transit priority measures to support Scarborough SRT bus replacement. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 5, easier access phase 3, project status update, September 2023. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 6, financial and major projects update for the period ended July 1st, 2023. Does anyone want to speak to that? No? Can I make a motion then to accept? Yeah. So I'll make a motion to accept item 6. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion 6 is adopted. Item 7, procurement authorization, supply of Prevost parts. I'd like to hold that item, please. Item 8, appointments to TTC committees. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 9, City Council Transmittal, IE 3.5, the Sustainable City of Toronto Fleets Plan 2023, update and status report. I have questions on this one, so I'd like to hold this. Item 10, City Council Transmittal, IE 3.7, High Park Movement Strategy, final report. Anybody have questions on this? No? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion. I have to ask to make a motion, or I can make a motion? Oh, so would someone like to move motion to adopt? Commissioner Osborne? Receive. Okay. Is it receive or adopt? Adopt, okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion 10 is carried, adopted. Item 11, notice of motion. A step towards free transit for middle and high school students by Commissioner Diane Sachs, seconded by Commissioner Paul Ainsley. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Thank you. And that concludes the review of the order paper. So we will go first to TTC CEO Rick Leary, but first I'd just like to open with some remarks. So, good morning, everyone. For those of you who may not know me already, my name is Jamal Myers, the new chair of the TTC. I'm also the city councilor for the amazing community of Scarborough North and a lifelong TTC rider. I'm thrilled that as a kid from Scarborough, my first act as TTC chair is to hold my inaugural meeting in my beloved community right here at the Scarborough Civic Center. I'm truly honored to have been chosen by Mayor Chow to chair the TTC, and I'm committed to helping to achieve her transit vision for Toronto by truly making the TTC the better way. This means faster, more reliable, and more efficient service. Because what we do at this organization is truly integral to how we do as a city. Whether it's creating opportunities for newcomers, providing residents a pathway out of poverty, facing the climate crisis head-on, getting Toronto's fiscal house in order, or building a city that's truly affordable for everyone, the TTC and the work we do is front and center and will determine our successes and failures as a city. I've been chair now for just over a month, and I can truly say just how remarkable this organization is. Meeting our employees from all over the city, whether they drive buses, maintain our vehicles, work in head office, or keep us safe in our subway stations, I'm blown away at your dedication, commitment, and the seriousness as to how you handle this very difficult job, albeit a very fulfilling one as well. During this time, I've also had the opportunity to have one-on-one conversations with most of my fellow board members and learn about your ideas, your passions, and your backgrounds. And after having these conversations, I know that this board is up to the task of leading this beloved organization through very challenging times. I have enormous respect for the TTC, not just as a transit agency, but as an employer as well. I spent 3 summers as a student working the overnight shift from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m., cleaning trains at Greenwood Yard to pay for university. As a kid who grew up in Toronto community housing and was mostly raised by my mother, having one of my first jobs being at the TTC showed me the value of how a professional workplace should operate, how employers are required to keep their employees safe, and how good-paying union jobs provide for a dignified living. Finally, I would be remiss not to mention the symbolism of my appointment. I am the second Black Canadian to be appointed chair of the TTC. The first was Frederick Hubbard, the TTC chair from 1929 to 1930, a 93-year gap. I'm also the first TTC chair to also simultaneously be chair of the Toronto Advisory Accessibility Committee. Research has shown over and over again that diverse boards make better, more nuanced decisions that accurately reflect the community they serve. Needless to say, I will work hard to ensure Toronto's unique diversity is reflected in the decision-making at the TTC. While we can all agree that the TTC is facing challenges right now related to safety, reliability, and funding, to name just a few, let us not forget that we have momentum as well. Whether it's reversing the service cuts, allowing for open payments, or finally bringing cellular and 5G services to the subway station, the TTC is working hard to be the best transit system in North America. As chair, I don't take my role or responsibilities lightly, and I'm dedicated to doing my part to work towards a better, more equitable, and accessible transit system for everyone. Thank you for listening to me, and now let's get down to business.
Thank you, Chair. That was greatly stated. Thank you. I just want to say good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. I'd also like to welcome back our YouTube viewers and today's participants to the board's first meeting of the fall season, and I hope everyone had a nice summer. First off, it is my pleasure on behalf of all TTC employees to welcome Councillor Jamal Myers to his first meeting as the new chair of the TTC. So welcome, Councillor and Chair. The TTC also welcomes its newest commissioners, Councillor Josh Matlow and Diane Sachs as well. Thank you, and welcome to your first meetings as well. Welcome back, everyone else, and welcome to the Scarborough Civic Center, where today's board meeting is taking place. You know, many important transit initiatives are happening in Scarborough these days, and as you'll hear about a few of these in a few minutes. First, I'd like to take the opportunity and introduce a few people. Commissioners, and I'd like to introduce you to our newest members of the TTC executive team. I'm going to start out and ask Bruce if you just stand for a moment and wave to be recognized. I want to please welcome Bruce McGregor. He joins the TTC as our new Deputy CEO starting on October 2nd. Bruce brings more than 30 years of public sector experience, including 16 years as the Chief Administrative Officer for the Regional Municipality of York. He's an advocate for more integrated transit across the GTHA and previously worked with the TTC while on the executive task force for the Toronto-York Spadina subway extension. In his role in York Region, Bruce oversees the administration and delivery of more than 15 core services. And I'd also say a lifetime Torontonian, or at least for the last 40-plus years, a Torontonian. So welcome. Thank you, Bruce. I'd also ask Sharika if you'd stand up as well. You know, now Sharika brings over 40 years of experience working in the human resources sector, most recently as the Director General, Talent, Life Cycle Sector, Human Resources for the federal government. She joined us on August 21st. Now, Sharika is a strong leader who guided a team of 150 HR professionals and staff providing various HR services to a client base of 19,000 federal employees, also a lifelong Torontonian. So thank you and welcome. And if I could, I'd like to just introduce others other than the Bruce and Sharika. I appreciate them both coming on board. But for the new members, just to give you a view of who we have in front of us today, we have Michael Atlas. Michael, you just wave. He's the General Counsel, right? Keisha Campbell, the Chief Diversity and Culture Officer. Thank you, Keisha. Gary Downey, the Chief Capital Officer. We have Betty Hasurgeon on the right, who's the Chief Safety Officer. Josie Levita, as many of you know from the city, the Chief Financial Officer. Fort Monaco, our Chief Operations and Infrastructure Officer, he's virtual. He's in Portugal right now. We have Natalie Poole-Moffett, our Chief of Corporate Affairs Officer. Natalie, thank you. Rich Wong, the Chief Transportation and Vehicles Officer. And thank you, Rich. And then Wendy Reuter is the Acting Chief of Strategy and Customer Experience Officer. So thank you, Wendy, as well. Thank you. You know, Commissioners, September is always a busy month for the TTC. So let me take a few moments to recap some of our most recent announcements. Joined by Mayor Chow and Chair Myers in late August, the TTC began restoring service after Labor Day to welcome students back, returning to school, as well as more riders returning to their office jobs. As you read in the written commentary, the TTC boosted regular service hours this month to 93% of pre-pandemic levels. And we're further increasing service to 95% of pre-pandemic levels by November, reaching 99% of bus service pre-pandemic in November. So really restoring the bus service. And this is especially important to our customers in Scarborough, who, as we know, are very heavily reliant on buses. With the strong support of this board, we are continuing to improve service across the bus, subway, streetcar, and Wheel-Trans networks. Excuse me. Commissioners, I'd like to bring to your attention and publicly comment on 4 employees for their life-saving actions as a result of administering naloxone. As you're probably aware, naloxone nasal spray is available in all collectors' booths and station hubs across the TTC in the event of an opioid overdose emergency. About 730 uniformed staff are now trained on opioid overdose prevention, recognition, and response, including more than 100 special constables who carry naloxone as part of their equipment. I'd like to offer some examples of how this program has already saved lives. In August, fare inspectors Moya Lee and Moya Lee King were on the 505 Dundas streetcar when they saw an unconscious customer being dragged off by friends. Concerned for the person's safety, both exited the vehicle to conduct a wellness check. They found the person turning blue with vital signs absent. Quickly, they began chest compressions and administered 2 doses of naloxone, which a bystander retrieved from a nearby drugstore. Shortly after, emergency responders arrived to the scene, and the individual began breathing and was transported to hospital alive. Now, earlier this month, Transit Special Constables Summer Daly and Zito Valero were driving southbound on Yonge Street when they observed a male appearing to be overdosing on the steps of 2 Bloor East Street. Building security were on the scene, but the victim was unresponsive. Our special constables immediately administered 1 dose of naloxone with no response. Vital signs were absent. CPR and chest compressions were started by Constable Daly. A 2nd dose of naloxone was administered, but this too seemed to have no effect. After continued chest compressions by Constable Valerio, the victim was revived. The emergency responders arrived and transported the person to the hospital. I'd like to say thank you to Summer, Zeddy, Moya, and Moya Lee for acting quickly under dire circumstances. You helped save lives. Thank you. I'd ask the board if we could take some pictures. Thank you. I'm going to move on. Thank you for coming down. You do incredible work. Also, ongoing in the subway system, as the report on the hot topic section this month in the CEO's report mentions, is the Rogers build-out on the cellular service and 5G connectivity. I'm going to ask Michael Atlas if he'd just provide a quick update on some of the important information we have on this. So I'll give it over to you, Michael.
Sure. Thank you. So as noted in the chair's opening remarks, TTC is working on bringing cellular and 5G network service to the TTC transit system. And as most of you are aware, on September 11th, Minister Champagne, after holding a brief consultation period, announced new spectrum licensing conditions, which will require all the carriers to provide passengers on TTC subway system with cellular connectivity. So the new federal mandated timelines are effectively 3 timelines. Service for all mobile carriers based on current availability to Rogers customers will be provided by October 3rd of this year. Expanded service to 80% of the tunnels is expected within 2 years, and complete coverage of the tunnels is expected within 3 years. Rogers and BAI, under the mandated guidelines, is the operating licensee, and the other mobile carriers that want access will be the participating licensees. The conditions that the minister imposed are designed to facilitate commercially negotiated agreements between the carriers, and there's also a timeline set out for that. So there's a 30-day negotiation period between Rogers and the other carriers, and if that if there's no agreement, there's a 70-day arbitration period. So effectively, within 100 days, there's expected to be commercial agreements with any carrier that wants access to the TTC system. And I just want to spend a minute or two providing just a brief overview of how we got here. So in December of 2012, so over a decade ago, as part of a public procurement, which also included a pre-qualification that started, I believe, in around 2010, TTC entered into a contract with a neutral host, which was BAI Canada, for the design and construction of a wireless network throughout parts of the TTC subway system. There were originally 3 companies that were pre-qualified, 2 neutral hosts and 1 carrier, and 2 companies submitted bids, which were BAI and Bell. BAI's bid at the time was $25 million payable to the TTC over a 20-year period, and Bell's bid was $5 million payable over the same period of time, which was the minimum bid the RFP required. Contract was originally 20-year term with an extension added to that. The contract was also split into two phases. Phase 1 was the stations, and phase 2 is the tunnels. And just to be clear, the hot topics on page 30 of the CEO report talks about current phases and uses phase 1 and 2. Those are not the same phases as the contract contemplated. That's the current rollout for the Rogers tunnel network at the moment. BA began to build out its network in December of 2012 and entered into 1 contract with a wireless carrier, which was Win Mobile at the time in 2015. Under the contract, BAI had the option not to proceed if they could not gather 60% of the wireless customers in the network. They elected to waive that condition and proceeded in 2015 to build out into phase 2, which is the subway tunnels. Well, actually, that was phase 1, just in the stations. In 2021, 2022, BAI and Rogers advised the TTC that they were in negotiations with one another and that Rogers is proposing to buy or to purchase BAI and the TTC contract. That came to the board for approval in 2022, and that also provided a 10-year extension for $41.7 million payable from 2022 to 2041, or $49 million over the 30-year term. In April 2023, Rogers announced that they would be purchasing BAI, and the deal closed in the same end of April 2023. That then leads to negotiations between Rogers and the other carriers that ultimately leads to Minister Champagne's new order with the new timelines for October 3rd, and then 80% build out in 2 years, and 100% build out in 3 years.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. I'm going to move on to the United Way. On September 13th, with the help of Mayor Chow and Commissioner Matlow, we kicked off our annual United Way fundraising drive at Hillcrest Complex. Our workplace campaigns have donated millions of dollars over the years, which really speaks to the care and concern that staff in this organization have for the city. I'll tell you, TTC employees tell me about seeing the need that is out there and know very well that the United Way and its agencies do important work to help people live with dignity and independence. So I want to thank TTC employees for that. We'll have some campaign events coming up through the fall, and you'll be invited as well. Commissioners, not only was this past Saturday the first day of autumn, it was also to celebrate and say goodbye to the SRT. The TTC hosted an open house for customers and employees at the Scarborough Center Station to wish a fond farewell to Line 3. Now, hundreds attended to celebrate nearly 40 years of RT rail service to the residents of Scarborough. Last month, the TTC confirmed the train service, originally scheduled to end in November, would not restart following the derailment on July 24th. We started implementing elements of the Line 3 replacement plan in order to ensure riders are supported and can effectively plan their trips now and into the fall. And we'll hear more about this as we have item 4 on the agenda. Again, I just want to say I'm deeply grateful to all TTC operations and maintenance crews for the exceptional work performed over the years to keep the line going well beyond its design life. And as you recall, Chair, it was a lot of fun that day with a lot of employees, a lot of retirees coming and people coming up and talking to us and talking about their memories of the SRT. It was a really enjoyable time. Moving on to Truth and Reconciliation. On September 30th, it is the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation in Canada, as well as Orange Shirt Day. To honor the survivors of residential schools and the children who did not return home, on September 29th and 30th, all TTC buses will fly an orange flag conveying the message that every child matters. Window decals with the same message will also be displayed on streetcars and Wheel-Trans buses. TTC employees will receive an Every Child Matters pin and are invited to wear it on the job on both days. They're also invited to wear an orange shirt, so they so wish to do so. Now, the TTC is participating on a sunrise ceremony and flag raising at Arrow Road Division on Friday morning on September 29th, and I invite you to attend. My thanks to the United Indigenous Council and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations for their advice and guidance and how to best recognize this day. With that, Chair, that concludes my opening remarks.
Thank you. I will go now to questions. Commissioner Jagdeo.
Thank you. And through the chair, a couple of questions and to the CEO. Thank you for that address. I had a question on the open payments. When we launched open payments, that was, I think, one of the biggest forms of innovation that we've seen in such a long time. And I'm so proud of what we've done in that area. Open payment is a long time coming. We're 20 years behind the UK when it comes to this technology, so to see it now is fantastic. I had some questions on it. One, we've got so far, I think, a 4.6% adoption rate. Eventually, we can get somewhere where it's competitive with our international peers, which I think is anywhere between 25 and 30%. What are we going to try to do to drive that adoption? And then my second question around the open payments is, as we think about the launch, what learnings or opportunities have we denoted that we can address for the next innovative thing that we bring to market?
Through the chair, this is Angela Gibson, Executive Director. So in terms of the what we're doing to drive adoption for open payments, we are working with Presto. We have been working with them on this rollout. And just to add some clarity to what you said, while we have, while there's other agencies that have had open payments before us, we have the first global real-time open payment system. So we have actually leapfrogged many of our transit agencies, and we have a much more innovative system than what you see in London, New York, and other transit agencies. With respect to what we're doing to drive adoption, we are working on innovations. There will be promotions, and we're working with different payment providers to help us promote open payments. We are also working with Presto on the next innovation that we want to bring, which is mobile wallet, by having the virtualized Presto card available on your phone or smartwatch. So that's the next iteration. So we are building really quickly. We're seeing a lot of traction for open payments much faster than we anticipated. So we are expecting to see the same results that you have in bigger markets also take up with open payments. So by next year, we're expecting to have that 20% adoption for open payments.
And any particular learnings that are worth sharing with the board on its launch?
Well, we're seeing, and I think it's in the CEO report where we've looked at, you see an actual dashboard of the actual adoption of Presto. We're seeing a lot of a higher credit card use in the TTC system versus what the other transit agencies are using. The 905s have a much higher Interact use, but that's going to build. So as we're going to see how that's changing. We're actually just looking at the data to see how things are transforming, but those are some of the early learnings that we're seeing so far.
Well, I have one other question, and it's around customer experience. And this is I feel like I am constantly talking about customer experience. Every time I see this graph on pride for the TTC have a negative correlation with time, a bit of my soul dies just each and every month. And, I'm trying to understand and trying to pinpoint where the biggest opportunity is for us if we were to allocate resources effectively. And as I go through some of the leading customer experience metrics like on-time performance and how we think about safety, I'm just having a hard time understanding what the biggest concern is, or what you're seeing as the biggest concern. Because yes, on-time performance, depending on the mode of transportation, it's great. Other times it's horrible, as in the case of streetcars. And then when you take a look at the customers who are trying to communicate with us about issues that are happening on transit, we're seeing very low uptick in people complaining about safety and issues on transit, though I think we know that that's not necessarily the case in reality. So what broad question, but what's happening?
I can help answer some of that question. I'm Wendy Reuter, Chief Customer and Strategy Officer. We do a lot of outreach to customers to understand those questions that you're asking, what's important to them changing over time. And when we look at the kind of key drivers of satisfaction and what's important to customers, we've seen some shifts over the last 6 months as we worked on a number of initiatives. The board may recall last December we talked about the customer satisfaction key driver quadrants, and we saw really starkly that a challenge area for us was around safety, was around vehicle cleanliness and station cleanliness. We've seen a shift over the last number of months, particularly around vehicle and station cleanliness, moving out of these areas. But satisfaction with personal safety remaining a key challenge area. And so, that's something that we'll hear a little bit more about today, the initiatives that TTC has to work on that. We see that offenses against customers and employees have reduced, but that expectation of customers for their sense of personal safety has still yet to adjust. So we need to catch up with customers' expectations.
Thank you. I don't know what my time looks like, but do I have room for one more question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair Myers. Is it when I take a look at the customer satisfaction collection approach, I know you're monitoring Net Promoter Score, and we have, I think, one question that tries to identify satisfaction from our customers. Is that what we're asking? Is it just one question, or is there a series of questions within that collection approach that give us some more color on the data?
Thank you. Actually, you're absolutely right. There's many questions behind our customer satisfaction scores. We seek to understand all of those drivers in addition to the Net Promoter Score, which Net Promoter Score does boil down to a single key question. To what degree would you recommend these services to a friend, colleague, or family member? So that's the key question for Net Promoter Score. But within customer satisfaction, there's many more layers to understanding what's driving customer satisfaction.
Okay, so just one point. So what's stated here on the definition, which is one question: how satisfied were you overall with the quality of the TTC service on the last TTC trip you took, on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is extremely dissatisfied and 10 is extremely satisfied? That's not what's completely reflected in the chart above.
That would be a key question that would help inform the Net Promoter Score. And then there's customer satisfaction questions as well.
Okay. Okay. That concludes my time. Thank you. I may have some questions offline, but I'll email you. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Jagdeo. Commissioner Holliday.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll start by asking the CEO, but please refer the question to management team as required. I'm trying to get a sense of the long-term trajectory of ridership. Now, I realize that's like asking for the Cadbury secret, and every transit agency around the world is doing the same. But something stood out to me in this report, and I can't find it here, but there's a number in there, like a 90-something% of Presto riders that have returned back to the system. And I'm a bit intrigued because I realize in here it talks a little bit about people don't take transit as a commuter 5 days as much, and that's significantly lower. But they are taking it in over 100% quantities on less than 1 day a week, if it's 1, 2, or 3. And I saw a stat somewhere, I don't know if it's here, that there's growth on the weekends as well. So is the trajectory positive? it almost seems to me that more people are turning to the TTC, individuals, as opposed to taking it as often. So although our ridership is net down because people aren't riding it every day, they're not moving around the city every day. So maybe there's a lot in that question, but could somebody talk to me a little bit about where we're headed? And are we actually bringing more people, individuals, into the system? They're choosing transit.
Before I turn it over, I will say you're absolutely right, Commissioner. You know, we, on the nights and weekends, we're seeing the infrequent uses about 118% above pre-pandemic levels at times, where the rush hours are no longer the rush hour, that big peak that we had for years, right? We're looking at it somewhat of a hump, right? Where people are only going into work 2.5 to 3 times a week. Wendy, would you give a little bit more of an overview of some of the data that you're looking at on this?
Certainly. These are questions we're all seeking to understand to what degree customers return back to transit. One of the things that you may also see in the material before you today is the realization that customers have returned back faster in September than we were even anticipating. Up until September, we anticipated that the hybrid work, the average of working from home and office split 2.5 days a week, would be quite slow and steady through the fall. And the Toronto economy is oriented quite a bit around office workers. So that's a large portion of our customer base in many cases. But for the other customers, you're absolutely right. We're starting to see different patterns emerge. Individual customers may be traveling less frequently, but we may be seeing more customers returning. Weekend travel in many cases is higher than pre-pandemic. Off-peak travel in many cases is higher than pre-pandemic. And we're seeing shifts in days of week that customers are traveling as well.
So I guess the big question is, how does this manifest in how we change the commission? And like, I mean, I think we need to think big on this. It sounds like everyone's back. It's just we don't ride as frequently, and there's a reason, because the world's changed. So if we're all back here, but we have different demands, have we changed the way that we operate? And I mean, that includes everything from where we place vehicles, how we set up a schedule, how we organize our workers and their schedules, to what we're investing in. Is there something as a board member I can look forward to? And I realize this is still fairly new information and the world is dynamic, but I still think we need to be thinking multi-year on this, and the trajectory, it's important, because if we're going to assume that number of, 70, 69%, 70, 71, 75 is just going to keep ticking up, I'm not sure that it is.
Right.
But those subcategories I talked about, they are over 100%. And so that catches my attention. And so what is it that we will do as a board and as a commission to deal with those numbers now that they're over 100%?
Through the chair, if I may, many times we've been talking about what is the new normal here in public transit and commuting patterns in general. You asked the question, we will have a report that'll be coming in November regarding the annual service plan for 2024. But in January, we also have a 5-year service plan that's looking at doing things totally different. What is it? You asked the question, it's about taking people from their origin to their destination, but it's not the same travel patterns that we've seen in the past, right? How are we going to do that? So I don't know if Angela would like to add anything, but we are looking at those specifics. We talk about 99% of bus service hours are back now, right? But we don't have that on streetcar and subway, right? So what we're doing is we're reallocating service hours where we see the demand is. And it's not all rush hour anymore. There's a lot of the off-peak and nights and weekends that so we're trying to match capacity to demand and focus on where that ridership is, and bus is so much higher than the other modes, as you're aware.
So I know my time's up, but just for clarity, it's January 2024 that 5-year plan's coming, in a few months.
Angela, could you just correct me on that? That's correct? That is correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any further questions? No? Okay.
I have one just
Commissioner
actually
Mallow.
inspired by Commissioner Holliday's line of questioning. No, that's a good thing. Well, we've obviously seen patterns change with respect to where people go to work. Some people are not going back to the office at all. But we do know that we are in the midst of a housing affordability crisis. We are projecting population growth in Toronto. What relationship does the TTC have with the city's planning division with respect to forward planning, where we are incentivizing new housing, new population growth that may both be reliant on the transit but also contribute to helping pay for transit as well? And then moreover, when we collectively, whether it be the TTC or the city, are negotiating with the provincial government for funding, for example, and this will be an item later in the agenda, but for an example, we want to see the Urban Growth Center at Scarborough Town Centre be successful. We want to incentivize growth. That's also part of the province's growth plan. Would that not be a reasonable argument to go to the province with and say, hey, could you contribute to the busway and other priorities? Because the planning division of the city, working in concert with the TTC, are trying to achieve provincial targets.
Through the chair, you're absolutely right. I can tell you that I have conversations with the city manager quite often along those lines. I'm going to ask Angela if you just give a little bit more detail in some of the planning meetings that are ongoing.
Thank you, through the chair. So we meet very regularly with the TTC with the city planning departments in order to address exactly what you said, to make sure that the urban growth centers that have been identified have the correct rapid transit systems that are going to support them and support that growth. That's fundamentally part of the planning and the ridership projections that we're using as a basis of our 5-year service plan going forward. And you're going to see a presentation later on that talks about the busway, the work that we're doing alongside that. That's fundamentally in partnership with the city so that we can ensure that we have the right kind of rapid transit system that's going to support the appropriate growth that we're seeing in the city.
And thank you for that. The last part of my question was, do we engage the province in those conversations to engage them as a partner with respect to funding their own targets that we're implementing?
Yes, sir, through the chair, yes, we do. With the city manager, Metrolinx, and MTO, we're constantly having conversations with them regarding the need for funding at the TTC. I focus very heavily, as you're probably aware, the unfunded capital requirements of the TTC over the 10-year period of time. We're looking at the $12 billion. A lot of discussions ongoing right now, specifically about trains for Line 2, for instance, right? As you're aware, the City Building Fund allocated money for the trains from the city's perspective, as well as the ATC system to upgrade the signal system on Line 2. A lot of talk right now with getting the provincial and then the federal funding. Having some good discussions at the province, and together we intend to go to the federal government. We're just kind of chipping away at it, sir, on that $12 billion that we've identified in the need for the city. As you know, I'm always favorable about seeing growth projects and ribbon cuttings, but I get more excited about state of good repair, fixing what we have, because that's what's going to be key for moving the Torontonians around the city, because any negative impact on what we have brings a negative impact on the economic benefits that are derived with the growth in the city. So that's our real focus, and the city's really helping us focus that as well, but they're also looking at the expansion projects.
Thank you both.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Moyes.
Thank you, and through the chair. My question is around cell service. I know that the CEO gave an update about Rogers and the takeover and all that. Thank you for that overview. But my interest is, what are the timelines for other providers to be able to use cell service in the subways? I know that Rogers has said that other providers are now able to use 911 services, but what about full service in the subway system?
Angela, could you give us an update on the timeline if you could?
I don't have an update on the timelines for the other providers other than what's been publicly announced through the government in beginning October. I do have a timeline we have work that we're doing on the timeline for the full cellular in the entire system and stations and tunnels.
Yeah, thank you, Angela. What I would like to say is that I've met with the CEO of Rogers just a few months ago and talked to a number of the vice presidents regarding a timeline for construction. The TTC is in the process of designing its 2024 closure plan, and we've asked Rogers to give us an overlap so we can accommodate all their needs for installing all their equipment so we can get the cellular service in as quickly as possible. As we know, they originally commented on an installation of about 2 years, 24 months, and now when the minister was speaking, it looks like it's greater than that. It's up to a 3-year period of time to get the full build-out. But we're asking those questions specifically for that time frame, because we have to get this in as quickly as possible. I'll make sure that we give you a
Okay, so thank you. So as a transit service, we have a vested interest in providing the service to our customers. Should we be proactively perhaps approaching the federal government or others to make sure that the Bell and TELUS and others have full service in the subway system? Or should we just stand by and let it be and let the chips fall where they may?
So sorry, yeah, so through the chair, I'll take that.
My question is,
So-
my question is, should we, as a board, perhaps give some direction to the CEO around this issue?
So through the chair, if I can give you a little bit of clarity. So that's what the federal government did on September 11th. So on September 11th, the federal government amended the licenses for Bell, Rogers, TELUS, et cetera, and provided mandated timelines to ensure that you have service. So whatever Rogers has today, which is effectively the downtown U service and a little bit on line 2, the federal government ordered the same service to be provided by the other carriers by October 3rd of this year. So that's before they have an agreement, because they were given 100 days through an arbitration process, negotiation or arbitration, to get a deal. So even before a commercial deal, the government has ordered them to have the same access that Rogers has today, and that's within next week. They then, along that, the 2-year timeline for 80% of the tunnels and the 100% timeline for 3 years, full access through the tunnels, applies to all of the carriers. Rogers becomes the operating licensee, but the other ones become a participating licensee, and that access is equal across the board. So when you roll out the rest of the phases for the tunnels it will be all of the carriers that wish to participate under the new federal requirements.
Excellent. Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
Thank you, Commissioner Moyes. Commissioner Osborne.
Yeah, just I have heard that this is with respect to the Rogers question, that they actually are having difficulty just flipping a switch and having all those riders be absorbed by their existing network. I heard from somebody that they're likely going to crash the network because they have to roam effectively. All those people would be roaming on the Rogers network, and that this date that is very quick turnaround is actually very difficult for Rogers to achieve. Is that what your understanding is?
I personally have not heard that from Rogers. So I imagine that the timeline is tight for them. I have not heard that that's going to be a problem to meet an October 3rd deadline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. Nope. Okay. I have a few questions. Sorry, Councillor Sachs.
Yeah, sorry, I'll be short. We'll get to your question. My question was about the planning for future service, so building on the questions asked by my colleagues. I presume you are aware that since the city repealed the minimum parking policy, we are now approving a large number of downtown towers with little or no parking. There's been almost no parking, for example, approved in the various towers in my ward. So we're adding thousands, soon tens of thousands of people who will, by necessity, be primarily TTC dependent. Is that something that you are taking into account in your forecasts? Or how are you taking it into account in your forecasts?
Through the chair, we work closely with the city city planning and transportation services to understand development, where it's being implemented, and that coordination for transit services. So those expectation about ridership from growth areas are included in our forecasts.
Okay. And then the other side of the coin is that, at least as a comparatively new counselor, I never hear from you what areas would be, like, what are the implications for the TTC? Are there areas where you would find it helpful to have a real emphasis on eliminating parking and adding density, or are you just coping with whatever happens? Because if you have a point of view on this, as we make decisions, I personally would be interested in hearing about it. Is that something that you plan to do?
Through the chair, as I mentioned, we very much work with the city to understand the overall master plan for the city and coordinate transit services that will meet the city's needs. Discussions around, I think what you're referring to, are around like sort of transit-oriented communities. This idea about how we might be able to coordinate transit services to meet deepening development areas is very much on the radar as well. At this point, our work is very much based on where the city plans are and transit's response to those city plans. But as transit needs escalate in the city, the way we have those discussions, there's opportunities for identifying priorities, in particular for initiatives around rapid transit and where bringing more fast-paced transit to these communities can help move these growth areas.
Well, I'm certainly a big fan of bus lanes and Rapid, and I know we need to do that, but that's not of any relevance in downtown. So I am aware that there's some focus on, that I've heard of, at least, of transit-oriented communities around new subway stations in the suburbs, but I don't hear anything from the TTC downtown except that the elevators are going to take forever to build. So if there is some focus on how the intensification, the extraordinary intensification, we've got 28 towers proposed or approved on Yonge Street just between Bloor and Heath. And most of those are not being approved with much parking. So are you ready for that? Will that work for you? Does that make sense from your point of view? Is it a problem? I mean, I don't know. I don't hear anything. Are you going to be commenting to us on these more finer-grained questions?
Yes, if I may, through the chair. The answer is yes. For instance, we're bringing a report in November regarding the need, I'm going to go back to the need for Line 2 trains. Recognizing the growth that's taken in place in the city, right, and the age of the equipment on Line 2, like I said, as the vehicles and the signal system, we already knew pre-pandemic we were having challenges, as you're aware, carrying on Line 2. And we know there'll be a point in time where that will reoccur. Okay, so you'll start hearing more and more of us about, as we're sending reports to the provincial and federal governments outlining the need for funding to provide public transit, recognizing the growth that's occurring in this city. We won't be able to keep up with Line 2 growth if we don't get the ATC, as you know, more trains faster, right? Bigger trains, because they're opened up, open gangway, allow 11% more ridership. We have to stop leaving people on platforms in those areas. And at the same time, we've been having discussions about Yonge and Bloor, right? And the intensity that happens at Yonge and Bloor and the program that's underway there. And the chair and I are going to be having more conversations about that, about what we're looking at in the future. So you'll be hearing more of that very shortly. We'll also have, for instance, business cases that'll be coming in November as well. They're going to outline the importance of investment in public transit and the impact on the social, environmental, and economic portions of the city. We're doing that with the University of Toronto right now. So we have some big reports that are going to come up to get the point across about the need for investing in public transit for the greater good of the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Vice Chair De Laurentiis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And let me start by apologizing for my not being there. I would have absolutely loved to have been there and welcome all our new members on the board personally, as well as enjoy the hospitality of the Scarborough community. but I had a conflict. My quick question is, as we think through, as we plan future needs, one of the complaints that I hear a lot is, look, I need micro transit. I need the TTC to think through that question. Otherwise, I'm going to I'm going to flip to Uber. So for future planning, um, uh, I wonder to what extent you can enlighten us, not necessarily today, but ensure that within our planning framework, we really think through where micro transit fits and to what extent as a TTC we can we can arrange that, or we can align ourselves with those who may provide it. So um, so a question as to whether we're thinking through that, and then I suppose encouragement to ensure that we make that part of our future planning analysis. Thank you.
Through the chair. That's a great question. And we've been working on microtransit, understanding the advantages that might bring us as part of the 5-year service plan. So you'll see that when that comes in the new year. And we have looked at microtransit applications. We actually put in an RFP out as we speak on looking at smaller buses and shuttles that we can deploy in areas that might have lower ridership. So this is very much a fundamental part of looking at a suite of different transit options that we can be using, and that will be shared with the board with the new 5-year service plan.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair De Laurentiis. Yep. Okay. I have a few questions. So the first question I have is regarding truth and reconciliation. I do note that the TTC is undertaking a lot of important symbolic initiatives as our part of continuing the path towards truth and reconciliation with our Indigenous peoples. But I did note that the TTC did not seem to be doing anything to advance financial reparations. As part of the City of Toronto's Truth and Reconciliation Plan, item 20 is improve Indigenous economic development regarding developing decolonized procurement processes in collaboration with Indigenous community partners and enhancing opportunities for Indigenous businesses through social procurement. And item 22, enhance Indigenous recruitment and retention within the Toronto Public Service. And I didn't see a similar commitment from the TTC. So I'm just wondering, are we doing anything with respect to financial reparations?
Through the chair, Keisha Campbell, thank you for the question. So we've made some commitments as an organization, specifically our 10-point action plan, and clearly outlined in that 10-point action plan, we made commitments with regards to procurement equity. Right now, we're actually working with the procurement team, which is headed up by our CFO, and we're looking at our social equity, supplier diversity, and overall procurement equity within the organization. That team is looking at hiring a new leader for that group. The interim leader, we've also been having conversations with them around finalizing our procurement equity policy. And then on my team, we have a racial equity office and an Indigenous consultant that we're out to market to hire to progress that work.
Great. So to confirm that the TTC is working on some sort of Indigenous social procurement program? Great.
Yes, Chair.
And what about Indigenous recruitment and retention for employees?
So we have quite a few initiatives underway with regards to, through the chair, we have quite a few initiatives underway with regards to Indigenous recruitment. This summer, I would say in February and May, we've been working with I have an outreach team who works specifically with community friendship Indigenous groups to hire and recruit Indigenous employees within the organization. This summer, we actually went out and brought 30 Indigenous students in to the TTC and gave them opportunities through the Toronto District School Board and again, Indigenous community local organizations to provide employment opportunities for Indigenous youth. And then as we get ready for the latter half of the year, my team is actually building out a talent retention, early talent plan that includes Indigenous youth as one of our priority groups.
Great, thank you very much. My next question has to do with the customer experience, on-time performance, and I just wanted a clarification. The definition we have of on-time performance measures vehicle departures from end terminals. Vehicles are considered on time if they depart within 59 seconds earlier or 5 minutes later than their scheduled departure time. So, to be clear, does that mean that on-time performance is just solely measuring when the bus or streetcar leaves the terminus station?
I'll take that, Chair. That's the, the key performance indicator that we use to determine on-time performance. Excuse my cough. As you probably recall, over the years, the city had a real issue with short turns in this city. And it was determined that we really didn't have schedules that took into account the A to Z travel times. So we spent a lot of time just establishing a KPI with the new clever device system that we have, a CAD AVL system. And we determined that, many of us in the industry have it's a 6-minute window, but if you're in Scarborough and you're leaving town for Scarborough Center, you want to know when it's leaving, not at a midpoint in time. And so we've determined that that's the parameters that we'll be using for the last few years. And as you can see, it's a challenge, right? When you look at trying to get 9 out of 10 vehicles to leave within that band, especially when we have many time frames when you're leaving at, 2-minute intervals as well. But what we're doing is creating a schedule that accounts for true travel times. And then we'll also hear a lot in the future talking about the additional vehicles that we schedule, that 1 or 2%, 3% in some cases, of run-as-directed vehicles. We know there are challenges throughout the city, and we're very slotting these extra vehicles in so that people don't have to wait around the city for some of the delays. And so, yeah, that's the band that we're using.
Thank you. So just to be clear, we're not measuring when the when the bus or streetcar leaves the terminus and returns. We're just measuring when it leaves.
Right. We try to measure it from both ends of the line to determine the actual running schedule in each direction. Okay, so you measure leaving and arriving. We'll also do some midpoint adjustments as well, looking at that. But that's the band that we're looking at to determine the actual schedules across the city.
So going forward, would it be possible to have on-time performance looking at not only when it leaves, but when it returns? Because I'm concerned that, for an extreme example, a bus could leave the terminus station on time and then 5 minutes later breaks down. And for the purposes of the report, it would be showing as on time. But I think it would be helpful if we knew when the bus left, if it left on time, and if it returned on time as well.
Yep, we could do that. A lot of what we're finding out from the system, just so you're aware, is it's nice to have data, but you also pick up from the data what are you learning. For instance, at Broadview Station on the streetcar, okay, we know that we were focusing on on-time performance, but at the same time, you couldn't fit enough streetcars into Broadview. So, we weren't pushing them out because we were waiting to get good on-time performance. And the key now is, now that we pick up on this, it's about the continual movement, get them in and out. We went and had discussions with Councilor Fletcher, for instance, right? And we're changing the locations where we measure, because you don't always have to have it at the end location. It could be at a midpoint. In many of the areas as well, as you see at Kennedy and Scarborough, a lot of the vehicles have to move around to get out of the way. And when they move, they trigger a time. So there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes so we can do that adjustment, but I'll be more than happy to put that together for you, end-to-end points and then a return point as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And just one point of clarification. So the 5-year service plan that is due, I think it's either November or January 2024, is that like a ridership growth strategy 2.0? Would that be a fair characterization?
Through the chair, that's correct, yes.
Great. And will that include, for example, the different, that will include a number in terms of how much it's going to cost for the various options to be implemented. So we have some sense of not just options, but how much they cost in terms of getting people back on transit.
I believe so. That will be so it's going to be a comprehensive review of really understanding where our ridership is, where we should be focusing on our ridership, what are the options that are going to attract greater ridership to the system, and then it's going to give you a cost, just like we did last time with the 5-year service plan, where we looked at, here's how much it's going to cost to do the rapid TO projects that we have in the system, and have that capital costs associated with the plan. Yes, yes.
Thank you. No questions for me? Any speakers? No? Okay. Of course.
You also just provoked a question. For the average rider, like I know you can text to find out when your bus is coming, you can look online, you can use apps, but how reliable is that in reality for the average rider?
Wendy, would you like to take that for us?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask for the question to be repeated.
How you can text, you can look on apps, you can go online, you can request to find out when your bus or your streetcar is going to arrive. But how reliable is that for the average rider? I mean, assuming that you don't do it like a minute before, arrival. By the way, like you're making breakfast, you get your kid out to school. You're trying to think in the next hour, like, am I going to be able to rely on that bus or the streetcar to get me to work on time?
So through the chair, there's a number of channels that customers will look at. They can look at information on our website, as you mentioned. They can look at information on a variety of transit apps. And so what the contribution TTC has, we put information out in open data. It's a feed that app providers will pick up, and they'll develop their own predictive analytics on top of our feed, and they're continually improving these. So for the most part, these are constantly improving services that app developers want to see meeting our customers' needs. And so there's a lot of options that customers can use to get their real-time information about the services.
I think I'm going to jump in here because if you recall, Wendy, a few years ago when we were putting this data out, we actually had a bunch of us, right, go out on the system and double check the app and the indicator and what the ridership. We had the different levels of ridership on there. And I'm going to say I was surprised at the time how good it was, Council. I haven't looked at it in recent times, but at the time I looked at it, I was like, wow, this, because when we started giving the indication, is it, near empty, is it half filled, or is it filled? So you could say to yourself, I'll stay in the house and wait for that third bus when the one that's going to pull up right around the corner is filled, right? We found that very, very.
So you would describe it as reliable?
For what I saw, we also used it in the control center, right? But I'm saying that was when we did it. I'm going to do another survey on that now that you asked that question, because I'm not sure if you've heard anything, but I'd like to find out to make sure it's still as reliable as we once saw, because as you know, one of our apps no longer exists. That's a good question. Thank you.
And if I may, just to round out the question, this is providing real-time information on services that are scheduled. And as you heard earlier, we also augment our scheduled service with many run-as-directed services. This is service that we put out over and above the schedule to help meet customers' needs. It's extra service to fill in the gaps, to fill in when we know that there may be issues that are emerging in the network, maybe new demands creating some crowding. We can put extra service out on these services. These are directed from our transit control center and are really dynamic. We put them out as they're needed. So they're not part of our regular schedule, which means this extra service, it doesn't show up in the apps. So there can be the occasion quite often when we've got this extra service, customers won't see it in the app, but a vehicle may pull up to provide them with service.
And I'll add to that if I could, because we're working with Clever Devices, who provided that information, and we're working to get the software to accept a run-as-directed vehicle so that if you do slot it right in, it would pop up as well. So we want to work in that direction, make it even more reliable.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Any other speakers? Nope. Seeing none, can I have a motion to receive the CEO's report? Commissioner Holliday. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Great. The next item of business is item 2, approved minutes of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit, ACAT, General Monthly Meeting for June 29th and July 27, 2023. I'll turn the mic over to Anita Dressler, ACAT Chair, to present the minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Myers, Mr. Leary, and board members. I apologize if you hear a fire alarm, but they're testing the alarm system in my building. The following is a summary of the ACAT subcommittee meetings. Communications, new elevator screens to assist deaf, nonverbal, and hard of hearing passengers. Wheel-Trans family of services, known as FOS, mobile app is set to be released in the near future. Left turn, right turn consultants, LTRT, will assist with the consultation processes for the 2024 to the 2028 multi-year accessibility plan. The Design Review Committee has had positive results regarding New York Mills subway station accessibility features. Pre-boarding announcements on buses now have a 20-second interval as suggested by the committee. Messaging on crosswalk buttons on line 5 were highlighted, and a test location at St. Clair and Avenue Road in preparation of the upcoming opening. Service planning has brought forward information on snow clearing at all TTC stops that have created barriers for customers boarding and getting off of TTC vehicles. 24-hour monitoring for snowstorms to assist in early clearing of these areas. Also, the photo ID location at Blue Aaron Bathurst and the difficulties of the location. There is no seating for disabled waiting in long lines. Lastly, Wheel-Trans Operations has had concerns. Read the appeals panel, and eligibility criteria is being reviewed. Optional masking for both customers and drivers unless someone has symptoms of COVID. Masking them would be mandatory. Please refer to the enclosed minutes for further information. In addition, ACAT was made privy to the Easy Access project, which is before you today. ACAT supports the TTC's ongoing work to make all stations accessible, including extending hours of construction, if required, to complete the projects in a timely manner. At this time, 15 stations are being worked on concurrently under the Easier Access project. TTC management has been transparent, advising us that not all stations will be completed by January the 1st, 2025, as projected. It is expected in the interim to operate buses when required. All TTC buses are accessible. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Are there any questions for the ACAT chair? Okay. Seeing no further questions, can I have a motion to receive the ACAT minutes? Councillor Sachs, thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? Great, motion carries. Thank you. The next item of business is item 3, update on TTC's partnership approach to community safety, security, and well-being on public transit. We have several individuals who wish to speak on the item. A reminder that you each have 5 minutes to speak. Can each deputant forward so I just read the name. So first we will have Aleem Nathu, August Pentillan Puranath, and Adam Kohun. At the conclusion of each deputation, okay. So, Aleem? Great. That's okay. Thank you for being here, Aleem, today. You have 5 minutes.
Aloha, everyone. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today on this important issue. I just wanted to say as well that just to be clear, it's nice to see that we do have law enforcement professionals that are committed to providing and ensuring the safety of the TTC, just like, and some of those that go above and beyond the call of duty, like those officers that saved someone's life from an overdose. So thank you for that. Now I wanted to get to the real causes of transit security. On September 18th, I took a train to go to Kipling Station. And I know when the trains get crowded, sometimes I've noticed some customers have a lack of manners. And I mean, there's nothing we can do on that. But I had a lady that swore at me several times on the train just because I said, excuse me. I didn't want the door to close on me, and another guy wanted to get off at Bay Station. So I was trying to make some room to let this guy hop off, obviously. And this lady said, F you to me like several times. Not going to repeat the language here, obviously. I want to be professional. And there was a guy, I explained to this lady that the trains are video recorded, and she told me to shut up and everything. And then I was just not impressed with her conduct, obviously. It happened to be a lady that was wearing a mask of South Asian descent. That was a description. However, to get to the bottom of this, I said to her that I will be contacting the police. And then there was a guy that told me to lower my voice. But here's the thing. It's like, why do they blame the victim when there are problems? Why don't they speak to the person that's causing the issue and ask them to stop? Because if I would have been harassing this lady or saying something to her or swearing at her or anything like that, it would have been an opposite story. And also as well, I just wanted to say that the other thing that they should do for the safety and security is I think they should go with the Toronto Police and have all the special constables be employed with Toronto Police. I think that would be a great way of getting repeat offenders off of our transit system who are causing problems, whether if it's committing violence, whether if it's harassing customers or drivers or staff. And I also think that having community police stations at certain stations to report for minor offenses such as auto thefts, break and enters, and anything of that nature, so people are not waiting around having to wait for an officer to respond so that they can respond to the major calls for service, which is priority emergencies. I think that would be another way that we could make safety a lot more safe as well too. But I will say that whenever I have gone on, let's say, Go Transit or even TTC, anytime I've had a security incident which has been of a major concern and I've had to call for assistance, they've been very professional. So that's not my issue there. But I do think that we need to focus on ensuring the safety of the public. And all of these timelines that we're talking about in terms of metrics, of increase of trains and everything else, should have been put as a secondary motion, because you can increase the train services on the subways, but if there's emergency alarms that have gone off, or if there is a safety and security incident, then that's just going to delay the whole system. So why don't we invest more in ensuring the safety of the public? I think that would be a better approach to that. And also to the chief safety officer that was talking about a lot of the metrics and stuff like that, and some of the other people that have been here, I don't believe how you're measuring the performances, because it seems as though that there's a big disconnect between the executives, counselors, and the public and the staff. And I think what really needs to happen is there needs to be more meetings where they have meet the managers. I know they used to have that before COVID, where the managers would go every quarter to certain stations and meet with the public and see what they need to improve on. And the other thing I also wanted to say is that we also should not defund the police. I know Councillor Josh Matlow wanted to do that beforehand, But this is the thing. We need some honesty and transparency here for the public as well, and the staff and the drivers, because the problem is that when you don't have a safe transit system, people aren't going to ride. Like, I don't ride that often on the TTC myself. I live in Mississauga. I usually ride about once or twice a week to go to my doctor's appointments, therapist appointments, AGO.
Sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up. You're over your 5 minutes.
I'm over my 5 minutes, then I'm wrapping it up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. The next is August. Thank you very much, August. Thank you for being here. You have 5 minutes.
Is this on now? Yes. Okay, hello City Councilors. My name is August Bernard and I'm speaking here for TTC Riders. Thank you for letting me to speak, and congratulations, Councillor Myers, on becoming chair of the TTC on your first meeting here at Scarborough Civic Center. So TTC Riders is a grassroots volunteer-led organization, and we're advocating for better transit across the city of Toronto. I'm also someone who is dependent on transit every single day, including getting here, which took over an hour now with the RT down. I'm here to voice TTC riders' support for proposed safety measures and share what riders want to see to achieve a safer TTC for everyone. A safer public transit system, after all, will win riders back to the TTC. We are really happy to see this proposal for more supportive staff throughout the subway system and the TTC system at large. Earlier this year, we held a public transit safety town hall organized with 12 other community organizations. In this town hall, transit safety was discussed from a variety of perspectives, including students from Centennial College and other institutions, transit workers from ATO Local 113, people with disabilities, women, BIPOC, and LGBTQ people. We came to this conclusion. For a safer transit system for all, we need to invest in these three key areas. We want to make sure there is non-police responses to crisis and violence, such as supportive staff trained in de-escalation and able to tackle the mental health crisis. And two, we want to see housing support so people do not need to take shelter in the TTC system, because right now many people feel like they don't have a choice. This means expanding shelter and 24/7 respite space and working with all levels of government for rent geared to income and safe housing. 3, we want to see a resource TTC with reliable service and supportive staff, and I'm happy to see steps being made towards that. Finally, we also recommend the creation of a safety roundtable with the voices of transit users, transit workers, and house people and other diverse groups. We're happy to see progress with the ongoing service increases to the TTC. This change will lower wait times, and it's very welcome, especially for those waiting at night at lonelier stops. We also welcome seeing cell service being rolled out to more riders across the system, because it's not just a convenience, it keeps riders safe, alert, and informed. Today's proposal to add 178 frontline staff to the TTC will bring high visibility supportive staff, providing a set of eyes and ears at subway stations, bus, and streetcar terminals. This is a major step forward to making the TTC safer while remaining inclusive to all riders, unlike the enforcement approach that we've seen over the past few years. Having a high frontline staff presence is nothing new. Transit systems in Los Angeles, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and countless other cities have hired hundreds of safety ambassadors in response to similar safety concerns that we have here in Toronto. In San Francisco, ambassadors have made contact with over 10,000 people on platforms, and only 150 of them actually required contact with police. Riders found most interactions to be generally positive in these areas. When we asked riders here in Toronto if they'd like to see more staff on subway trains through our own surveys, 74% of them said yes, and only 6% of them were opposed. It's clear. More policing isn't really the answer. It's not. Most interactions don't need a police response. TTC data shows there is no correlation between the level of policing in the TTC and the actual number of offenses against riders, as we saw earlier in 2023. Policing has not worked to make the TTC safer. Study after study shows that Black, Indigenous, and racialized people are more likely to be disproportionately targeted by police, and as such, likely to become victims of police violence and even killed. And we've seen that in 2015, 2016, 2017. It's continued to happen, and it's unacceptable. Fair enforcement also targets minorities and disproportionately harms low-income and unhoused riders. We cannot continue funding this violence against Torontonians. And while this proposal is a step in the right direction, it's not enough. For example, providing more shuttle buses for unhoused people in the TTC to shelters, while it's good energy, it's not particularly useful when shelters are overflowing, and affordable, safe rent-to-geared income housing isn't actually available. So where are we sending them? Kicking out unhoused people from the TTC when they don't have any alternative is incredibly inhumane. This Move Along initiative, where unhoused people are asked to move along to Union Station or be forcibly removed by a special constable, needs to end now. We need to tackle the root causes of homelessness, the root causes of the mental health crisis, and root causes of violence so we can make the TTC and city safer for everyone. So I strongly urge you to approve the hiring of more frontline staff to make the TTC a safer place. We also want to see a plan to expand shelter and affordable rent geared to income housing options, so unhoused people are not forced to use the TTC for shelter. And, keep shelter hotels open, placing a moratorium on encampment evictions, and just non-police responses to crisis and violence. We also want to see, once again...
I'll just ask you to wrap up, please. You're over your
Yeah,
5 minutes.
sure. We also want to see a safety roundtable established so we can get those diverse voices like we had at a town hall, directly speaking to the TTC and helping make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Nope. Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we have Adam Cohoon.
I'm Adam Cohoon. I am mostly representing myself, but I am also co-chair of the TTC Riders Accessibility Committee. As TTC Riders sent a strong letter talking about the issues, I am just going to highlight one of their issues and also one of my personal observations. First of all, we definitely encourage the TTC to actually look at for everybody. It combines two of the key subjects they're looking at today: safety and accessibility. Look at running a parallel surface bus 24/7 on Brewer Street and Young. You already have the infrastructure because both services have the blue light service. Already on Young Street, during the rush hours, you run the 97B bus all the way from Steeles down to the lake. So having the routes running at all times can be done. And I believe there is a precedence for this. When the Shepherd line opened, you didn't remove all Shepherd bus service. You kept a parallel bus service for those that preferred to use the bus service. That is the first thing. I will talk about that more during my accessibility time. But the other thing I wanted to mention to you was the customer service, even the virtual customer service. You have the call buttons at all the accessible entrances and at several places. but they are not easy to press. They are actually designed, they're harder to actually operate than a fire alarm pump. And it's almost like you don't want them to be used. Now, I know it would take a bit of extra interface, but maybe you add a virtual assistant as an extra layer. Because I realize now the reason why you don't want people to press those buttons unless they're really, really needed is because you you're always needing a human to answer them. With technology, you could easily have it so that when you press the button, a virtual assistant answers, helps figure out what is really needed, whether somebody genuinely needs an actual person assistant, maybe they just have general questions. Maybe there was an incident nearby. Maybe they're just wanting to press the button to automatically give a timestamp so that security and other people can look at the footage for later. We're hearing many stories of people having being robbed or having minor incidents at stations and then not being able to get a hold and get a proper report done by the police for a few days. And by that time, they don't remember the exact time of the incident. And it's harder to get the exact camera that might take the incident. So having these virtual things would help make it so that if there are manpower changes, again, I realize you are adding more manpower, but having an accessible concierge that's virtual concierge service that is available for everybody and make it as comfortable and convenient to use as everybody has the virtual assistant on their phone, either Android, Surrey,
Hi, Adams.
either
Can I ask you
Android
to wrap it
Google,
up?
or Alexa. And so I just I want to thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No, I just had one quick question. You explained that a surface bus along Bloor and Young would be helpful for safety reasons. Could you just explain that a bit more?
Because either as a disabled individual, where you have to worry about going down underground with elevators broken or whatnot, or it's even harder for me to get on to the subway, where I can use a surface bus, no problem. I do love using the surface buses, but I live downtown. Also, for individuals that maybe get nervous or have anxiety issues going down underground, it does give an option to stay above ground using the safer and being able to, right now I know things are gonna change in the next few years, being able to have access to their phone service or having more security or support and feeling more secure above ground. And so even though I know it will probably not be the fastest bus, like the 97B bus during rush hour, is not a fast bus, but the number of boardings on and off that bus during rush hour is fairly high. So I do think it's worth piloting running these service for a year or a few board periods to see how the people actually use them. And does it encourage people with disabilities like me that do have door-to-door wheel-time service? Does it encourage us to make some of those independent trips on our own using a bus when we don't want to use the subway?
Great. Thank you very much. So there is a brief presentation on this item, and before I turn it over to the CEO to speak, I want to recognize that the TTC is joined by staff from the City of Toronto's Social Development, Finance and Administration and Shelter Support and Housing teams, and Toronto Police today. With that, I'd ask the CEO to introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, as people moved out, staff moved into the middle. First, I want to start out by thanking you and saying we've had some real good, productive discussions the past several weeks as we've gotten to know each other. And it's good to know that so many of us share that common goal of improved service, safety, security across the TTC. And I was pleased to join you, as well as the mayor recently here right across at Albert Campbell Square, right here in Scarborough City Center, to announce significant increases in service for our customers. Now, Chair and Commissioners, you have before you today a significant update on our safety and security initiatives. I know you've heard me say this before, but I believe it's important to remind everyone that safety is paramount in all that we do. I have a duty and obligation to keep our customers and employees safe, and that's something that we all take very seriously. In the report before you, we are recommending dedicating $10 million in projected savings this year to begin hiring 178 positions, including 130 high-visibility customer service agents and 30 field supervisors, among other support positions. Now, part of this will be new staff and resources to support those who use the transit system as a shelter in the winter months. Now, with the board's approval, we will deploy special transport and temporary shelter buses driven by TTC operators, mind you, to assist individuals sheltering in subway stations and to get out of the cold and help to get into proper shelter beds where available. Now, we recognize that issues of safety and security are complex, and I'm pleased with our partnership with the City of Toronto's Shelter Division and the help that they give us day in and day out. So I'd like to thank Gord Tanner, who's here with us today, as well as Denise Campbell, and their staffs as well for the invaluable assistance in this regard. I'd also like to thank the Ombudsman, Kwame Andodo, for his support in our approach. I've had good conversation with the Ombudsman, Kwame, on Friday, and going over the report, and he's very pleased with the work that we continue to do in keeping his office in the loop on that. We're all working together to fulfill a shared duty of care and obligations that come here to Toronto's most valuable residents. Now, in our report, we also propose $600,000 in a 5-year community safety and well-being plan, having a review of all of our TTC security operations and best practices from other jurisdictions. And this is something I know that's very important to the chair as we've had this conversation, and I look forward to delivering this for him. In addition to these measures, we continue to onboard our 50 new special constables that were approved last year, and we're also proposing the extension of the contracts that we have with Streets to Homes, Loft, a private security firm, through the end of this year and into 2024. And I can say that all of these are making a difference. I'll give you an example, if I could. You know, throughout May and June of this year, Streets to Homes increased the number of site visits to more than 800 each month, and they help connect people to the social supports that they need. And over the summer, the Community Safety Ambassadors conducted more than 2,400 wellness checks each month including to responding to incidents such as drug use and overdose situations. But we do know that we can and we must continue to work to provide a safe, welcoming environment that we all want for our customers and our employees. And while we know major crime indicators are trending down on the TTC according to the city's dashboard, we cannot and we will not take that for granted. And that's why we presented this report to you today. For us, it's about preparing for this coming winter. So I'd like to end again by acknowledging the hard-working TTC staff and the city staff that have helped prepare this report and make the suggestions to you today. I tell you, operating North America's third largest transit system is challenging, but I want to thank them for all the hard work that they do. So with that, Chair, I'm going to turn it over to Betty Hasurgeon, the Chief Safety Officer, for a brief presentation, and we have staff here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rick. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Over the last year, the TTC, with the City of Toronto Divisional Agency and external partners, has been working to address societal challenges that continue to impact our public transit system, including mental health issues, substance use issues, use of the TTC as a temporary shelter, particularly at night, security, and random acts of violence. A multidisciplinary approach was established with our City of Toronto partners, recognizing that the TTC as a transit system operator required the skills and support of social service as well as mental health providers to best support individuals with complex needs in the system. Next slide. This slide provides an overview of the timeline of initiatives and steps taken from January to May of this year to improve community safety and well-being on the transit system. I will highlight several of these initiatives for you. In January, in response to a rise in incidents against employees and customers, the TTC initiated an emergency response to improve communications, collaboration, and consultation, and expanded the scope of existing safety action plans to encompass community safety efforts. We established an interdivisional table with the City of Toronto, Toronto Police Service, and Toronto Public Health to address issues and challenges on our transit system. We mobilized 115 existing frontline staff in a more visible manner. We deployed 80 Toronto police officers. In partnership with the City of Toronto, we increased social supports for persons experiencing homelessness and individuals with complex needs on the TTC, such as expanding the Streets to Homes program and Loft MDOT, and we also deployed 20 community safety ambassadors. We enhanced station cleanliness at Union, Spadina, and Queen stations. We continued our recruitment for TTC special constables, and we deployed 50 security guards. We conducted various community outreach through focus group sessions and surveys, and provided ongoing communications to support messaging to our employees and customers around community safety. In June 2023, we launched a public dashboard to report monthly on the progress of transit system community safety and well-being interventions. Throughout 2023, the TTC Board received a series of reports and presentations to keep them informed on the progress of initiatives, with the first one in February, a second in April, and the third in June. The report before you today marks the fourth update. Next slide. TTC's recent assessment reviewed the impact of current strategies and community safety resources, as well as key findings from transit safety metrics and customer outreach. This slide before you summarizes the key findings. Since January of 2023, there has been a noticeable decrease in offenses against both customers and employees. This reduction underscores the positive impact of the implemented initiatives, particularly evident in the decline of more serious types of offenses. Having a sense of personal safety remains a key challenge area for the TTC, and the ongoing high visibility presence from community safety supports contributes towards a sense of safety. Customers reported that staff presence was the most important feature to enhance a sense of safety. When issues arose, they were twice as likely to report to station staff and operators than online or by phone or by passenger assistance intercoms. Both security guards and community safety ambassadors continue to play a role in de-escalating and resolving incidents as they address issues from pre-deployed locations. As well, the ongoing social service interventions continue to help establish relationships with vulnerable persons to provide them with access to mental health, housing, and wellness supports. Next, please. Overall, the TTC will require the continuation of the measures undertaken in 2023 and the introduction of new measures. These measures will support TTC's goal of improving and strengthening community safety, security, and well-being using a compassionate and people-first approach. The community safety recommendations are outlined on this slide with new items in bold. We've grouped them into 3 categories. First is enhancing high visibility presence and improving incident management. Second is supporting persons experiencing homelessness and individuals with complex needs. And third, ensuring community safety program support. Additional details and supporting information can be found in the report, but I will highlight a few key points. We recognize the importance of staff visibility to enhance our customers' personal sense of safety. As a result, we recommend increasing station staff by 160 employees, including customer service agents and supervisors, who will be deployed at key locations to supplement existing resources. With the anticipated increase in the use of the transit network for shelter this coming winter, TTC is also recommending ongoing community safety resources to connect persons experiencing homelessness and individuals with complex needs to support outside of the transit network. Also, additional janitorial staff to enhance station cleaning in key locations, and mobilizing dedicated transport buses to provide a means of accessing City of Toronto warming centers and shelters. We also plan to undertake a comprehensive assessment of all aspects of TTC's community safety and security operating model to enhance our understanding of resource needs for the long term. This investment is integral in shaping our 5-year community safety, security, and well-being plan. Next. The final slide here summarizes the recommendations to the TTC Board. The detailed recommendations are in the report before you today. In summary, we are recommending that the TTC Board reaffirm its support for TTC's multidisciplinary approach to managing community safety and well-being issues on the system, and support the continuation of 2023 approved measures and the introduction of new measures for the balance of 2023, and also for continuation of these measures into 2024. And finally, we're asking that the report be forwarded to the city for their information. In closing, we will continue to collaborate with our city partners and monitor the progress of initiatives to improve community safety, security, and well-being, providing regular updates to the board. This concludes my presentation. The team here is happy to take any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to questions from members. Members, a reminder that you have 5 minutes. Councillor Ainsley, then Councillor Jagdeo. Sorry, Commissioner Jagdeo.
Not a councillor. Don't want to be one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very interested in using the buses that you're talking about, using them for shelters. Could you explain a bit? So somebody from the TT will be put on a shelter that's going to be used as a bus. Are they being driven to a city shelter then? Or how's that being envisioned to work out?
Through the chair, if I could start, and then I'll turn it over to Gord. When we go out on the all-night shift, we see the work that Streets to Homes is doing, trying to help these individuals. The issue that we had is with Union, for instance, when we're getting people together and they're assigning them to beds and giving them shelters where they can, they're waiting upstairs. So one of the things in discussions with Streets to Homes was we have to have the ability to move these people to where they need to go. So we decided it'd be good if we had vehicles available so that they'd be able to leave the station and stay in a warm bus right? Working with streets to homes and then actually taking them. Right now, we have taxis on the all-night shift that sometimes take a while to get back, and people can wait quite a bit of time. And what happens? They go back in the station. So we're preparing these vehicles so we could work with the city, knowing they have their challenges, but making sure that we're there to help support and to move people to where they need to go. So they don't go back in, and you can imagine what it's like when they're going back in and some of the challenges that we're having. Go ahead, if I could give it to you, please.
Sure. Thanks so much, Rick, and through the chair to you, Commissioner. Councillor, yeah, the buses are an interesting and innovative idea, I think, for the coming winter. I mean, the goal will be to connect people to the available shelter space that we have, and that will include some additional warming centers throughout the city, additional 24-hour respite services. And in fact, we have used the TTC and worked closely with them in past years to use buses to even transport people between sites if there might be capacity at one location and not capacity at another location. The TTC buses and transport have been very successful in getting people to the space that we have available.
I also didn't answer. It is our operators. I believe that was your question. 113 operators that'll be moving these buses with guards on them.
Okay, so are there going to be streets-to-home workers on the buses with the drivers?
Yeah, we will have staff accompany the transports that happen, and as part of the 2024 budget process, we put forward some additional staffing resources that will support these buses if they're even just standing in one place and providing some temporary warm space so that they're working alongside the drivers in these vehicles.
Okay, so these buses are going to act more as taxis, for lack of a better word. It's people aren't going to be like on them for hours or sleeping on them or.
Yes, through the chair to you, Commissioner. I mean, first off, transportation is the key piece, right? Getting people to the locations that we have available. I think the TTC has done some very innovative work in terms of retrofitting a few of these buses, so if people are on them for a little bit longer period of time, you know, they could lay down and sleep there. But that's a model that we'll be pursuing as more of a pilot project, if you will. And something that we would use only if we didn't have dedicated space available in the shelter system.
Okay, so there is an expectation that some people will be sleeping on these buses?
Not as we start the season, but certainly as we forecast what this winter season will look like. You know, Councillor, we're trying to plan the best we can with all available resources to ensure that there's warm space available.
Okay, and if there's, I guess, sleeping on a bus for whatever reason, is there going to be food or drink available for them?
Yeah, certainly access to food would be one issue. Access to facilities, washrooms would also be another issue that we'll need to look at and make sure is available.
Okay, and then accessibility for people with wheelchairs or mobility issues?
All our vehicles are accessible, sir.
Yep.
Through the chair.
Okay, and then my last question, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask about data tracking on for people using the buses and referral outcomes.
Yeah, certainly. So great question, and through the chair to you, Councillor. We've been tracking all of the data since we really started our enhanced work with Rick and his team. There's been over 4,000 connections or 5,000 connections with individuals since January the 1st. We've moved about 520 people directly from the TTC at various stations into shelter beds, where then they're supported to get the sort of full range of supports. But we'll certainly keep track of how this transportation and TTC bus component of the service is used this winter, and we'll be able to share that with you as we wind down the season, perhaps.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Ainsley. Commissioner Jagdeo.
Thank you, Chair Myers. I always love it when the Avengers get together. It's just proof that we all can work as city agencies to do great work. So I'm always encouraged. I have two questions. The first one is, I know this is being sent off to the city for advisory information. Have we thought about any explicit call-outs to the Safe TO plan?
So thank you for that question, Commissioner. So I'm the Executive Director of Social Development, Finance, and Administration Division at the city. Part of my responsibility has been to develop and to facilitate the larger corporation of the city and our agencies in implementing the SafeTO plan. So absolutely, we are at the table. It was Rick and his team's call in late December that got us to the Avengers table here. I like that. I like that image actually. And we have been using our lessons learned from implementing SafeTO and the continual growth of that plan and that strategy and approach to support the TTC and our partners. So we're certainly looking as they go forward in developing the 5-year plan that the kinds of knowledge that we have in working in other parts of the system that will be in lockstep with them. And this is exactly what SafeTO imagines anyways, is that all the partners are coming together to take a concerted approach because no one entity acting on its own can bring about the safety and well-being that we need in the city.
Got it. My second question, and then I'll hand my time back to the chair, is, so, and I'm sure you've thought about this, so, tell me if this is a stupid question, but with these like changes to the security operating model, if you will, with having all these different partners, have we thought about the implications on overlap between ambassadors, Toronto police, security guards, et cetera, and if that has any negative implications and how we each are going to be navigating that? And I'm sure you've thought about this, but just...
Through the chair, I'll start and then I'll pass it on to Angela to add more. I mean, this is going to be part of our comprehensive assessment that we're going to be doing in terms of informing what our long-term requirements are in this space. At this point, I mean, we came up with some of these resource requirements based on what we knew at that in this point in time. It is a journey that we're on here, and so we do appreciate that. We do need to do that more comprehensive look at this to inform those resource requirements. I'll pass it on to Angela if she would like to add a little more on that.
Yes, through the chair. We have a detailed RACI about roles and responsibilities for each of the resources that we have in the system. So it's very clear about the roles and responsibilities for the staff security, for instance, versus our special constables, as well as on the social services side of things, streets to homes, One Community Solutions, MDOCs. There is an overlap because we have them, we know how they're defined in the system. And as you've seen in the report, the amount of calls that we're receiving and we have received over this year, since the pandemic, is unprecedented. So, we need those resources, and those resources, as Gord has identified on his side of the work, has been inundated and are out in the system and are working. So we don't have that overlap, and we have that clear RACI that helps us define roles and responsibilities.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to the buses, will there be? I've got a number of questions, so I'll try to sort of put them together for you and ask me if you need me to repeat them. Will there be data collected with respect to referrals and really sort of how these buses are used, and are they being used in the way that you are hoping they are? Will there be, given that some individuals may be on these buses for quite a considerable time, will there be access to bathrooms, food? Will they be accessible, et cetera? And moreover, there are individuals who are homeless who have told me and others that there's often a very intentional decision to find respite on the transit system because the shelter system is either at capacity or is an environment where they are rationally deciding not to be, that they're fearful for the safety of their body or their property. And they are choosing to be in the warmer months in the parks and in the colder months on the transit system or elsewhere. So I wonder what is the protocol if an individual wants to remain, let's say, lying down on the subway or somewhere else, but doing no harm to others, not kind of being disruptive, et cetera. And then lastly, and I apologize for sort of putting these into a bucket for you, what happens if the intention is to have these individuals go onto a bus to take them to a shelter, and that's a point when the shelter system is at capacity? Where do they go? Are we now seeing buses becoming de facto shelters?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, maybe I can start just a little bit more on the operational plan for the buses themselves. And again, this is a new, novel idea that we've been working with Rick and the team on over the course of the summer. So first off, again, transportation is the key function. When we have space available and can move people to available beds, that's the first function that the buses will serve. If there are individuals that may be on a bus when we do not have space available, there could be an option to drive that bus to one of our shelters, to park it outside one of our shelters, allow people to stay on that bus, have access to food and other amenities from that shelter, washroom facilities and other pieces to support them. We haven't tried this before. This would be the first season that we would look at attempting something like that. We would need to be fully forthcoming with individuals to ensure they knew that we were driving from a particular location to another location to shelter overnight. And they'd have to identify whether they would be willing to come with us to do that. Certainly, as we look forward to the coming season, the shelter system is operating at full capacity right now. You'd recall last year we added about 1,000 beds in advance of the winter. They're full at 9,000. We're actually sheltering about 10,700 people in various places outside of the shelter system, including the beds we have. We will have a report coming to Economic Community Development that will lay out our full winter plan on October the 24th. There will be more resources, but we're planning for all scenarios and trying to access as many warm spaces as we can, and the buses may provide one option in that strategy.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'll continue on and answer, give you some information about the data that we might be gathering on this as well. Part of our work with the city and Streets to Homes has been about the regular exchange of information and data where we see individuals in the system that may be vulnerable and needing of support services. We're regularly providing that information to the city. And then and Streets to Homes are responding to those locations, those times of day. So we already have a regular process of exchanging information, not only on the dashboard, but information that will help facilitate the programs that we have in place right now. The same sort of approach would take place with the buses as well. So noting who's using the buses, what times of day, how successful are we at encouraging individuals to connect with the services that the city has available through that connection through the bus will be part of the information that we would gather as well. Share it with the city again so we can continue to monitor and adjust the program as needed.
And with respect to the TTC's protocol, if there's an individual who looks to be a homeless person, but they're not disrupting anything and doing no harm to anyone, are they still being escorted onto a bus, or are they left alone? What's the protocol?
Councillor Matlow, that was your last question.
I'll jump on that, Councillor, through the chair. Up till now, my direction has always been that we never put anybody out in the freezing cold, right? We do know from going out on the all-night shift ourselves that the greatest portion of people are actually at Union looking for help. Working with Streets to Homes, we established a table with signs, and when Streets to Homes comes in, everybody lines up to go. There is the occasional time, there's the one-offs and two-offs that we have where somebody is not going, and they peacefully just kind of sit in the corner in the station. But we don't put them out on the all-night shift. The intention here is to use the most compassionate means possible to help them, and I've learned with the Streets to Homes, the work they do is just so admirable, building a relationship with them, and it works. Building a relationship with them, knowing their name, coming back again the next night, talking, and just watching them bring people out and get them to go to a shelter where possible. So our hope is, and we've never done this way before, but our hope is that we'll be very successful in that. Last winter, we had nights where at the end of the winter season, where many people actually thanked us for letting them stay over the winter, and they understood it was time to move on. So our hope is that a a good deal of the people move on, but I can't put somebody out in the freezing cold, and we'll address those issues as they occur with streets to homes.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair De Laurentiis.
Thank you, Chair. Great to see the multidisciplinary approach. I think this is the only way we're going to resolve these issues. So congratulations across the board to the teams. Thank you. The key question that hits me is the sharing of information and transparency into 2 points. One is the capacity and the adequacy, and Councillor Matlow touched on these 2 points. For greater transparency, is it possible in the next report that you bring to us as a board to speak to those 2 points? Because I think as a board member, I'd like to understand that a little bit better, because then I will be able to provide a little more guidance, more precise guidance and advice to the management team as to where, where, and collectively where we might put greater pressure. Because clearly, while the initiative is really well organized and orchestrated, the real key here is capacity and adequacy. So is it possible then that you could bring that data to us so that we as a board have greater transparency into the problem and we'll understand it better and be able to provide more precise guidance?
Through the chair, absolutely. We'll make sure to provide that for the next report out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair De Laurentiis. Next, we have Commissioner Holiday.
Thanks, Chair. The situation with the buses is not something that I gleaned from the report, so I'm interested in this, and thanks to others for the questions. Can I understand just a little bit better who's getting on the buses and why? Are these are people that are at Union Station? How do they get there? Is there this knowledge that everyone goes to that point, or are they there already? Are they inside the fare gate, outside the fare gate? Just help me understand that.
So it's actually very interesting, what happens at Union Station. About 10:30 at night, you start seeing people coming into the station, right? And we were talking to them, right? And this was coming in after the season. But at about 12 o'clock, that's when the Via Go side of Union Station all locks up, and then just people come over, okay? And there's all types of individuals, I could tell you, people with mental health, people with drug addiction, homeless. They come in that way. We also, at about 11 o'clock at night, go throughout the system and all the stations, encouraging anyone that if they need help, go to downtown, go to Spadina and Union. We have streets to homes that'll meet at those 2 locations, and that's why we set up the table. So the greatest portion of people are actually looking for some help. So we go with all the supervisors and the customer service agents called sweeping the stations and encouraging them to go down. During the course of the winter, that was a place that would let people sleep, right? As opposed to having them sleeping all over the system. We also know that both Union and Spadina have 24-hour streetcar service, so it was a means for people coming in anyways, right? And recognizing we didn't have shelter. So that's how that was working.
So that's inside or outside the fare gate?
Inside the fare gate. They get inside the fare gate.
So it's a de facto muster.
It's both. I'm sorry. It's actually both. You'll see a majority of them outside the fare gate. Some come in.
So people are mustering there, essentially, for various reasons. Okay, now tell me about the buses. So how many people leave the station, and why would they get on a bus? Where are they going?
So at about midnight, after Streets to Homes comes in, right, when we were there, I don't know, it was 18, 20, 25 people. It varies every night. So the Streets to Homes comes in. They actually pull out their phones. They have everything listed of all the individuals. They talk to them individually. I don't mean to speak for you, Gordy. You can jump in any time. I just find it fascinating what happens. They actually record where the person's looking to go, and then they send them upstairs, right? And then the taxis come upstairs, as you're aware, and they take them. The issue that we had was a lot of people were waiting upstairs, and it became apparent to us that people would keep coming back down while they were waiting for taxis. So for us, if we have a vehicle up there, Rich Wong's going to have a generator on it so we can let it sit there so it's not idling. where
Okay.
we can have people sit on board, right? Wait till we get a few people, determine where we want to, our hope is get few people on, and if we have a few of these vehicles at both locations, we can, we'll figure it out, but a 10:30 trip, an 11 o'clock trip, when it comes back to bring people to the shelters, there's still a lot of work behind the scenes on that, but that's how we intend to look at
So
it.
they're going to go to shelters.
My hope is they go to
And-
shelters.
And, if it works well, drop people off and they'll have a spot because it's been organized.
Yes.
Where it changes a little bit is if there isn't a shelter spot, this is the part that I'm a little fuzzy on, and maybe it's because it's still being developed. Potentially, people will stay on those buses.
That is correct. That is correct. And I don't think we answered
Okay.
Councilor Matlow's question, but Jamal and I have had discussions about making sure at both locations, for the dignity of these individuals, if they have to use the facilities, we bring them in and we let them use the
Understood.
facilities.
Bus is not a shelter, but you've got people there.
Right.
Who's paying for this?
It would be part of our, the TTC budget.
This is the TTC's budget. Okay. Do we have, if a bus is needed because there's a fire, and, sometimes an emergency call is made, and, buses are big things, they're useful for lots of stuff. Do we have some mechanism to recover the costs?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I want to change the questions completely. I am intrigued about the array of people, and I don't have a lot of time in the question. I'm going to ask two questions. The first is, can you tell me where fare inspection fits into this larger investment in community safety and well-being? And the second is, can you just tell me a little bit about the resources, or at least offer me some future opportunity to understand? So we've got 70 stations, have I got that right?
That's
Active?
correct.
And there's a bunch of people that are different categories of people that work in those places. And I'm assuming this is generally augmenting those so that there's more people there, and I get it. But I would really like some better understanding so I can make informed decisions about how many people are going to be there, why you're asking for these numbers. Are we duplicating? Are we not duplicating? Why is this the right investment? Because I think at the end of the day, what you're trying to do is ensure that there's someone there on the platform, because if something doesn't go well, a passenger can say, hey, can you help me? I mean, I think that's the basic thing. But I really need to understand how 70 matches the numbers and where these people are going to be. And that's probably more than you can answer in 5 minutes. But if you can suggest how we can figure that out as a board, I would appreciate it.
Nope, through the chair. Thank you.
Last question,
I'll
yeah.
begin, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. You're right, we have 70 stations, but we have about 130 entrances, as you may be aware. And currently, right now, we have customer service agents at primary entrances and stations. And we have people that comment about the need for additional employees or the visibility of employees, right? So that customers using other entrances, for instance, will have someone that they can see and report should it be necessary. So this gives us greater visibility throughout the station, but it also, from not just a customer standpoint, it helps the employee standpoint. There's somebody else around should they need assistance. I'm going to ask, Wendy and Jamal, if you would. Jamal, you've been talking about the servicing plan of stations. Could you just give us a quick overview of how you're looking at that?
Yes, through the chair. So as part of our deployment strategy, we've identified several locations throughout the network, specifically 25 stations, which comprise of 37 entrances, most likely secondary and third entrances. Those are typically what we refer to as unstaffed or automatic entrances. And as part of our deployment strategy, we're focusing our efforts on AM and PM peak post periods, as well as late evening. We recognize that there's a need for safety, and people see our staff as a beacon of safety, and we want to make sure that our customers feel safe, our employees feel safe, and there's proper support throughout the station to also assist with people with disabilities, people with special needs or underhoused issues, and we can provide subsequent support, especially throughout the winter months.
Wendy, are you going to add?
Certainly, through the chair. Certainly, the 130 aren't going to add additional staff to all locations. So we tried to take a deliberate view of where we saw that additional staff would be most impactful. Locations that, in addition to having unstaffed entrances, had occurrences of highest rate of offenses, fare evasion, and complaints around sense of personal safety. And so it's based on that assessment that we identified these particular stations as candidates for the additional staffing.
And if I could, Chair, one of the things we also know is that visibility is a deterrent to unfair evasion, right? So we know that the more people in stations will help assist in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am wondering, from a governance perspective, about mission creep or blurring, mandate creep and blurring on this topic. I don't object to any of the measures that are being taken, but I'm wondering what's happening because we now have a fairly significant social services line item on our budget, and I'm wondering from a clarity, transparency point of view, if that belongs on a transit agency's budget. And then the second thing is the TTC buses. Again, I have no issue with what we're doing, but you can see how this could very quickly devolve into a solution for people who need housing. It's warm, we're feeding them, and so on. And again, we are not a social services agency. It's not what we do. It's not what we're supposed to do. And so while we're responding to a problem that has clearly emerged in the recent past, I'm just wondering if we've had any discussions at this level about where these budget line items belong and where the responsibility for some of these things. And I'll mention just one that is, for me, is kind of obvious, although I don't really know the underlying working conditions. It would be street to homes. Why that is something that is in part at least sitting on a TTC budget and not sort of a service that would be allocated as and where the needs arise.
Thanks for the question, and through the chair to you, Commissioner. I think that these are newer programs, and so I think that we've worked as closely as we can together to identify the funding mechanisms we have to respond actually fairly quickly last year with a comprehensive array of social service and community safety interventions. On a go forward, longer period of time, that question I think is a valid one for our city manager and council to take a look at in terms of where, these budget items should sit on a long-term basis. I'll tell you within shelter support and housing, we find ourselves actually often dipping into areas that maybe don't sit within, our line items. And when we get into actually funding things such as mental health supports, harm reduction supports that we feel actually should be with the province, but understand your question, and I think it's a valid one for further conversation in the long term.
Yeah, I would submit that it's the same funder. It's the City of Toronto. It's where we put it that is, I think, right now, maybe allowing certain, reports that we'd have to say, well, wait a minute, we've got this over here, that the TTC is becoming a branch plant of certain social services. Anyway, I know it's a recent problem, and that I appreciate that there's some consideration given to how this will be treated going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. Any other questions? Nope. Okay. I had a couple. So just the first, could we have some sort of report just clarifying the structure for the governance and oversight of these measures? Because I don't think that's clear in terms of who's responsible for what. Just so we have some accountability as for decision making. The second question is just for clarification. Who will be responsible for providing safety for both the passengers and the operators on these buses?
Through the chair, thank you for the questions. Just in terms of your second question is about who is responsible for providing safety for our operators on those buses. There will be security guards on those buses as well, in addition to the streets to home support. So that will provide that support to our operators who are operating those vehicles.
And is that within the contract of the security guards to provide that type of security?
Yes, these security guards that we have do have training specifically to deal with, to address situations with individuals who are in need. So they have that experience, and they've been on our system for the last several months, since February. So they do have that knowledge and capacity to handle the situation. So they would be the ones to provide that support on our vehicles.
So I'm not just talking about knowledge. I'm talking they would be essentially security to a shelter if this is an overnight bus. Is that within the contract that we have? Is that within the legal agreement?
I'd have to defer to my colleague here in terms of the exact agreement with our security guards. But my understanding is that they would have that. But Angela, if you could confirm.
I can, we have the flexibility within that contract to be able to assign these security guards. So if you recall, we had identified 50 security guards that would help as soon as we started this initiative, and that was because we were not fully staffed with special constables. And so we have been recruiting special constables and onboarding new special constables. So we have the flexibility now to move those 50 security guards to do other things, including working on these transport buses.
Thank you. So can you just confirm with Garda, I think that's the name, or Star Security, that they are comfortable with this, taking on this role?
I can confirm. I can bring that back and confirm that to you. Yes.
Thank you. And I just wanted to confirm, is there any additional liability for the TTC if we are becoming a de facto shelter? And does our insurance cover that?
So the first question is, anytime you take on additional responsibilities, you probably take on the additional liability. TTC is generally self-insured, at least for the first $5 million. So in fact, it is you insuring it, or no different than every other accident claim that we have on the system today, which you become the first payer. But our job is to transport people from place A to place B. So if you're transporting them, it would be effectively the same liability. Allowing people to stay on your bus overnight is probably an additional liability.
So can we have further clarification on what that additional liability would look like if we are keeping people on buses overnight?
Sure.
Thank you. Just to change gears a bit, so the report mentions that customer satisfaction with personal safety decreased, even though the number of offenses decreased. Is there any clarification as why there seems to be a disconnect between the reduction in offenses and customer satisfaction with safety?
Through the chair, that is correct. We have seen offenses against customers decline, probably about 45% since this initiative began in January, and we've seen offenses against employees decline during that same period. Customer sense of satisfaction with personal safety, though, has continued to decline. Another place we're looking at is customers calling into TTC with concerns about safety and security. We've seen that decline. So there's a couple of measures that we're using to evaluate customers' overall sense of safety, and we're seeing one decline. And sense of safety not having improved yet. Customer satisfaction is generally a lagging indicator. It takes some time to turn around. And we know that going into this initiative, we anticipated that it would take some time to turn customer satisfaction around and customer satisfaction with personal safety. What we're seeing, though, is that customers are more affected by what they perceive to be an offense, what they perceive to be a sense of safety, the actual incident that they have incurred. Probably they're 4 times more likely to be influenced by what they're hearing and their sense of safety than an actual incident. So that's very much at play right now. And that's what bringing in additional staff into stations to give that additional presence, that sense of security, a place to connect if there's a question, if there's a concern more readily. We know that customers are more likely to approach an individual than they will to any of the devices that we put in place, whether it's alarm, whether it's Safe TTC app. Having a person that's in proximity when something happens is the primary place that they go when there's a place of concern. So we're looking to match this support with where we see our customers' concerns.
Thank you. And just one final quick question. The report doesn't detail, and this is sort of picking off of what Commissioner Osborne was saying, for sustaining these measures beyond the specified timeframes. So where is the money coming from in the long term?
So through the chair, I believe we have a recommendation that's actually in the report. It lays out the request that asking the board to provide the direction that we include the incremental costs, which is the 26.8 million, as part of the 24 budget process for your consideration here, as well as for the City of Toronto's consideration. And should that be approved beyond the first quarter of 2024, for which we need the funds to finish out the winter month, then that would make that a formal and ongoing sustainably funded program.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no further questions, we will. Sure. You want to recess now? Okay. So we're going to recess now for lunch as we're preparing some motions on this item. 2 o'clock. Does that work for everyone? $1:30? 1:30? Okay. We will return it at 1:30. Thank you. Thanks. So we're going to start shortly. So I'm going to ask everyone to take their seats. Thank you. So just confirming with the clerk that we have quorum.
Chair, we do have quorum and we're ready to reconvene.
Okay, great. Just one housekeeping item. I would like to make a motion to move item number 11 to be considered right after item number 3, as we do have a TDSB or TDCSB trustee and student trustee here, and I'd like to have them go next, if that's okay with everybody. Yeah. Okay. All those in favor? Great. Thank you. So now we're going to go for speakers on item 3. No? Councillor Holiday. Or Commissioner Holiday, sorry.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I wondered, Krizan, could you present 2 of the 3 motions? So the 2 motions, one would be thank you. The clerk is just going to present the motions. I had 2 motions. I'll speak to them right off the top. So the first one, and we didn't deal with it in questioning, but I feel very strongly, very much influenced by my work on the city's audit committee about the need to continue to conduct fair inspections, because I think that works part and parcel with safety and order on the public transit system. And so if we're going to be having a plan that invests a whole bunch of resources in community safety and well-being and so on, I think it's important that we look at this element. So it's not a hard directive, but it's asking the organization to look at opportunities to include fair inspections as part of this overall investment and to consider things like cross-training as part of the process. The second motion I had is very simple, and it is to ask that the TTC explore opportunities to recover the costs of the buses that we talked about during the question period. And so, the money is important, but the core of this is about what it is that the TTC does. And in my view, it's about moving people from place to place in the city. But in this case, we are beginning to create and support part of the shelter system. I think everyone around this table knows the importance of that and how critical the situation is. But I do have a concern with asking people that are paying their fare through the fare box to fund the system to also then fund part of the city's shelter system. So it's great that we take a team effort towards solving these complex issues, and certainly if the TTC has buses and other types of resources that we can use to help people out, just like the TTC would send a bus if there was a terrible fire in a large building and people needed an urgent place to shelter. This is an opportunity where people can be helped, especially during the dead of winter. But I think that we should be turning back to the city and saying, it's not the riders that need to fund this operation. It is the city and the city shelter system that should be doing that. And also, in doing that, also recognizes that we are here to provide transit to citizens as our job. But if there's an opportunity to use the assets for those other things, then there should be an agreement between the 2 organizations to do that, and there should be some money for recovery. Otherwise, maybe the last final comment I would say is I did ask the CEO some difficult questions to answer in a short question period, but I am very interested in where we are sending our resources and where we are investing multiple millions of dollars to have people out in the field. And I want to understand better over time how those 70 stations will be staffed with fare collectors, with supervisors, with customer service agents, with different teams that are out there to address individuals that are in need or in crisis and so on. Because there's 70 stations, and I think the board has to be thinking about the allocation of these resources. That $8 million, and I'm just trying to remember those stats, but that could equate to a certain amount of money as an increase on everyone's fare. Call it 5 cents. I don't know what it is, but it's, it's somewhere in there. It's a significant investment. And so a better understanding how that works over time, and I think part of it is it's being figured out as we go along, is very important to me as a board member, that we continue to exercise our diligence in what that set of resources looks like over time. So I think that was an important point in the questioning, but I also would finally say, having people in the stations, identifiable in a vest. If you use public transit, you realize if something untoward is happening, having someone that you can go to report it and ask for help is a step in the right direction. So, I will be supporting the recommendations in this report because I think that ultimate goal is going to make the system safer. It's also going to make the system feel safer. But I will continue to exercise my diligence so long as I'm a board member and look forward to seeing how those resources are deployed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holliday. Does anyone have any questions of the mover? Vice Chair De Laurentiis.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Holliday, that I made the point or asked the question where, at the end of that presentation around the capacity and adequacy of the shelter. So I wonder if you would consider an addendum that would speak to that, because we've got the buses, we'll understand the cost, but ultimately we're delivering people somewhere, and if the somewhere is not adequate, or has no capacity, basically go around in circles. And so I think we need to understand both sides of it, and then we can provide some, proper guidance and governance on this issue, as well as perhaps concrete recommendations that we sent to other parts of the city in terms of what they can.
Commissioner De Laurentiis, you're breaking up a bit when you speak, so maybe try speaking without your video on. It's hard to hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Chair, to the Commissioner, to respond to the question, I am amenable to amendments or adjustments to the motion. But I want to be clear, there's no intention in the motion to fetter the ability of either the TTC staff or the City of Toronto and their departments to use the assets, whether it's for the movement of individuals from Union Station to shelters, or if they're going to use them otherwise as waiting spaces or so on. I see that as an operational issue. The intent of the motion, as I put before, is to cast that dividing line to say, we are a public transit service agency, and if the City of Toronto wants to borrow our assets to help with an issue that is being solved, so be it. We hope that they will pay us to do so, but there's a break in terms of the TTC's responsibility to that of the City of Toronto. And I want to delineate that with this motion. And if you have a better way to do that, I'm most open to that. But I didn't want to fetter their ability to use those assets.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Any other questions of
Okay.
Commissioner Holliday?
Could I just respond? Sorry.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I appreciate how you're trying to delineate this. So I'll withdraw my recommendation, but perhaps just underline that as a board, in order to understand fully how our assets are being used, we need to also understand the other side of the equation. So I'll just leave that as a request, as I made during the presentation, that we, the team just bring back that data so we understand it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow.
I have a motion, and my motion, in essence, is to request an update on the move-along policy along with the use of buses at the next TTC board meeting, considering the winter plan from the city, so that we can consider this holistically. And it's written intentionally in general to allow for the board to consider any option that we might want to pursue at that meeting based on the feedback that we received from both TTC and city staff at the time. The reason, this is essentially an insurance policy for us, I would describe it as. The line of questioning that all of us have had, I think, reflects perhaps a common concern about the use of the buses in particular. While we recognize that there has been a very laudable effort by city and TTC staff to work together in a collaborative way to arrive at solutions to making the TTC more safe, which is one of the greatest priorities of Toronto residents today. The use of the buses from just a fiduciary perspective, there's something that doesn't sit right with, I think, some of us about the idea of the TTC, which is chronically underfunded, to, in essence, be subsidizing shelter services out of this budget. And there's something fundamentally concerning about that we need to address. But even if, let's say, the TTC did that, and the end result was that we were contributing to solving society's ills, that we were contributing to the safety and well-being of all residents, including those who are experiencing homelessness. We need to understand how these buses are genuinely going to contribute to that goal. If A, the shelter system is at capacity and these buses are not able to take anyone to anywhere because there's nowhere to go to take them in, will buses end up being a de facto stopgap shelter for some people? Yes, they may have access to food or bathrooms in certain facilities, but I didn't hear a plan that really told me that that has all been thought out or planned out in a way that we understand yet. Council has not heard the winter plan from city staff, and we don't understand how this jibes with that. And ultimately, with respect to the move-along policy, when shelters are capacity or when individuals don't feel safe in the shelter system, that needs to be addressed as well. And we need to understand what our protocol is. So that all being said, I want to just conclude by applauding TTC and city staff for working together, recognizing that nothing replaces the assurance that real human beings provide when they are in the system, available and accessible to riders, to provide them information, and even just knowing that there's somebody there who's responsible for the environment that they're in. Since many of the fare collectors were made redundant due to Presto, some of our stations remain kind of these very kind of empty feeling places. And more people will provide a safer feeling environment. You're on the right track. You're doing you're on the right path. But I think the question about the role and the use of the buses, I think it's fair to infer, based on the questions I've heard around the table today, that there are many commissioners who share the concerns that I've expressed, and this motion will provide us a moment, if soon after the winter plan is provided to council, for us to then collect the information and decide if we want to continue on this path, if we're satisfied, or if there's amendments that we'd like to make.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Does anyone have any questions of the mover? Commissioner Osborne?
I might, and it maybe speaks to the motion itself, is I'm wondering who the best author of that report might be if they in fact work for one of the social services departments, because we would be a smaller part of that winter plan. So anyway, I just posit that.
With the humility of being a new member of this board, I can't prescribe that. I would assume, and please nod, that this would be through Mr. Leary, and then Mr. Leary will work with the relevant TTC and city staff to ensure that information is provided to us in a way that we can digest and understand and respond to. Is that fair? Okay.
Thank you. Vice Chair De Laurentiis, do you have your hand up to ask a question?
Sorry, I didn't take it down. Apologies.
No worries.
I'm not paying as much attention as I should.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. So seeing no more questions for the mover, thank you very much. And I have a motion of my own. Okay. Well, I'll start speaking about it. So this is just, these are just report backs. So these are not asking the TTC to take any specific action. And these are based, can you go down? These are based on my conversations that I've been having with TTC employees over the past month. So the first is to examine the feasibility of redeploying injured employees as community safety ambassadors and/or customer service reps in stations to increase employee visibility. We have a lot of employees who are currently on light duties who are at home. I would like to see the feasibility of perhaps redeploying these employees to lighter duties, directing people at the station, just increasing the presence overall of the station to have that sense of safety. The second part of the motion is providing enhanced support and counseling beyond the enhanced employee assistance program for employees that are the witnesses and or victims of crimes. So we have the Enhanced Employee Assistance Program, which is available to all TTC employees. However, unfortunately, some employees are at a higher risk of seeing or experiencing things that go beyond what the average TTC employee will encounter. I'm thinking specifically of the bus operators, the special constables, the fare inspectors. Based on my conversations of what, some of the things they have to deal with, suicides, deaths, overdoses, or maybe the bus operators are the victims of assaults. So I would just like to see if we could provide something beyond that, beyond what we're currently providing to all employees to help them to provide the safety that they need, whether that be enhanced counseling, trauma support, so on. The third part of the motion is requiring transit control to have a special constable or other law enforcement trained specialist 24/7. Right now, we have special constables in transit control only until 10 o'clock, Monday to Friday. None are on weekends, so there's a gap. Transit control employees and special constables have, both expressed the value and the need to have someone with law enforcement expertise in that room when situations occur. And they've been very, very clear about this, that this is not something that can be done by anyone. This is someone that requires some sort of specialized training. So I'd like to reduce that gap that currently exists from 10 to whenever they start again and on weekends. Number 4 is reviewing the number of court advocates. Currently, there are 2 for the entire TTC. And court advocates support TTC employees that have been the victims and or witnesses of violent crimes, and they provide support to employees and report back to the board as part of the budget process as to whether this number is sufficient. 2 is quite a low number for an organization with, I think, 13,000 employees. And they themselves have expressed that they are stretched to provide the level of care and support that's needed to support employees These are not just employees that are the victims of crimes. These are employees that maybe witness crimes, stabbings, shootings, assaults, and that can also take a toll on these employees. So again, just making sure they have the support they need. Number 5 is to report back to the board as part of the budget process the retention rates for special constables, starting with the class of 2018 and each subsequent class year thereafter, in order to ensure the TTC ends its reliance on private security guards. One of the concerns I've heard from the special constables is the retention rate. So we have this plan to hire 60 special constables, but if more than half of them are gone in 2 years, 3 years, that's going to be very expensive because we're going to be spending a lot of money to train them, but then they're not going to stay, and then we're going to have to keep using private security guards. So I want to make sure that, one, we have a clear line of sight as to how many of the special constables that we train, that we currently onboard, are actually staying on. And if it is a low number, to maybe come up with some strategies or ask TTC staff to come up with strategies on how to fix that. Finally, number 6 is partnering with organizations such as the Young Business Improvement Area on the potential to create de-escalation training and/or education for customers, starting with targeted groups such as seniors, women, and/or students. This was based on a conversation I had yesterday with the executive director of the Young BIA of how many customers could potentially benefit from de-escalation training. So, for example, many customers don't know that if you press the yellow bar, that the train will not stop in the station. It will stop at the next stop. So a lot of them don't press the yellow bar because they don't want to be stuck underground while something is happening. So just providing opportunities and forums for that kind of education or training, this is something the Young BIA says they are happy to do. They do this kind of de-escalation training with small businesses. So just exploring if we can do something for transit users in terms of giving them the tools that they feel that they need to ride the TTC safely. And happy to take any questions. Yes?
Chair, may I ask you just about number 3? If I recall, that's just about having a special constable or a trained individual in transit control. Could you elaborate a little bit further about what you anticipate that individual would do and why they would need the special training? Because I guess the point I would make is the resources are finite, and if it comes down to choosing to have someone in the control center versus in the field, we might want to think about that. And maybe I'm getting ahead of myself because the report will deal with it.
No, that's a great question. So what I've heard from my conversations is that the Toronto Police Services actually prefers having someone with law enforcement training when they are doing investigations so that they can ensure that these investigations are carried out properly. For example, if there is someone who has committed an assault on the TTC, it helps to have someone with a law enforcement background to disseminate that information quickly versus having someone without that kind of specialized knowledge trying to figure that out. And sort of dealing with these types of issues, they can be quite graphic sometimes. So really having those people with that specialized training handling these situations rather than having your average transit control employees trying to deal with them. They've said, both the transit control employees and the special constables, that this is something that they need.
Okay, so just so my takeaway is you're not prescribing that literally a special constable be placed in there, but you're looking for an improvement in the process and capability so that the law enforcement dimension is better responded to. So it could be a variety of things that responds to that. It could be placing a person in, but it may also be training, I think is what it says.
It would probably have to be someone with law enforcement experience from what I've heard, and this is why I've just asked for a report back. Currently, there are employees, special constables who are there. They are on light duties. So this was done as a temporary measure.
Okay.
And they've actually found it to be quite effective in identifying assailants, which is why they've requested it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Question, Chair Myers. if you're still taking questions.
Yes, I am.
I had a question on your last point around de-escalation training for customers, and I just want to get super clear on the language. Are we talking more about awareness for customers on how they can use TTC tools to help make a better or safer environment, or are we talking about working with organizations to train methods and approaches to preventing violence? And the reason why I ask is because I think if it's the latter, it potentially causes some concerns around how we think about customers as resources for the TTC. And I don't know what the potential implications are on that, but at a high level, does that mean that we are encouraging customers to step into perilous situations?
No. So thank you for that clarification. So this would be, for instance, giving customers giving riders education on how to use the TTC safely. So, for example, maybe saying to younger people, maybe don't turn your AirPods up all the way so that you can hear what's going around. How to deal with the situation if you are being assaulted. What do you actually do? A lot of people don't really know what they would do. So just giving them the tools to, respond appropriately in those types of situations where they can feel threatened, I think is something that is worth exploring.
Point of inquiry. How does that differ from some of the awareness campaigns that the TTC already has in play to educate the consumer on the various tools that exist within the TTC ecosystem to help with that?
So I think I'm not sure about those specific
And the reason,
campaigns that you're talking about.
The yellow bar, for example, was the example that you used.
Right. So I didn't know about the yellow bar until I had this conversation. I thought the yellow bar would stop you in the train, in the tunnel. And I think a lot of people could benefit from this type of training or knowledge. It might be that we just have something in the TTC, a poster saying, if you press the yellow bar, it will not stop the train immediately. So people have that knowledge that just what happens to how to use these tools. I think it could benefit people. But again, it's just exploring the idea. If it's something that we're already doing, then obviously that I don't want to repeat something, but I think maybe having something more targeted to specific groups, seniors, students, and I think the other category was women, and those were the groups that had reported the highest rates of feeling unsafe while taking the TTC. Maybe giving them some specific tools, knowledge, education would help win them back to the system.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sachs, or
Yeah.
Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, Chair. Thank you for your thoughtful recommendations. I appreciate you looking into them, these matters so carefully. And as you probably know, the Downtown Young BIA, which has developed this de-escalation training, is in my ward. And so I have looked in detail into the training. First of all, are you aware it's a 6-hour course that costs at least $25 a person?
No.
Okay. The second thing is, have you consulted any women's groups to find out whether telling people they need self-defense training to go on the TTC is likely to encourage women to go on the TTC?
So this is not self-defense training. This was based on a conversation I had yesterday with the executive director of the Young BIA.
Yeah.
This is really giving people the knowledge of what to do in these situations. We've all been on the TTC where something has happened that has made us feel uncomfortable. Some of us are, I would say, more comfortable with those types of situations than others would be, based on a variety of factors. Some people might want to touch the yellow bar. Some people might just get up and walk away, depending on what their comfort level is. If someone decides to touch the yellow bar, and I'm just using this example because this is the example we talked about, they should have confidence as to what actually happens so that they feel comfortable that they're not making a worse situation worse.
Right.
A bad situation worse, sorry.
Mr. Chair, would you be open to what I hope you'll see as a friendly amendment? I think we're going entirely down the wrong route, looking at the de-escalation training that the Downtown Young BIA has developed for businesses. As I say, it's a very intensive kind of training meant to allow people to defend their premises. would you be open to an amendment to, instead to ask for a report on opportunities to improve customer awareness of their options in a situation that gives them concern?
Yeah,
That I could support.
yeah. I threw that in there because I was talking to them. But yeah, if that's language that makes you feel more comfortable, absolutely.
And also, the Downtown Young BIA, I don't know, are you aware that I've been pushing them to make these training available, for example, to condo boards, receptionists at multi-unit residential building, and their capacity is already stretched trying to provide that. So I doubt if they have capacity to do more, but I don't think we would want them to anyway.
No, okay, it was something they had actually initiated or she brought up.
Yeah.
So that's why I said we can maybe look at this, but if you would like something more generic, I'm happy to do that.
I think we'd be much safer.
Yeah, I'll take that as a friendly amendment. Commissioner Osborne.
I echo some of the concerns on item 6. I just really worry that we are going to be reinforcing a problem that the data has indicated is actually turning around a little bit, so I would exercise extreme caution on that. But generally, I find that while I have no issue with what we're talking about, those 6 items, that some of them are fairly granular, and many of them are interdependent with other items that aren't on the list. So, for example, puts and takes on staffing, budgetary ins and outs, and I'm wondering how much of this can be looked at of those 6 on their own. And if maybe this is maybe not board, but separate conversation just to throw these items into the mix to make sure that staff are aware of them.
So this is just a report back.
Yeah.
This is not asking anyone to do anything. So this was lined up so that when we have the budget discussion at the end of this year, we would have this information as how much this would actually cost if we were to go through this. And do we have would this require additional resources to do any of this? And what are the benefits versus the costs? And is this actually worth it? So this is things that I've heard from staff directly who've come to me and spoken to me. So I get that it's granular, but these are items that I saw that weren't reflected in the safety plan as presented. And I told the staff, if you have issues or things that you think could make the TTC safe, feel free to reach out, and they did. So this is more their list, except number 6, that was mine. But this is really their list in terms of things they need to feel safe and to do their job more effectively.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. I do think, though, that it's starting to get really small when we're talking about one head count here at the level of the board, that's all.
No, it's a fair point, but I mean, that 1 or 2 head count at transit control makes a difference. I get the transit control emails, and if you see what the staff actually go through, it's incredible. So if this is what they say they need to do their job, I'm going to take it up. So yeah, I get it can be granular, and I don't plan to be this granular on most of my motions. But if this is like the specific, easy things that we can do to make them feel safe in their jobs, I think we as a board have a responsibility to make sure we're providing as safe an environment as possible for our employees. Thank you. Any other questions? All right.
I have a question.
Commissioner Moyes.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Some of my concerns have been echoed already, but these are all recommendations or report back, I take it, right? Nothing is actually to be implemented.
The report backs, yes.
Okay. Because, I mean, one of the things I'm concerned about, for example, is redeploying employees who are on light duties. I mean, I'm concerned about contracts and what's suitable and what's not, right? I mean, again, that's very operational, so I don't know the ins and outs of that, but again, if it's a report back, that's fine. I know that the 24/7 special constables you mentioned here, I mean, there's a cost associated with that as well. And I know it's may impact the budget. Again, this is a report back, but and we know that there's a lot of problems regarding budgets already. The other piece that you have here is retention of special constables. I know that just speaking by Toronto Police and others, that it's hard to retain people because they move to other police services. They get hired on by special constables here in TTC, get hired on by other police organizations. I know that, for example, even downtown, we're trying to have more traffic wardens, and they're being we hire them, and they get hired on by other police services, not only in Toronto but even elsewhere. So I'm sure the TTC have similar issues as well. But again, this is a report back, so I will consider that for sure. But I just wanted to just put out there what my thoughts are around those issues.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Feel free to comment.
Sorry, just one point. Have we, where did we land on changing the language around the escalation training?
I was accepting Councillor or Commissioner Sax's recommended language. Have you sent that to? Yeah, okay. Can we start voting? So the first items I will put up are the motions by Commissioner Holiday. For voting. Do I have to redo that? No? Okay. So all those in favor of the all those in favor of the item? Show of hands. Okay, item is adopted. Opposed? Okay, good. Next item. Amendment, yeah. Okay, my first one. Next amendment, please. Yeah.
While we get the screen back up, the motion we're voting on, that the TTC Board direct the Commission to recover costs from the City of Toronto for special buses provided for people waiting or provided for direct transport of people to shelters.
All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? The amendment is carried.
Next motion from Commissioner Matlow is on your screen.
All those in favor of the amendment by Commissioner Matlow? Item is carried unanimously. And frozen, okay. Well, all those in favor of the amendment that I moved? Recorded vote?
Oh. Yep.
It's yours. Okay. Okay. I think that was carried unanimously. Okay. Okay, great. Item is amended. Great, okay. Item is carried. Next, we will move to item number 11. So that is a notice of motion, a step towards free transit for middle and high school students. And we will start with questions. Start with deputants, sorry. I have Alan Yule.
If you just allow me a minute for the screen to catch up to you. I hope you allow me to go off route for just a moment because I want to comment on the fact that last month the TTC lent 10 buses to Durham Region because they suffered a fire that wiped out almost a third of their fleet. Can you hear me now? Okay. I want to make sure everybody knows that the TTC lent 10 buses out to Durham Region because they suffered a fire that wiped out almost a third of their fleet. 10 buses to us is a rounding error. 10 buses to Durham Region meant they could actually do service this month. I thought it was a classy move and it should be commented on. Rick and his staff did a very good job. The abuse these buses will get in Durham Region is nothing compared to the abuse they get in our region. So they will come back nicely rested. But they allowed Durham Region to actually provide transit. And I thought that should be commented on. This motion was inspired by the decade-old program in Kingston that provides free transit for high school students. There's a lot that City Council can learn from Kingston, the City of Kingston. Hint, they properly fund their transit. So let's take a closer look. They have a monthly pass of $80 and a bulk fare discount of $275. This means it's 29 trips to break even on a monthly pass there. We have a monthly pass of $156 and a Presto discount of $330. It's 47 trips to break even here. Their fare discount equivalent is $20 a month. Ours is $120 a month, actually $123.25. It takes 59 trips to break even on a discount fare pass. If we look west to Kitchener-Waterloo, their GRT has record ridership this month. Their Metro passes, both low income and monthly standard one, work out to 30 trips a month. We are not ready for this motion. The TTC has bigger priorities. I'm not against making things more affordable in Toronto. I'm in favor of the school trip pass. It would use non-rush hour capacity already available on the TTC. The TTC can always use more fare media options. This would be cheaper for TDSB and other Toronto school boards than chartering a bus. Adopting this motion will not significantly increase our ridership. It would also already hurt our precarious revenue issues. Our first priority is to fix our ridership numbers. Ridership is returning to or exceeding pre-COVID levels across many transit agencies. Ridership is returning faster in agencies that have a 3 and free pricing model. 3 weeks, Monday to Friday, and the 4th week free. Instead of the 3 and free model of marketing, we're using a 5 and are you still alive model. From earlier this year, most of the TTC board that knows that the provincial average is 30.3 trips per month to break even. Fixing our monthly pass ratio and bringing it closer to the provincial average is a higher priority than this motion. If you approve this motion, you'll be wasting TTC staff time and costing us money. You'll only be Jerry Maguired in 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you, Alan. We will now go to Nancy Crawford.
And this is student trustee David Bashai. I am the chair of the Toronto Catholic District School Board, and I also represent the students and families of Ward 12, which is Scarborough, Guildwood, and Scarborough Southwest. We are here before you on behalf of our Board of Trustees. We unanimously support TTC Board motion, a step towards free transit for middle and high school students, moved by Commissioners Sachs and Ainsley. The Board of Trustees passed a motion at our board meeting on September 21st in favor of us speaking today on this important initiative. As you may be aware, the Toronto Catholic District School Board continues to promote and support healthy and environmentally sustainable lifestyles among our more than 190 school communities across the City of Toronto. A key aspect of fulfilling this objective is by encouraging staff, students, and families to use public transit provided by the Toronto Transit Commission to meet their travel needs when attending school or going on school field trips. I encourage all of you to support this motion. You would be building on the TTC's current commitment to students by extending it to older students, and you would benefit the city for decades to come. On a short personal note, I have been an appreciative TTC rider since I moved to Toronto in 1976. And now, student trustee David Bashai.
Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize for my voice. My name is David Bashai, and I serve as a student trustee for the Toronto Catholic District School Board. Students recognize the important role the TTC plays in their lives and in economic prosperity, and so do universities like Harvard and Waterloo, who've released studies indicating that access to public transportation is the biggest indicator of escaping poverty for the students and their communities. With so many families living paycheck to paycheck, we must accept the difficult reality that taking public transportation to school has become a luxury for some students. I've always made it clear that to expect students to succeed, we must give them the resources to do so. This motion would allow students to experience hands-on learning without their educators asking for donations to take them on those experiences and field trips. This motion lets students know that they will always have a safe, reliable, and cost-free method of transportation to and from school. We've seen the impact steps like this can have, not just in other places in Kingston or other places in North America, but in our very own city when the decision was made to provide free transit to those under 12. This motion, at least for me and students, is so much more than a step forward. It's a relief for our families and students across our city and a change that could impact generations to come. We hope you can all support this motion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions of the deputants? Yeah, Commissioner Ainsley and then Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you, Nancy and David. Thank you for coming in. David, to you particularly, do you have friends of yours that have trouble, so for school trips, if you have to take the TTC somewhere or go downtown, do they have trouble scrounging for bus fare, for lack of a better word, to make the trips?
100%, yeah. There's so many students, not just in my school, but across our school board, whose families have trouble getting the money. I mean, if you do the math, it's a fair amount, and I recognize that my family's in a blessed privilege to pay it, but some aren't. I know that our school board does subsidize some tickets for students for certain co-op experiences, but school boards have trouble meeting the demand of tickets to provide for students.
Okay, and this, you also belong to, sorry, the acronym CSLIT.
Yeah.
Which is kids from across the city. So are you hearing similar stories from your fellow members of CSLIT?
Yeah, even in CSLIT, we did outreach to almost every single student council in our board, and access and funding to transportation was one of our biggest things, and was actually made a pillar for CSLIT last year. So.
Okay, all right, thank you. Appreciate you coming in and waiting to make your deputation.
No problem.
Well done.
Thank you, Commissioner Ainsley. Commissioner Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I also wanted to say thank you very much for coming, supporting my motion, sitting here all morning and waiting until we got to. Really appreciate it. Have you noticed opportunities to take additional school trips that would be valuable for you and your friends' education that the school just can't do because of the cost of transit?
100%. So there's a lot of different field trip opportunities. I know a lot of them were limited by COVID. So teachers are sort of trying to get more hands-on learning within the classroom and more experiences for schools. And they're really, really beneficial for students. But a lot of times teachers are put in the position of asking for donations to go on those field trips, to provide funding or get a bus, or to pay for the TTC tickets that might be required to take maybe the 60 students to go on that field trip. So yeah, there's definitely value, but teachers are struggling to make it happen.
Right. Now, we're not in a position right away to go to free transit for high school students, much as I would like to, though I'm working in that direction. So this would be a couple of first steps. Do you think these first steps would make a material difference to you and other students?
100%. I mean, every step matters towards something like this, but I think also just letting students know that people care about their access to transportation and to school and to field trips, just letting them know that their voice matters and that things like that matter for them is really important.
Right. And do you think students would be more willing and more comfortable to take TTC if they've had the opportunity to go in a group in a way that feels safe?
100%. I mean, I definitely have a lot of TTC memories from elementary school, going there. And it really just raises students' comfort level taking it and just can get students a lot more familiar with it. Yeah.
Right. So if a student, reaches grade 8 or 9 and hasn't got experience taking the TTC by themselves, can that be nerve-wracking? Could that deter them from taking the TTC?
100%. Yeah. Students hear different things about it. And I think until that they've tried it for themselves or gotten a useful experience with it, it's really difficult for them to take that first step forward into actually taking it.
Right. And if we want to cultivate people with a lifetime TTC habit, is high school the best time to start?
It definitely is. I mean, so many students across our board and across our city rely on the TTC to get to school. And I don't think any of them are going to stop taking the TTC once they go out. So yeah, it's very important.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Holliday.
Thank you for speaking to us today. Maybe either of the trustees could answer. Could you tell me and the commission what the policy is for school excursions right now? Does the board require students to pay the transportation, or does the board collect money from the students for the whole trip and then disperse it back? Just how does it, what's the mechanism? It's been a long time since I was in school, so I don't remember how it worked.
Do you want to speak on it?
Thank you for the question. And if I may, thank you all for moving the item up. Much appreciated. There is the Catholic school, what's the L stand for? Leadership in Innovation team meeting today up at our board headquarters. Thank you for how do field trips get funded. There's various ways. Parent councils raise money to cover the cost of field trips. Students who cannot pay are regularly subsidized by one of our internal official charities, the Angel Foundation for Learning, and the parents themselves.
Just help me with, just in terms of the policy, does the teacher tell the students, okay, don't forget your Presto card today because we're going on a trip, or does the teacher organize, or maybe the organizers, do they organize the transportation? Whether it's on a bus, like a chartered bus, or if it's through public transit, is it kind of unified, or do they leave it to the individuals to put the money into the fare box? I remember school trips when I was young. There were tickets back then, right? And the teacher would come out with a big sheet of them. But, that's many years ago. It must be different now.
Thank you. And David, I'm sure you can contribute to this one too, but it's my understanding that it's organized as a group and that the teacher would organize things ahead of time through the TTC. Do you have
Okay, and
some comment?
is it different for the different ages, high school versus small kids?
Well, different in many ways in terms of numbers and safety and staff ratios. But do you mean specifically in terms of the
System
paying the fare?
organized, yeah.
I would imagine it's organized, by the teachers involved in both cases.
Okay. And I guess you're really speaking to high school, though, at this juncture, because it wouldn't really.
Age 12 and up, so grades 7 and 8, and then 9 to 12.
Okay.
So both. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now I guess we can move to questions of staff. Is that what you're, yeah, okay. Commissioner Osborne?
First of all, I would like to salute David. You are an outstanding presenter, really. You have a bright future in politics if you choose to go down that road. Well done. So I'm just wondering, and it was actually the other deputant, Mr. Yule, who made me think about this. I'm wondering, we are already doing a fair policy. If this is, Wendy? Angela? If this might already be on the docket.
Through the chair. So as you've correctly said, we did do a 5-year fare policy. We did look at everything from free fares all the way to full cost recovery. We did not isolate youth fares as part of this work, but we can come back to the board with a breakdown of costs and implications in terms of ridership.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. Commissioner Jagdeo.
Thank you, Chair Myers. So I caveat this by saying two things. I am not a parent. Don't really have ambitions to be a parent, but I feel that's going to be forced upon me one day. So this is, yeah, by all means, there's live footage of it. But I guess I'm struggling with some of the language in the motion, and there's a couple things So I think Alan makes a really good point on, is this really the thing that we should be focusing our time on, assuming that the board needs to hear a report at our next meeting. I'm also cognizant that we've done some work on the fare policy and innovation, and I'm sure staff can go back and try to evaluate this, but then I start to wonder just whether or not this is really worth our time, per se. If we're trying to do this in off-peak periods, that's what, 11 a.m. Eastern to 3:30 p.m. Eastern. So that's 4 hours of time for a trip. I don't think that's as feasible. And just very, very basic number crunching, assuming, and I have no internet, but assuming the TDSB students, Catholic District School Board students, targeting 50% at 1.5 field trips a year with fares unsubsidized, we're probably looking at 2.6 to 2.8 million in terms of costs. So TDSB's got a pretty big budget. I don't understand why they can't subsidize some of this themselves. So I don't know. It just seems like we should either change the language so that the management can get back to us when is appropriate versus next meeting, or not consider this at all.
From my understanding, it's not next meeting that the language has been amended, that they're not getting back to us next meeting. It is January.
January?
Yes.
Question to staff?
Yeah, of course.
Is this burdensome? Is this enough time?
So through the chair, I'll answer that. We have advised the commissioner that we do need to work with the city, because this is not just about whether the TTC would give free fares. In some ways, this is more of a granting program, potentially, so we have to work with the city. So we've asked for the amendment to early Q1 2024, so we could work on those, various options.
Okay. Commissioner Sacks, do you have questions of staff?
Yes, yes, in terms of the first motion about school trips, is it correct that there are now many hours, including a lot of time on Mondays and Fridays, when the TTC is running vehicles that have a lot of empty space? Is that correct?
That's correct, Councilor. More than the middle of the week, correct.
Right. And so there are many hours in which, if the bus is running anyway, what is the marginal cost for having kids on it than not having kids on it? It's not the full value of the fare they would otherwise pay if they could pay it, correct?
So through the chair, today we have a youth that represent about 10% of our ridership based on our current service levels. And so they are full paying individuals today. So that would be a loss in revenue as we would deem it.
But with all due respect, I'm not asking you yet what it would cost us to give all students free access. My question was, if you're running a bus anyway, and there's empty space on it, what is the marginal cost of having a school group in that empty space? It's pretty small, isn't it? The actual additional cost to the TTC of having the school group using the empty space, isn't it true that that's pretty marginal?
Through the chair, I guess it would depend on the level of activity given the free access. You are defining the time period as non-peak, which is between 9 and 3 p.m. as we would define it. So that's a fairly lengthy period of time. And we do know today, based on the bulk sales of tickets that the school boards do purchase, that in 2022, they actually purchased about $4 million of tickets for this very purpose. So we would have to understand really where we are capacity off-peak, which is where we see our higher level of activity against what those sales would be. But that's part of the work that we would like to do.
Right, but let's start with my basic point, which is if empty space is used, the TTC doesn't incur a financial loss that is equivalent to the amount of the ticket because you're running the bus anyway. Do you have any marginal costs other than a little bit of extra fuel if you put kids in an empty bus?
If you assume it's an empty bus, then there would be very little cost. However, we are foregoing revenue based on those that are purchased today for this very purpose.
Okay, so, but let's be clear about the difference. It's not the value, the full value of the ticket if they could afford to buy the tickets. So when we spoke earlier, I think you identified that there are two groups. There are some tickets that maybe the school boards wouldn't buy anymore, and you've told us that's about 4 million. But there may also be a lot of other school groups that aren't traveling because they can't afford it, and particularly in the lower income parts of the city. And there would be little or no extra cost to the TTC if they're traveling in an empty bus that you're running anyway. Isn't that right?
If you assume that it were to be free, then there would be very little additional cost. But if you would assume that all school boards should pay for all field trips, then it's foregone revenue.
If it would happen anyway. I mean, I guess the point is that there is a difference between the full price of a ticket, and I understand my second question is about full price tickets that kids could actually use to get to school during peak hours, because that's how you get to school, kids to school on time that they graduate. And that would be a cost, and I can understand you looking to the city for money for this. But the first piece is part of the Kingston program. Have you had an opportunity to look at the extraordinary success of the Kingston program in increasing equity in the city, increasing transit ridership, and reducing climate pollution by, and one of the things they did to start with is letting school trips travel without charge. Have you looked at the amazing impact that that has had over the last decade in Kingston?
So through the chair, that's the work that we would like to do to understand the program better when we report back in conjunction with the city.
Right. Do you agree that there is at least the potential that this is a really good long-term investment for the TTC and not just a short-term loss in some undetermined amount of revenue?
So through the chair, we would be examining all opportunities to increase ridership, and we would have to understand all the implications associated with what that would take.
You're aware, I take it, that the Kingston program has operated for 11 years and has been immensely successful in increasing transit ridership, not only by students, but also by their students as they grow up. Are you aware of that?
In the limited amount of time I've had to do some reading, yes, I've gotten the broad strokes of the program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Matlow. Okay. Okay. Commissioner Holliday.
Can I just understand better, how do school boards buy fares from the TTC? How do they do it now?
So through the chair, up until I think it was July of '22, we actually sold what we called bulk purchases. So that came to an end, and now that is purchased through various other means. Angela, do you know where the?
Through the chair, so the school boards and the city agencies who purchase bulk fare media previously from us now purchase it directly from Presto. And Presto has provided them with machine-readable tickets that can be used for adults, youth, and for seniors.
So do we know, can we guess roughly, how many Presto tickets do high schools purchase each year for the purposes of trips? Or just even just generally for students? I heard $4 million before, but maybe
So-
that's not out of context.
Yeah. So through the chair, we had to do some quick reconciliations of our own to determine what we know that they did spend. So what they spent is in dollars, not in actual tickets, but it was worth about $4 million in 2022. That does not include any other layering of tickets that they may have on hand, because they will hold them until they need to use them. So that would be sort of a secondary element that we're not aware of, and we would have to talk to the school boards about it. But it is their practice to purchase in bulk.
Okay, let's rough numbers here. A discounted fare rate for a student, $2, something around there? So that's
$240.
$240. Oh, so that's even less. I was gonna say that's 2 million trips. So it's even less than that. So, if there's I don't know, I'll throw a number out there, 100,000 high school students, I'm not understanding how all that adds up. What are all these things used for? I've got 2 high schoolers. I mean, they don't go on 10 trips a year. They might go on a couple. I'm just trying to understand the magnitude of this issue and, you know, what we're getting at here in terms of a fare concession. Has anyone done any of that analysis?
So through the chair, that's the work that we need to do, and that's why we're asking for a report back. We were just able to get some preliminary estimates from what had been spent last year, but we need to work with Presto as well as the school boards to understand better. But the actual types of trips would be, you know, those would be items that are information that would have to come from the school boards.
Okay, maybe one last question. I'll be respectful of the time. Besides field trips, do the schools use purchased fare for anything else?
Through the chair, typically the school boards would also use fare media to give to students who may have difficulty getting to and from school. So that would also be a method why they use the fare media.
Okay, so what I heard, I thought was around $4 million. I respect very much the rough numbers, you know, you're pulling them up quickly here in a room, but it gives you an order of magnitude, and then you can work backwards on fares and figure out what's being used. Okay, thank you for allowing the questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Vice Chair De Laurentiis, did you have questions of staff, or did you want to speak?
No, I do. I had a question, actually, of Councillor Sachs. Is that allowed at this point?
Yes.
Did I miss my window?
Oh, even if it's
Okay.
not, even if you did, I'll allow it.
Thank you so much. And shall I turn my video off, or I'm getting as close to the screen as I can, so
You're
make
good.
sure you can hear me. I'm good, okay. So when I read this, and Councillor Sachs was good enough to send it all to all of us a while ago, I thought it was an admirable objective to get, students on transit. As a Catholic high school student, I certainly could not have got to my high school without transit because walking would have been too far. But it struck me when I read it that much of the work, much of the information, should really come from the school boards to the TTC. And so my question was going to, should we really frame, and then would you be um, uh, trying to
Vice Chair De
reframe it?
Laurentiis, can you turn your camera off? You're breaking up again. Sorry to cut
Okay.
you off.
Sorry. And it struck me that much of the work should be done by the school board. They know the students, they know the trips, they know those who have the need. And so would you be amenable to turning it back to the school board and say, look, give us some really good data? When we look at other cities, they're obviously interesting as a comparison, but they're not true comparisons. The data, you really cannot, other than in a very general way, extract the experience and apply it to Toronto. So that was going to be my question to Councillor Sachs, is that really we ought to start with asking the school board to come and provide a well-argued and research case that then the staff can look at and add data to, rather than doing it the other way around. We are asking, I think, the staff to take on a fairly significant project otherwise.
Well, I have spoken to the school boards, and they are certainly going to be cooperative and provide any information they can. We would have had a letter of support today from the Toronto District School Board, but their meeting is tomorrow. So to get authority to come here today, they would have had to approve it tomorrow. But they will certainly provide information. I think it is appropriate, however, for the TTC staff to be taking the lead in providing us with a report. The Kingston experience, which I've already mentioned, has been recognized around the world as an outstandingly effective intervention at comparatively low cost, which achieves the three big objectives: one, of improving transit ridership; second, of reducing inequality; and thirdly, of reducing climate pollution. And, it's a made in Canada, made in Ontario innovation that's now being rolled out across Canada and other places. It's been recognized internationally as being one of the top 10 climate interventions that's possible for municipalities to do. And so the particular thing that I've focused on is what can we do that uses empty space on TTC vehicles right now. And the TTC knows when it has empty space on its vehicles. The school boards do not. And admittedly, this has changed significantly from the way we were in 2014, when we all sort of had a sense as to when the streetcars and buses and subways were full and when they were not full, but it's different now. So it's, I think that given the proven success of this initiative, on, among other things, increasing transit ridership, which is one of our objectives here, as well as our shared objectives of Transform TO, which the TTC is part of, as well as our equity objectives, which the TTC is always trying to serve, that it makes sense for the TTC to be leading this initiative and at least coming back to us and say, when can we allow these trips that has essentially no marginal cost to the TTC? The second part of the motion, which is about transit passes for groups like Pathways to Education, that would have a cost, and I understand that the TTC would be looking to the city to say, this would cost us, picking a number out of the air, $1 million. Do you have $1 million to put into this? That I'd understand, and maybe I could raise that money from philanthropists, I don't know. But the first question we need from the TTC is, what's a reasonable number about the passes? But the school trips shouldn't cost the TTC anything, or almost nothing. A bus weighs so much. It doesn't weigh that much more when you've got 20 kids on it. And so the fuel that you use is not much more. The staff that you need is no more. The route that you need to go is no more. So the marginal costs are almost nothing if it's running anyway with empty space, and only the TTC knows when that is. Now we've got this extra opportunity. Fridays, the TTC has lots of extra space. So if staff say to us, the time when we could best accommodate school trips during school hours is Fridays, we're only going to make passes available on Fridays, and maybe we're only going to do it for 3 years because we're hoping in 3 years that commuters have to work on Fridays. Okay, that's a reasonable thing to do. How do we start at a way that doesn't cost the TTC anything, but that really makes an impact on these three very important shared objectives: TTC ridership, inequality, and the climate impacts? And when kids, what Kingston has proven is that if you catch kids at the beginning of their high school years, when they're just starting to be independent and they don't want to look stupid in front of their friends, but would also like to be able to get around without having to be asked to be driven. And if you can't afford a car, don't have a car, you don't want to look stupid again in front of your friends. Having TTC access early and consistently for high school students changes their whole life. And we can do that, and the sooner we start, the fewer generations of kids we don't lose. I hope that made sense. So, and also, this is something that we can do. I don't sit on the school boards. The school board trustees have said, they've already passed a resolution asking for the TTC to step up and do provide free transit for high school students for all the reasons I've talked about. And the TTC didn't do anything, as far as I can tell. So now I'm here, I'm saying, let's see how we can start at recognizing all of our financial constraints, all the other objectives we have, the 100 different ways we're being pulled. What can we do that isn't burdensome to the TTC that will make a lifetime difference? That's what I'm trying for.
Thank you. And that is the end of your time, Vice Chair De Laurentiis. Thank you for the answer. Very comprehensive, Commissioner Sachs. Does anyone have any questions of staff or the mover? Seeing none, I will now go to speakers. Commissioner Mallow.
So I'm going to support the motion, but the the narrative of my comments will be a little story about how Commissioner Holliday and I disagree on something fundamental about this debate, but agree on something critical. So it goes like this. I fundamentally believe in free transit. I believe that it addresses equity goals, climate goals, and contributes to the quality of life of the people of our city. Commissioner Holliday does not. But we both agree on something critical, which I'll come to. So I accept the argument that Commissioner Sachs was making that, whether you have 2 people or 10 people in a bus, the bus will still be running, and if there are empty seats, you didn't lose much by filling it with somebody who didn't pay a fare. What I disagree with is that we shouldn't simply just be obtuse to the fact that we are foregoing potentially millions of dollars of revenue at a time when this transit system is unique in the world, having roughly 70% of its operating costs paid for through the fare box, in a dysfunctional governance framework and a dysfunctional and inadequate funding system. So this was just a TTC that was making cuts to its routes. Now it's a TTC that is considering providing more free fares to more people. But nothing has fundamentally changed with respect to the partnership that we're seeking from the provincial government to come back to the table and contribute its fair share toward our operating costs. We need to focus on that core goal of creating a better governance framework and a better funding system so that we don't have to continue having this vicious cycle of debates over can we have this or perhaps we have to let go of that, but that we can actually have a long-term plan that's funded, that's predictable, that's sustainable, and that Toronto residents can rely on. We don't have that yet, and we can't let our eye off the ball. So one thing I know for sure is that we have to continue our advocacy toward the provincial government, working with the city, working with our union partners to make the case that the TTC needs to be funded fairly by the province. And anything we do here will have an impact on the arguments that we pose at that table. So we have to be cognizant of that. That all being said, though, I think it's very fair to look at if there's an opportunity, whether it be now or in the future, to provide more free fares so that while, we can prove how many kids, we were just discussing this, we can prove how many kids might have tickets bought for them, but we also can't prove a negative of how many kids may not be going on the field trips because they are fearing stigmatization or just unable to go on those trips in the first place because their families can't contribute to paying for it. So what do we disagree on? I agree. I believe that in free transit, and I believe that is a goal that we need to achieve one day. Commissioner Holliday does not. But what we do agree on is that if we were to provide free fares, we need to know how to pay for it. And I don't have the answer to that today. So I look forward to the report. I look forward to understanding, if we are to entertain this idea, how we're realistically going to do it. But I also want to know from their report, if we do it, is there something that we need to sacrifice? Is there something that we can't fund that we would have wanted to fund with those, whether it be $4 million or else as well? So I look forward to reading it, and I hope that we can achieve the goal that's been put forward with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Any other speakers? Commissioner Holliday, and then Commissioner.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow and I can agree to disagree on a lot of things, but I think both of us have our concerns, and I fundamentally would say, I won't be supporting this, but the $4 million, whatever the price is, has to come from somewhere. So if we create another concession, that's what this is a concession, that money has to be made up somehow, because it's revenue that we no longer get. So what's likely going to happen? Maybe the buses will just be a little bit longer in between, or the tire treads will be just a little thinner, or something doesn't get repaired. And I worry about that. I'm also not convinced, based on the answers that I got today, that there was a problem or something that was broken that needs to be fixed, because I heard the school covers the cost of public transit when the teacher or the organizer opts to use it. I also heard that the school boards cover the cost of transit for students that may have an issue covering those costs. So those are intrinsically built in. So now the TTC Commission is now subsidizing the school boards. And I have a concern with that. I mean, we're here to move people from A to B, and the system is now being used for other purposes. So if we go down this path, I don't know where it stops. The other thought I have, and are we conditioning our students and our youth to think that transit should be free? And this is where I will disagree with my colleague, Councillor Matlow. I believe in a co-pay system where people that use a consumable like public transit should pay for part of it, at least. And we can argue all day about how much they pay. They pay for all of it or some of it, but they pay something so that there's an economy of the use of it. And to condition people to go through life expecting that it's going to be free and bottomless and consumable and potentially wasted is not something that I fundamentally believe in. So on that very matter, on that very rationale, I don't want to support this, but beyond that, and the more practical, and my colleague and I can probably see eye to eye on this, is that in a city that has no money, and in a commission that is struggling to increase service as much as we can so that we can attract people when the ridership is lower, and deal with aging infrastructure and crumbling state of good repair, yet another concession is being asked of us that has real dollars attached to it. And I understand the argument, the bus is already empty, but those are the margins where the TTC can raise revenue. And from what I heard, it was $4 million. I don't know what it becomes after this and how you would even get into the throes of this fare is used for that on this day and so on. But it's a meaningful amount of money. So I'm going to ask for a recorded vote, and, maybe it'll be one versus the many or not. We'll see what happens, but I don't even want to ask staff to write the report to set up for another conversation, because I think we need to move on from it. And I do not mean any disrespect to my colleague commissioners that have been creatively thinking and are new to the commission and are bringing their ideas forward. This is the forum for it. But I wanted to offer my perspective and ask commissioners to think through what we're asking the staff to do to bring forward in a few months' time.
Thank you, Commissioner Holiday. Commissioner Sachs.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Holiday, and I also have many stable disagreements on many topics. Certainly, we have now a system where we condition people to think that one of our most important, most expensive public assets is free, and that's the roads. People don't pay when they drive on them, which costs all of us a great deal of money in money, health, climate impacts, and so on and so forth. I do aspire to us eventually having free transit. I think that would be better for the city in many ways. I recognize we are nowhere near that right now, and that when we do have money, it's more important to improve service and safety before we reduce fares. But I think what we have is a well-proven Canadian example that a specific targeted investment in high school students, in students basically from age 12 to 17 or 18, has very large long-term benefits for the transit system. In teaching, when kids are just starting to find their way around the world, they're learning their own independence, that if they become accustomed to being driven by their parents or to demanding a car because it's the only way they can see their friends, you have a different trajectory over the long term than if they go through their teenage years being able to jump on the bus or the streetcar or the subway and go see their friends or go have a second job or to do an after-school program or whatever. And that does, as I said earlier, it's been proven now, 11 years, starting in Kingston and moving in other places, that this intervention pays the transit system back over and over again by developing a lifetime habit. And you don't get a second chance to do that once the kids are grown up and have already got used to getting around in a car. So I learned about the Kingston experience more than 5 years ago when I was the Environmental Commissioner of Ontario. And since then, it has won so many awards and been lauded around the world as an extraordinary success. A small intervention with enormous long-term lasting consequences that are of our benefit. So I am asking staff to look at it and tell us what can we do, recognizing all of the constraints. And I am certainly with Commissioner Holiday on this. This is not something where I want to throw a lot of money under the bus because we don't have it. But what can we do that doesn't cost us more money, that does have a significant benefit, and that plants the seed, yes, for moving towards free transit for high school students because of the proven lifelong benefits that this has. And we have the capacity. I mean, we know that we have a lot of empty space on the system, at least for now. While people the people who used to commute 5 or 6 days a week are now commuting 2.5 days a week, we have a lot of extra capacity. So we have an opportunity to try learning from Kingston, just down the road. In terms of the second part of the motion, which is what would be a reasonable amount, what would it cost for us to help the charities? And there are a small number of charities who use transit tickets as an intrinsic part of a wraparound program to get kids to graduate from high school. And that, again, has lifelong benefits for them and for the community as a whole. And Pathways for Education is the one I know. There may be others, but they have been extraordinarily successful in getting kids who wouldn't otherwise graduate from high school to graduate. And one of the key pieces is transit tickets. And one of the things they told us is you've got to have small rewards. So if you do your math homework today, you get a transit ticket for tomorrow and maybe a sandwich for lunch. So you're not going to be hungry and you can get to school on time. And that kind of micro-intervention mixed with everything else is transformative, and I would encourage you, if you've got 5 minutes, look at their website. Look at some of the people's lives they've changed, and they couldn't do it without the transit tickets. And yes, they're raising money philanthropically to buy those tickets, and they will still be doing that. The question was, what would be a reasonable amount for the city to add to that? And I know you'd be coming back and asking us for the money, and that's fine. But let's at least think about what would be a reasonable way for us to be part of that story. Because when kids fail, when kids don't graduate from high school, they become some of those disturbed people who are interrupting your service and costing all this money dealing with the disruptions and the lost folks. Whereas if they can graduate from school and get a job and find themselves a stable lives, they're better off, we're better off, the TTC is better off, the city is better off. So looking for that long-term perspective and not just how do we save pennies right now and to hell with the long term, I think there are some things we can do in partnership with others that benefit the TTC and benefit the community that we're in. So that's what I'm asking for your support for. It's only a report, folks. Let's see what they have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Any other speakers? Commissioner Ainsley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I seconded the motion on this report. I would encourage everybody to vote for it. At the very least, I'd like to have the report back and have some concrete numbers. Hopefully our staff can reach out to the Toronto District School Board and the Toronto Catholic District School Board and get some more information on the trips and the process that they use for determining tickets and how they're used. I know the chair of the Catholic School Board, Trustee Crawford's with us today, and I'm sure she'll take that back to the Catholic School Board. As we heard from her, they're fully supportive, their board is fully supportive of the report that's before us today. On a personal level, I've had two children go through the Catholic high school system. Our youngest son is in grade 12 now. I hear stories all the time about their friends that they walk to school, they can't afford the bus fare to get back and forth. Not having that same issue going on school trips or the opportunity to go on school trips impacts them as well. When we look at the demographic that we're talking about today, we've had many discussions at City Council at the TTC around parking lots and, selling off parking lots because 18 to 34-year-olds are the demographic that they're not driving, they're using public transit. Not everybody in that demographic can afford to use public transit all the time. If they can, that's great. But I think we also need to be building up ridership. Having kids going back and forth on the TTC to get to school, that's great. But if they're missing out on school trips because they can't afford a TTC trip, I don't think that's building up ridership. I think you want kids saying, I went to the ROM, I went to the art gallery, I went to Queens Quay, Science Center, wherever they're going, took the TTC, had a great time. The trip was memorable. I'm going to continue to take the TTC as we're trying to increase our ridership. I think we need to foster and encourage that attitude. As all that being said, I would like to see more concrete numbers and what it costs to the TTC, the benefits, the minuses. So I would encourage everybody to vote for this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ainsley. Any other speakers? Okay. I will speak briefly. I would also like to strongly encourage commissioners to vote in favor of this motion. I want to thank Councillor Sachs and Councillor Ainsley for their leadership on this. I also went to Catholic School Board, and I was one of those students who depended on the school to provide free trips in order to participate in activities. One of those free trips was Ottawa. And that actually got my interest sparked in politics. So I just want to say, a TTC fair should never be the reason why one of our students doesn't have that moment where they discover their passion, their interest, something that excites them, something that motivates them. Again, and this is just a report back. This is about getting more information. But I also want to look at it from an investment. Even if it is $4 million, we are creating 100,000 potential new customers every year that will be taking TTC that they might get drives to school. So they might not take the TTC outside of these field trips, or they might be walking to school. So we're actually creating customers in the long term who are building those, transit taking habits. And that is how you create a sustainable system. You create long-term customers. You get them while they're young. And I think that's something that, we should really heavily invest in the TTC, really show that we are doing our part to make sure that, young people from across the city can, access all of the city has to offer, whether that's athletics, culture, arts. So yes, I strongly support this motion. And I once again want to thank Councillor Sachs and Councillor Ainsley for their leadership on this. And I understand, Councillor Holiday, you'd like, Councillor Moyes, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too want to state that I do support this motion as well. As a former Toronto District School trustee and vice chair, I know the importance of kids getting to and from school, but also to go on field trips. And for me, this is an equity issue as well, right? I know that even for me as a young student in the school system, I couldn't go to many school trips because my family could not afford it. And so getting into transit was one of the decisions that, it was part of them not allowing me to go on the school trips. So of course, being on the school board for 7 years, I know the struggle the school board has had when it comes to their own budgets. And, and again, it affects our students in a substantive way. So I think this is a good motion, and I look forward to report back when it comes back from staff. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moyes. Any other speakers? No, and I understand from Councillor Holiday, he would like a recorded vote. So I will make a motion. Oh, I'll call the question.
Okay, recorded vote. Commissioner Ainsley on the item. In favor. Vice Chair De Laurentiis.
Not in favor.
Commissioner Holiday. Commissioner Jagdeo.
Opposed?
Commissioner Matlow.
In favor.
Chair Myers.
In favor.
Commissioner Moyes.
In favor.
Commissioner Osborne.
In favor.
Commissioner Sachs.
In favor.
The motion carries. The vote is 6-3.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. So now we are, pardon? Now we're going to go to item 4. Yeah? Okay. So the next item of business is item 4, Line 3 bus replacement update, which includes 4A- the City Council transmittal for EX 4.10 transit priority measures to support Scarborough SRT bus replacement. We have several individuals who wish to speak on the item. A reminder that you each have 5 minutes to speak. I would first like to call our outside councillor, I believe Councillor Thompson. Would you like to speak? Yes. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Just a moment, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, commissioners and staff and everyone. I'm delighted to actually be here to speak on this matter, which is the Line 3 bus replacement update. Over the last 68 days, my community has had a tremendous transformation with respect to transit in the ward specifically. The derailment which took place in July has caused a tremendous transformation with respect to bus services in our community. Naturally, the expectation would be the local councillor would come in and be very upset about what has actually happened. I'm here to tell you, Mr. Chair, I'm actually not upset with respect to what has happened because we were very much planning for a end-of-life service for the SRT. That was accelerated immensely as a result of the derailment. It's been 68 days, and we've seen this traumatic transformation. And this has had certainly some impact with respect to, we now have dedicated bus lanes, and we have seen a tremendous number of buses, obviously, traversing the community. We have seen a tremendous amount of transformation on our streets, specifically Kennedy Road, Ellesmere, and, of course, Midland. What is really important to understand, though, is that there was a lot of planning that took place prior to the derailment. And so, as a result of the derailment, there were considerable effort to expedite the process to put the planning in place that had started. And I want to thank Mr. Leary and his team for their leadership, because there had been tremendous amount of consultation with my office. And after the process had been put in place, there were continued discussions, as well as effort by my staff and myself and a number of TTC staff members. And I want to acknowledge them. I believe there's Arun Soda and Eric Chu and others who were very much in tune with respect to the efforts and the concerns of my community. I note that there has been numerous members of the community who has indicated that they were not informed. And I'm hoping that the ECC will perhaps provide an update through you, Mr. Chair, to members of the Commission as part of the process that had been ongoing with respect to meetings and discussions around the end of life for the SRT. I am certainly, aware of the concerns, and we have, for example, this coming Friday, we have a meeting with the Kennedy Road BIA to address some of the concerns that they have brought forward. I am aware through the discussion with Mr. Leary and team that we will have those opportunities ongoing where there's a need for adjustment to address the issue around safety and so on. There are certainly challenges, but it is natural when you make certain changes in the area. We have been, receiving information about more traffic. Yes, but I don't think it's simply caused by the fact that we have put in priority bus lanes. We have, a tremendous amount of construction work that's going across the 401 going westbound. So we have more traffic as a result of people avoiding that particular area. I am, hopeful that this particular process will not last forever. I know that there's a 10-year or 7-year time frame. I know that there's work going on with respect to the design, looking at the utilization of the corridor for the SRT and the amounts of monies that's required. I'm hoping that this can be advanced as quickly as possible to address the issue. I'm aware that as a result of the buses, there's a little bit more time that's required to get from Kennedy Station to Scarborough Centre. But at the end of the day, there is a need to move some 22,000 people along this area in order to get from Kennedy Station back and forth. Transit has been markedly, improved in terms of development process in Scarborough with the expansion of the Bloor Danforth subway into the heart of Scarborough. In this very area, which is my ward, there are billions of dollars now that's actually being invested in the community. And so we know that better transit is coming. We know that this particular situation hopefully will be temporary. We're hoping that it's a lot less than the time that's been allowed it. Which is approximately 7 or 10 years. And so while there are concerns, we continue to monitor the situation. And I'm very encouraged by the TTC, the staff, and the efforts that they've actually put in place to date with respect to the work. So over the last 68 days, there's been a transformation in my community, but also, as you referenced, Mr. Chair, EX 4.10, which we had already spoken about sometime at council, and there was a strong awareness that this particular situation was coming forward. And yes, it's been accelerated. And so I'm here to tell you that I'm in support of the report that's here, which is essentially for you to receive. And I want to just commend again Mr. Leary's leadership and his team for the work that's been done. Normally, a councillor would come in very upset because these changes have come forward. We have more opportunities for cycling in the community, and the dedicated bus lanes obviously will provide a great utility. And of course, for some, they have characterized it as the war on cars, which I disagree with. And I'm here to tell you that I support the report, because what should be known is that where there are circumstances where we can make improvements to the process and the new bus lanes that are in place, those will be done for the betterment of the community and for transit riders. Those are my remarks, Mr. Chair, and I did allocate the time to be here all day because this is extremely important to my community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Next, we have on the list Alan Yule. And after that, we have Jim Fott. So if you want to go down to this.
I'm just waiting for the screen to come up here. Still waiting for the screen here. There we go. This is a big transit project, and that could really improve travel times for our customers. Hopefully, it's one of many to be completed by this iteration of the TTC Board. For today's deputation, I'm focusing on the minor details or fiddly bits. As some commissioners know, the fiddly bits can really mess up a transit project. Doing this project right requires more than just a bunch of cans of red paint. It is important to have the right tools in the right place along this route as well as other TTC priority routes. An example of why this is important is this stop. This is a transit priority signal. It's at Queens Quay in Spadina. It's used across North America. It's listed in the official MTO bus handbook. In spite of being listed in the MTO handbook, it's not listed on the City of Toronto's website. According to the official Ministry of Transportation MTO bus handbook, a vertical white bar allows transit vehicles to go through, turn right or left while all conflicting traffic faces a red light. Except at the TTC. A vertical white bar, according to TTC policy, is a turn only. A straight through traffic light must wait for a green. I confirmed this with an OTC trainer last month. Needless to say, this delays the 509 streetcars that cannot go through this intersection. The Billy Bishop bus on the right could go through this intersection because it has a vertical white bar. This policy is at least 10 years old. It predates the redesign and reconstruction of this intersection. This intersection no longer conflicts or crosses car traffic. There are 5 other transit agencies operating in Toronto. They all need to be obeying the same rule. Toronto is no longer the only city running road rail. Mississauga and Hamilton will soon join the family. KW is already using these signals on their road rail. Maybe we should use them as well. This transit project includes priority lanes and signage. This means a $110 fine for those who are caught driving in this lane. In spite of the posted fine, I suspect the number of fines issued on the East Eglinton project could be counted on one finger. Earlier this month, I took a Bay 19 bus. I took it from King to Front. It was 1 bus and 0 taxis in that lane. because the Bay bus was stuck in traffic, a senior citizen asked to get off this unmoving bus just south of King Street. A little old lady in a walker made it from King to front on Bay faster than a Bay bus. We can fix this. Toronto already has red light cameras. Highway 407 uses plate scanning technology. We can use a combination of these technologies to scan the plates of cars and other vehicles in these transit priority lanes. The City of Toronto and the TTC already know the plates of every Toronto registered taxi and every TTC vehicle. If you're not on either list, we send you a ticket for $110. If the province allowed us to add a $10 processing fee, this could be a self-funding project. This is not a war on cars. We have already said that there are certain times and areas that transit has priority. This is just enforcing it. If we use the right enforcement techniques, we can keep our transit priority lanes open for transit vehicles and move people quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we have Jim Fott, and then after we have Larry Watmore. No, okay, so Larry, and then after Larry is no longer deputing, we have Guled Ariel.
So Larry is not going to be able to join us. He works at the University of Toronto Scarborough and had to go back to work. So we're both from the same organization, and I'm sure I can't twist your arm to let me have 10 minutes. And I don't need the 10 minutes. I can do what we have to say in 5 minutes. Our message is fairly simple today. My name is Jim Fott. I'm a board member of SCRO. SCRO acronym is the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization, and it's been around for years, started by the Rotary Clubs. And the mission is to renew Scarborough by advocating for economic development, better suburban planning, enhanced natural environment, social development, health programs, art, and culture. We have 7 working committees, and they're all busy, not-for-profit, all volunteers working away to make Scarborough a better place. We hope we never hear the word Scarborough ever again once we get done with our work. So the SRT shutdown is why I'm here. The Scarborough subway is being constructed as we speak, and we know that it is partly behind schedule. I had worked with Strawbeg when they first started tunneling. Tunnel boring machine is continuing to make headway, but it will be probably, not on time in 2030. So we have 7, 8, maybe even 9 years before the Scarborough subway extension is going to be completed. So thank you, TTC, for hosting a goodbye party. The people of Scarborough love that little blue train. You saw what came out last Sunday. The people just love that train, and the number of beautiful pictures that were taken with people in their memory on that train certainly shows you how much people love that train and the transit. So we need to get that replaced. Very much, we hear what can happen in the short time until we get a busway, but we're advocating for a busway. And whatever SCRO can do to help you advocate for the funding for a busway, we're standing ready and able to do that. So we will be contacting and advocating with the Minister of Transportation, Ontario, and the Premier to get funding from the province to help you with this. We know you're short on funds, and the province has the funds to be able to help you with this. So we're going to advocate for that. It has to get done. But at the same time, as the design sort of finalizes early next year, we want to make sure that is adaptive, because we have a vision, and I think the word's been floating around, and I'm not the one who coined this, but the Scarborough Skyway is a sort of a similar thing that has happened in New York, and that's the New York High Line in West Manhattan. 8 million visitors visit that park, a race park that's run and licensed from the city to a group of volunteers, not-for-profit organization. They raise 100% of the funds for that, and 8 million people visited that. Name me one place in the city of Toronto that has 8 million volunteers. 8 million visitors who are going to come and visit some spectacular elevated park. So as you're doing the final design for the Skyway, we certainly encourage you to think about the stations and other aspects that can be easily transitioned from a busway, which I'm sure we're going to get the money for and I'm sure you're going to build, to a Skyway. And it'll be amazing tourist attraction for us, and there's other people on this commission who certainly are agreeing with that and was in their platforms for other offices in this city, so let's have that happen. One last thing, not related to the busway, but a transit in Scarborough. the Eglinton East LRT, we know that the final TPAP is underway later this fall. SCRO advocates and has already suggested that we rename that to the Scarborough LRT, not the Eglinton East LRT, because a very small chunk of it's on Eglinton. It really serves Scarborough. So let's rename that and rebrand it the Scarborough LRT. And what we like to see, and I've worked on hundreds of infrastructure projects in my previous life, and it's something that always happens is we wait till we get all the funding. I don't think we need to wait to get all the funding to advance it from the 10% design that's in place now as we do the final TPAP to getting it to maybe 30% design with the 1.2 million that you have earmarked now. It's going to be built. We know it's going to be built. We'll be standing by. We already have verbal commitment from the federal government to fund their share of that roughly $4 billion. So let's start the design work now. Let's get going on it because the design work that's been into place so far is fantastic. The 10% design is great. Let's just continue that so that when we finally get full funding, we don't have to wait another 6 months for the final designs to come. We can get that farther advanced. So that's my deputation. Any questions?
Thank you, Jim. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in this afternoon and all of the work that SCRO does. I did want to ask if there was anything else within the parameters of this report other than what you've commented on that SCRO would like to see happen with transit in Scarborough.
Largely, it's the busway. Let's build it. They will come. Don't worry. They'll come for sure. Let's build the busway. Get those as much as we can put transit priority signals and other sort of traffic lanes in on Kennedy and Midland. There's only 2 lanes of traffic on Kennedy. You've bunged up 1 lane. So let's get those buses off those roads so that we can get it on the busway. So we want the busway designed, built, and funded and ready to go as soon as possible. We know that there was a 2-year timeline to that. It could be done sooner. We certainly hope that can happen because there is 8 to 9 years potentially before the Scarborough subway is going to open.
Yeah. And I guess my next question is more of a comment. I know that you mentioned you're going to be reaching out to the Premier. I would also encourage you to reach out to all of the Scarborough MPPs. We have a new one now in Scarborough Guildwood, but also our MPs. We don't see enough transit funding from the federal government, and we would certainly encourage the federal government to give us more money. So anything that you could do on that would deeply be appreciated. And I welcomed to hear your comments on the New York High Line. I did move a motion at City Council that we convert the SRT when we're done with it into the Scarborough version of the New York High Line. So it's very encouraging to hear your words around that as well. And anything you could do to assist us with that, I think, would be appreciated as well.
And now's the time to make that sort of adaptive thinking with the designs that are happening now, especially for the stations, because you will need access to the Skyway, the Scarborough Skyway as we're coining it. In the High Line, there's actually 8 elevators up to that park, so that no wonder they get 8 million visitors. There's access to it. So it's a wonderful addition to the city of Manhattan, and we can have the same here in Scarborough.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Larry's not going to be able to make it today.
Okay. Any other questions for the deputant?
Thank
No,
you.
I had one question.
Okay.
A few quick questions, Jim. So I'm just wondering if you could just sort of reiterate, you're called the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization. What do these 2 projects, the busway and the Scarborough Skyway, mean to Scarborough for renewal?
They're huge. The economic development that's happening with the new medical school that's happening at University of Toronto Scarborough, all the other things we've been working on, they're making sure we were advocates for the not losing a member of Parliament for Scarborough, and I think we were successful in advocating for that. We hosted a mayor's debate at University of Toronto Scarborough, well attended, of course, and I think what we are certainly focused on is not changing employment lands into residential so we can keep employment areas in this part of the city, and encouraging every economic development activity we can. I, in a previous life, did consultations on environmental assessments and policy, and one of the big consultations I really loved doing was the economic and cultural strategy for the City of Toronto. the people that came out of Scarborough to say what they could think of, and an innovative thinking around economic development in Scarborough is massive. And, it doesn't take long to take a look down the list of stars that have emanated from here with The Weeknd and Lily Singh and others who are on that Walk of Fame at the mall behind us. It's certainly that we are now in charge of. It's something that it certainly is easy to do if we can just get the balls rolling in the right place. 2 subway stations out of 70. That shows there's been massive underfunding in this area for so long, and we don't need that to continue. We need that to be bumped up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Gulid Ariel. Nope. Okay. Next, we have Brad Pearson. And after Brad, we have Philip Penetisco.
Sorry, Brad, can you turn the microphone on?
Sorry about that. So we know that in 1983, the 85 used to have a route called the 85H, which used to run on the Highway 401, and it used to go express nonstop between Victoria Park and Meadowville Road, and it would go eastbound in the morning and westbound in the afternoon, and then it got decommissioned in 1991 and replaced by the 167. So maybe I think in Scarborough, we have so many express routes, but they all kind of run on the streets. We have the 401, and maybe we can utilize the 401 as a way to get people from Donwell Station to Scarborough Centre Station quickly, because the west has the subways, the east has the subways to the south, but when you come to Scarborough, you're kind of left in the blue. I think if we reinstated the 985 and we put a D, we could actually use the 401 in our advantage, because we know the busway is going to take forever to do. We know that if we do get the funding, we're going to have to rip out the tracks and do that. So let's put something forward that we can actually do right now. We can actually make a new bus route right now, because we have the buses. Why don't we use them? And why don't we use the highways that we do have? As well as we should provide more express routes that are nonstop. We do have the 995 that runs from York Mills to University of Toronto Scarborough campus. If we were to provide a nonstop express route on the 995, we could potentially do it from Yonge Street and nonstop to Victoria Park to provide Scarborough residents a more efficient, more faster way to get to the subways. The RT shuts down, and now we have this 903 bus that runs frequently, but A, you can't see it on the transit apps. B, it's not very frequent. Yes, it runs, but it's not something that runs right to 1 a.m. Once it runs to 1 a.m., people are kind of stuck on the Blue Night. So maybe providing more Blue Night service, and maybe having a 303 Blue Night, which would provide direct service from Scarborough to Kennedy Station, so that the 300 could connect with the 303, and it could be a Scarborough Blue Night to Scarborough Centre Station. We also know, too, that Scarborough is always left in the dark. Toronto South gets everything, and we know the West gets everything, but when it comes to Scarborough, Scarborough kind of gets dead. Nobody thinks about Scarborough, and now we see the RT shut down. And you know what? We need time for Scarborough to actually heal, and let's provide Scarborough with the stuff that we had back in the day. We know that in 1983, with that 85H, it worked really well, and it probably gave commuters a lot more freedom to actually move around in Scarborough without having to say, oh my gosh, it takes like an hour to go between stations, takes me an hour just to get around Scarborough. And utilizing the 401, I think, will be a great way for Scarborough residents to feel like they are heard and to feel like they can get to work faster and easier, because we have highways. Let's use them.
Thank you, Brad. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is Philip here? No? Okay. Khadija Robel? No? Online.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Online, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
No, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Okay. Well, greeting, folks. Also very happy to be in this hybrid space today. My name is Khadija Roble. I am the Vice President External for the Scarborough Campus Student Union, where alongside my other execs, we represent over 17,000 students at the University of Toronto Scarborough. I am very happy to hear that we are moving forward and going towards a good path in having the busway up and running. My concerns, which were mostly about restoring service on the actual Line 3 path to prevent traffic on roads, but most importantly, provide service to the commuters, have actually been answered by the chair. But I do want to place emphasis on the need for the TTC to become more transparent with Scarborough commuters and actually honor the set deadlines for Scarborough transit projects. You know, as we are aware, the Eglinton Crosstown has had extreme delays. Once again, commuters have been deceived into thinking that this service would begin by the end of the summer, but we are yet to see it happen. So I do hope that this does not happen for the Line 3 busway. So I urge you folks to prioritize this project and actually provide Scarborough commuters the transit system that they know they can receive from the TTC. So it's mostly a commentary on my end.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the deputant? I just have one quick point. Khadija, did you know that the Eglinton Crosstown is not a TTC project? It is a Metrolinx project, which is the provincial agency. I just want to make that clear.
Okay, so thank you for the thank you for that. I got confused on that. Yeah.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you very much for coming in. So now we will move to questions of, oh, we have a presentation. Okay. Sorry. There's a staff presentation on this item. I will turn it over to the CEO to provide an introduction.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd like to quickly introduce Eric Chu. Eric, if you just give a little wave, my friend. Thank you, the head of project development and planning in the strategy and customer experience group. And Yimin Chen, if Yimin, give thank you very much, the manager of corporate deliverables in the operations and infrastructure group. And Eric will be presenting an update today on our plans to provide frequent and reliable bus service in place of the Line 3 SRT, and Yimin will give us an update on the investigation into the July 24th derailment. Just as a side note, Yimin, I just want to let people know that you started the TTC as a coach tech, and before you were promoted through the ranks, and that you actually teach the TTC coach program in Centennial College. So thank you for that, what you do. You know, as I've said before, we are very fortunate the derailment wasn't more serious, and I want those who were injured during the incident to know that we continue to think about them. Commissioners, the presentation before you today, you're going to hear 3 different sections. First, it'll give the steps that we've taken since the derailment. We'll give you a follow-up on the investigation and the results, and finally, there'll be a look ahead. So with that, Chair, I'll turn it over to Eric and Yimin.
That's great. Thanks a lot, Rick. Good afternoon, TTC Board. Next slide, please. So as Rick mentioned, over the next 15 minutes or so, we'll take you through 3 parts of this presentation. The first part will cover a bit about the history and background of what we've done up until now on the bus replacement service. The second part, my colleague Yimin will cover the derailment investigation. And then finally, we'll wrap up with upcoming service improvements and talk a bit about what customers can expect in the weeks ahead. Next slide, please. So Line 3 Scarborough, also commonly referred to as the SRT or Scarborough RT for Scarborough Rapid Transit, first opened in 1985 and operated for more than 38 years. Recognizing that the line was approaching the end of its life, as early as 2006, the TTC began work on options to replace the SRT. This evolved to the subway extension plans that started in 2013, and since the provincial upload of the project in 2019, construction on the subway extension is now underway. Tunneling started earlier this year. And Metrolinx is anticipated to deliver the project by 2030, and in between this time, we will have the busway operational by 2026. Next slide, please. This slide shows the bus replacement plan. The original plan was to transition customers from the Line 3 train service to the interim on-street bus replacement service with full transit priority measures starting this November in 2023, and then eventually transitioning customers to the future busway. But as we know, with the derailment incident, we implemented an emergency shuttle where the buses operated both ways on Midland and Progress, and then with the help of the city, we implemented temporary bus priority lanes on Kennedy and Midland, and that center graphic is what's operating right now for customers. Next slide, please. This bus replacement plan was developed with the helpful feedback that we received from the public through multiple rounds of public consultations. During our main consultation period in 2021, we talked with over 1,200 people, including transit customers, local residents, BIAs, and other stakeholders in a variety of consultation events. This underscores the importance of engaging with customers and will be something that we continue to do as we move throughout this project. Next slide, please. So, as directed by the board, since 2021, the TTC has been planning for the shutdown of Line 3 and has been working towards an original closure of November 19th. But on July 24th, a southbound Line 3 train derailed near Ellesmere Station, and shuttle buses have been operating since. After careful consideration, it was decided that the train service will now be permanently closed and that bus replacement service would be required for the long term. Working with the City of Toronto, temporary road markings and signage were quickly installed to establish bus priority lanes on Kennedy and Midland, and in the weeks ahead, TTC contractors will finish upgrading these bus lanes to the Rapid Teal style red painted lanes. Other transit priority measures being fast-tracked include things like queue jump lanes, expanded bus pads, and transit signal priority. Next slide. In the initial month after the incidents, we responded to the emergency with a frequent shuttle bus that operated about every 2 minutes. The routing is shown in the map that's on the left. The feedback that we got from customers at this time and from our operators was generally positive. We worked with the city to get additional green time added to the traffic signals along Midland so that more often than not, customers would have free flow along the bus routing. But we did find some pain points during this initial month of operating the emergency shuttle, particularly at Kennedy Station. And so in consultation with the local councillor, we worked to improve that situation by converting the north commuter lots at Kennedy Station into a bus layover area. And that's shown in the photo that's in the middle there. By having this additional space to stage buses, we reduced the congestion inside the terminal. Other measures that were made or done to help improve the congestion at the Kennedy Station included adding things like the no stopping box that's shown in the photo on the right, as well as adding traffic control measures like yield signs and stop control signs to help improve the flow of buses. Next slide. Concurrent to all of this, we worked with the city and our contractor to speed up the implementation of transit priority measures. With the city's support, temporary lane markings and signage was added along Kennedy Road and Midland to quickly establish bus priority lanes. And once this was established, we were able to change the routing to the map that's shown in the left there of how the buses now operate. In the weeks ahead, our contractor will finish upgrading these lanes with the Rapid Teal style red painted lanes. And so we would go from what's in the center photo to the right. The center image is a photo showing Midland, just south of Lawrence. And then the red painted lane example there is a part of Kennedy Road that was just done a week or two ago. Next slide, please. And so all of these improvements were fast-tracked over the summer because we wanted to be ready for after Labor Day. We knew that with the end of the summer season, seasonal ridership was going to return to the system, so it was important that we were ready for it. Part of this also included then scheduling the shuttle buses as the 903 bus. With the 903 bus, we also improved the service frequencies to every 1 to 2 minutes during the daytime and every 2 to 3 minutes during the weekday evenings and on weekends. What we also did was added the 903 to the TTC website so that it's trackable for customers. They can see when the next bus departure times are, and this tracking function will be expanded to all of the apps sometime in October. And so, next slide, please. We talked a bit about what we've done in response to this emergency. My colleague Yemen will now talk about how we got here with the derailment investigation.
Thank you, Eric. As Rick had indicated, that I've been coordinating the investigation to this incident. So in the following few slides, I'll walk you through some of the incident's facts that had occurred on the July 24th, and as well as the investigation processes and findings, and as well as our next steps. Next slide. So first, let me provide you with an overview of the SRT system, as it utilizes a unique propulsion design. The SRT system is the only TTC system that contains a limb primary, which is highlighted red in this photo here. This is installed on the vehicle, and as well as a reaction rail, which is installed between the running rails highlighted yellow here. The vehicle itself is propelled by these two components. So as the limb primary receives electricity, it becomes magnetized and interacts with the reaction rail, which is made of iron rods. Next slide. Next, let me provide you with an overview of the incident that took place on July 24th, as you can see on this slide here. The last car of a 4-car train, as shown here, car 3001 on the bottom right corner, separated from the train and derailed after departing Ellesmere Station southbound, traveling to Lawrence East Station. We identified the damaged areas on 2 of the trains that passed this area. A part of 3006, which is on the first train that passed the area at 6:37 p.m. In the red box, it represents the damaged area in this train, as well as 3009 and 3001, which was traveling past the area at 6:43 p.m., and the red boxes indicates the damaged area. Also, a segment of the reaction rail sustained damage as it collided with 3001. Next slide. Next. Thank you. On the day of the incident, the operations team began to engage 3 industry consultants immediately to launch an initial investigation. Hatch was tasked to determine whether the vehicle conditions were contributing factors. Gallup Fleming was responsible in conducting a forensic assessment to determine the immediate cause of the derailment. And Network Rail Consulting was tasked to review track maintenance standards, inspection, and maintenance records. I have representatives in front of you from each of the consulting companies with me today to answer any of the technical questions regarding the process and findings of this investigation, if you so do have some. Their final reports will also be made available in the coming weeks. Through the initial investigation, we learned that the running rails are within standard and it was not a contributing factor to the derailment. There's also no concerns with vehicle dynamics and its interaction with the running rail. So we quickly focused on our attention to the reaction rail. The reaction rail anchor bolts then became the focus of the root cause analysis stage. The damaged reaction rail was retrofitted with a new style anchoring system. As the infrastructure aged beyond its life expectancy, the TTC continued to identify areas of improvement in safety and efficiency in order to maintain the state of good repair. In 2016, the TTC discovered that the process of replacing the reaction rail was becoming ineffective. The engineering team then developed a retrofitted solution. This anchoring system was tested for the SRT application prior to the deployment. There are approximately 44,000 anchor bolts in the system for reaction rail, and in which 2,500 are this new style retrofitted. Next slide. In this slide, you'll see the top view of that damaged piece reaction rail. From the top view, you can see that there are 10 retrofitted anchors securing this segment of reaction rail. We labeled them 0 to 9. And on the bottom of the slide, you'll see a side view of 5 of those anchors. In respect to the direction of train travel, anchors 0 and 1 were the first to come in contact with the train. The root cause analysis was based on the physical evidence that we have for both 0, 1, 3, 5, and 7. These are marked red X on the top view. As you can see from this top view here, the anchor points of these locations are either broken or loose prior to the incident. There is no physical evidence to identify the exact failure mode for the remaining of the anchors. Although the TTC is conducting a visual inspection at track level every 72 hours while the system is under normal operation, as you can see from the side view on the bottom of this slide, due to the unique design, very different from the configurations of hardware from the running rails, as well as the location of where those bolts fractured, being right underneath the reaction rail, and where the anchors were loose, being inside the concrete, it would have been very difficult to observe these particular conditions without some physical testing through just visual inspections. Through various of simulation exercises of the investigation process, we also learned that a minimum 3 rows of bolts have to be broken or loose from the reaction rail for the reaction rail to be lifted by the magnetic force to a level that can cause the derailment. So we're saying that 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 have to be either loose or broken. That's the 3 rows. Deriving from the facts as we know them, when the 5 anchors are either broken or loose, additional loads were induced on location 2 and 4, which is marked orange, which resulted in them failing and allowing the reaction rail to move up by the magnetic force exerted on the reaction rail from the limb primary. Next slide. As part of the investigation, we simulated a condition of 4 bolts being loose. These are the 4 bolts that comes into contact with the train first, 0, 1, 2, and 3. And we are going to provide you with an underside view of the reaction rail anchor bolts to determine the behavior of the reaction rail during this simulation, where these anchors are loose. This footage is captured with the camera positioned on the ground, as you can see here as well, that the configuration resulted in breakage right underneath the reaction rail mounting bracket, a very difficult location to observe during visual inspection. So please bring your attention and focus to the area inside this red box. You'll observe a uniform deflection of that reaction rail and its bracket. The deflection is due to the 4 bolts being loose. If all of the bolts are secure, you will not see this deflection, as the reaction rail should not move during normal operation. Play the video, please. The movement during this simulation is limited to 8 millimeters for safety reasons. As you can see in this video though, there is an upward movement of the reaction rail as the train travels past the area. This is because of the magnetic interaction between the limb primary that's in the vehicle and the reaction rail, while the reaction rail anchors are not secured. Next slide. To summarize our investigation, through the process, we have identified that the running rails and the vehicles are not contributing factors to the derailment. The immediate cause of the derailment are these failed reaction rail anchor bolts. If the SRT were to continue to operate until its original targeted close date in November, the consultants here today had made specific recommendations, including inspecting and testing all post-installed anchors and ensure retrofitted areas are within TTC standards. This would have been a project that required time well beyond the planned closure date. With the decision to permanently close the SRT system, we can now focus on systematic improvements with asset maintenance and provide our customers with reliable transit. Due to the unique design of the reaction rail system, the decision to permanently close the SRT system is also to eliminate any possibility of this incident occurring anywhere else. We're looking forward to share our final findings with Vancouver and Detroit transit agencies that also operate the system that uses this unique design. The consultants also made recommendations that could be applied system-wide, although these are not being the contributing factors to the derailment itself. We have learned through this inquiry into the incident itself, including continuing with planned maintenance improvement that our maintenance team has already been working on prior to the derailment, such as reviewing and restructuring inspection regimes, continuing improvement in training, as well as continuing improvement in asset management and TTC standards. In addition, while we're providing you with the findings of our initial investigation today, in the interest of transparency, we await the safety team to review all consultant reports and validate old findings as we continue to improve and develop hazard identifications, lessons learned, and formal corrective action plans. Now, I will hand this back to my colleague Eric to walk you through the next steps in transit priority improvements.
Great. Next slide, please. So we talked about the past, we talked about the present. The last bit about this presentation will cover the future and what customers can expect in the weeks ahead. And so in October, the new South Lot bus terminal at Kennedy Station will open. This will help with the congestion inside the terminal and also give customers more space to board the bus and improve the flow for customers. And by November, we will fully implement the transit priority measures as originally planned. This includes all the red painted lanes, the queue jump lanes, the transit signal priority, and the expanded bus pads. And at this time, we would also then be ready to move to the approved network plan that would extend the existing busy bus routes from Scarborough Centre to Kennedy Station. Next slide. And this graphic shows what that is when we say we want to extend the busy bus routes from Scarborough Centre to Kennedy Station. The 8 busiest bus routes in Scarborough shown in the blue graphic here, or in the blue lines in the graphic, would be extended, thereby saving customers a transfer. That's a customer that would already be on this bus. When it got to Scarborough Centre, would stay on the bus, and then they would have that direct trip to the subway. This would make customers connecting to major destinations like Centennial College much more convenient. And one thing that we will continue to explore is looking at opportunities to strengthen connections with GO Transit, especially if there's going to be fare integration in early 2024. Next slide, please. This graphic here shows how the customer's journey time will change over these different phases. The top part of the graphic shows what a customer's trip was like going from Malvern Town Centre to Kennedy Station using the SRT in the past. And so a customer on the 133 bus departing Malvern Town Centre in the morning peak period would take about 40 minutes to get to Kennedy Station. Since September, this trip now takes up to 53 minutes. Although the 903 runs very frequently, customers still have to do that transfer. And so starting in November, when we have that full implementation of the transit priority measures, customers save that transfer, and their travel times then improve to up to 47 minutes to make that trip from Malvern Town Centre to Kennedy Station. And then finally, with the busway, that trip will be just as competitive probably as the SRT was, and that trip will take about 40 minutes for customers to get from Malvern Town Centre to Kennedy Station. The critical point here being that customers also save time by having that transfer removed and then having improved reliability because of the busway. Next slide, please. And then finally, on the busway, the TTC is progressing to final design on the busway. As part of this work in the weeks ahead, we will be re-engaging with customers and local stakeholders to talk about the details of the busway. And just to recap a bit about what the busway is, it is between Kennedy Station and Ellesmere Station, with stops at Kennedy, Terra Avenue / Moorgate, Lawrence East Station, Ellesmere Station, and then from Ellesmere Station, the buses would operate on the already established bus priority lanes to get customers to Scarborough Centre. And then while we're working on the busway, the city is also continuing to explore alternative uses for the elevated guideway and the stations. It's always been the TTC's goal to provide customers with a safe, reliable, and quick bus replacement service. That is why the busway was proposed. and also why the board approved the plan. And as we move forward with more work on the busway, we look forward to reporting back in the next quarter on it.
Thank you, Eric, and even I very much appreciate that. Chair, you and I had a number of discussions, and as you can see, we made the right decision when we decided to make the call and close the SRT. Doing so, we did that to give our customers the certainty that they needed in their planned trips beginning on September 3rd. Also want to thank you as well as Councilor Thompson for always keeping me aware of what was going on the shuttle bus at the time. Many of us rode the system today here, and it was really nice going on with a bus over the red paint and free-flowing by cars on the left-hand side. So that free-flowing, really moving fast was really nice, and I think that's great to happen here in Scarborough. But, I'm going to be very clear that, as we've said, Chair, the TTC is safe, right? But we don't never take that for granted, and we want to be sure to review and incorporate the consultants' findings and their recommendations and all of their work that they are doing, and so that we can do our continuous improvement in our maintenance practices. I'd let you know that we already had a consultant doing a review of the entire network, the rail system, and I believe as of yesterday, they were about 75% complete on that. So we look forward to that overview with nothing found so far, as my understanding. So I want to let everyone in Scarborough know that we are committed to delivering the best service that we can over the coming years until the Line 2 East Extension is opened. We're looking at the 2030-ish timeframe. We're also committed to continuing to listen to and work with the community. As Eric said, he will be there this Friday with Councilor Thompson, talking to the community about their needs and what we can do to continue to improve service. So with that, Chair, I'll say that ends the presentation. We have staff here and the consultants to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Rick. I will now move on to questions from members, but first I want to give Councilor Thompson, if you want to ask questions. No? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so first I will go to Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Knowing that the RT was in substandard shape for at least the last few years, and that it would eventually be decommissioned this year, is there any potential, or were there any findings in your investigation thus far that along with the funding constraints that the TTC has, that there was any negligence that went into allowing for I was going to say state of good repair, but that might be a generous term. The fact that the RT has been kept together with figurative Band-Aids for so long, could that have resulted in the bolts coming loose?
Through the chair, if I may, I think there are several layers to this question. I would like to introduce the consultant that had investigated the condition at the derailment site from Gallup Fleming to answer the questions in terms of why the bolts had came loose and broken, because I think they would be able to speak on that. If I may.
Thanks. What we have found is that several of the anchor bolts were disconnected from the lower cone of the anchorage that sits into the concrete. As for the reason as to what we have, we have the factual findings as to what we have observed. This is what has happened with the anchor bolts. They were disconnected at the time of the derailment. There are several possible reasons why they were disconnected at the time of the derailment, but we cannot conclude definitively as to why that they were.
Are these things not routinely checked? Is that not just sort of what the TTC does, or like how is that missed?
Through the chair, if I may, there is a inspection process, and our consultant from Network Rail had actually reviewed our inspection process and maintenance process. So I would invite Richard Evans to speak on that, if I may.
Yeah, the inspection process is every 72 hours. Primarily, the guys are looking for the safe passage of trains. That is their sole function as a visual inspection. So they're checking the running rails and also the reaction rail. The issue with the reaction rail is you can only see trains go over it when they go over it. If there's nothing going over it, you can't see any movement, obviously. Whereas with the running rails, you can tell whether they're in a poor state, which in this instance they're on. So to gauge whether the reaction rail was lifting, they have to look for other clues. Obviously, markings on top of the reaction rail and those sort of clues. To see the actual bolts that are inside the concrete being loose, they would have to literally be on their hands and knees, which is obviously something they cannot do. So there is a laser inspection test that's run on a train, which is also done, which again has got different results to what some of the track guys are seeing, but they are only seeing a visual inspection, and it's only pertinent for the minute they walk past it, because obviously anything that happens beyond those inspections, they can't see. On the morning of the investigation, they'd walked it. On the morning of the derailment, didn't report anything that was unsafe. And if we look through the history, that we find that there were incidents where they were reporting reaction rail unsafe and putting speed restrictions on, and those were being fixed. So they were picking those issues up by looking at the top of the reaction rail. The fact that they didn't see anything that morning probably says to me that there was nothing wrong at that instant when they walked past it, because it's something they can't see unless there's a train going over it.
Now, given that if the city and the province had followed through with the Transit City Plan and an LRT would have been there in 2015, and that there have been, more and more problems with the RT over the last few years, were there, did the TTC up their inspections? Was there any, given that it was essentially in life support, was there more vigor, more focus on safety and maintenance, given that it was really on its last legs and frankly was meant to be decommissioned many years ago?
Through the chair, if I may, I can take this question. So as I presented in 2016, due to aging infrastructure, as we know that the life expectancy were supposed to be until about 2010. So in 2016, as a continuous improvement plan, we did actually change these anchors into a different anchoring style, which were tested. And this was a effort that TTC made in improvement in the infrastructure and additional work that were conducted by our engineering team. It is an unfortunate situation where these anchors failed, but as Richard had pointed out, as well as the photos in the presentation had shown, it is very difficult to actually see the failure themselves. And there are only 3 transit agencies in North America that actually operate this system, in particular Vancouver, Detroit, and Toronto.
Yeah.
So there isn't a lot of incidents to learn from. There hasn't been a lot of information that could have been shared with us in improvements.
And by the way, I've just got 2 other questions. May I fit them in?
We'll go to Councillor Holiday first, and then we'll go to you after. Of course. Your 5 minutes.
Yep.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. Can someone describe, sorry, did I hear that right? The last inspection was that morning? Okay, and then otherwise they're every 72 hours. Can someone describe a reaction rail to me? Just physically, what is it?
Through the chair, I think that will probably be best by Richard Evans.
So the reaction rail sits in the middle of the running rails and is electrified as the train goes over it, which propels the train through. So it's made up of steel rods underneath, and then with a aluminium or other material cap on the top of it that's very light. And it allows then, as the train goes over it, it doesn't touch, but the magnetic force pushes the train across.
Right.
So it's the only part of the TTC that's got that on that line. So on line 1, 2, and 4, it's not there.
It's inert. It's not electrified. the train is.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So what was the old bolt configuration? You said there was it 44,000 of them? Or 70,000?
There are approximately 44,000 in total that secures the reaction rail. They are a rod, threaded rod, casted in concrete originally. So in replacing these failure, we used to remove the rod when they fail and epoxy a rod back into the concrete. That was the old style, which we found becoming inefficient and ineffective, which we moved over to the mechanical style, which is the ones that failed, the 10 of them that in one segment.
So the anchor rods are just threaded rod, and so they were if I got this right, they were originally cast in the concrete.
You're correct.
So some of them have failed over time, and then you would epoxy them back into place.
You're correct.
Any of the epoxy ones fail?
Yes, they were failing, and as the failure increased in 2016, we explored the new style anchoring.
Okay, so the new style, that was my next question, is what changed? So you are now using a mechanical fastener? Can you describe to me how that works?
You're correct. So I think I can let Scarlett Fleming describe that for you, because they looked into the actual anchors. That'll probably be more elaborate.
Okay. It's okay if you just describe just the basics. I just want to understand what happened. So these are commercial off the shelf sleeves. What are they?
It's an expansion anchor that gets a hole is drilled in the concrete.
Yep.
It's dropped into the concrete, and as it's tightened, a sleeve expands to engage.
Okay, and I got to be mindful of my time, so I'll be really quick with the questions. I think I heard some rods were broken. Did I hear that right?
You're correct.
So some rods were broken, some were loose in the concrete, and then some, they just said failed. So they pulled out, or what was it?
So, in advance of the incident, those ones that were marked red were not holding down the reaction rail. 2 of them were broken, and the investigation concluded that they were broken as a result of fatigue, metal fatigue. The remainder were loose and disconnected from the lower part of the anchorage that basically is at the bottom of the
And I'm not asking you anything that's not going to be in your report, right? Like, stop me if I'm going somewhere that.
No.
Okay. To what degree does the secondary rail? How much did it deviate to cause the derailment? Is it like a little bit, or is it?
Are you speaking at the damaged areas that observed?
Well, it moved, right, to cause the
yes.
derailment? Did it move a little bit or a lot?
So there were various damage areas that we observed on the vehicle. So I can, if I may, allow Marcel, who inspected the vehicle, to actually answer that question, because there were various of damage areas.
Okay.
Yeah, so we observed damage on the vehicles up to 5 inches from the top of the running rails.
Okay.
So it moved quite a bit.
And what's the clearance between the vehicle and the secondary rail normally?
Normally, they work with a nominal of about 11 millimeters.
Okay, half an inch. And finally, were there any other pieces of aluminum that were scuffed or damaged that you found, like other sites of this going on? Or was this the only one? Because presumably they start moving a little bit and then work their way up. Or did it just fail all at once?
Sorry, just to clarify the question, you're saying did we observe any scraping marks along the line of the SRT?
If I got it right, the secondary rail was bent up and caused this to derail. So it either was moving for a long time and eventually reached a point that it contacted, or it just catastrophically happened. I'm going to guess the former. And so were there other places along the track where you saw the aluminum scratched or scuffed where those had been moving as well?
There's a location 70 meters south of the derailment site that also have a similar condition.
Okay, so it's not all over the place.
the scuff marks are all over the place, but due to a different reason, not the loose anchoring. There are other conditions that causes squib marks because, as you can see, that the distance is very small.
Last question, Chair. I think it's a short answer. Who designed the second style of bolt? Was it in-house or was it external?
It was a presentation done by Hilti, which is a third-party company, and TTC Engineering tested and accepted the design.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Commissioner Matlow, unless someone has questions? No? Commissioner Matlow.
I've just got a couple other questions in mind. With respect to accountability, perhaps to Mr. Leary, we don't ever want to see an incident like this occur on any of the other lines. Funding pressures remain. What is your plan to learn from this experience and ensure that that an incident like this cannot occur again?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I thank you for that question. As we outlined, once we get the 3 reports together, we do lessons learned, and we look at other maintenance practices that we can look to incorporate better inspections. We had already initiated an inspection on the entire rail system with Network Rail, so I'm pleased with that as we're being more progressive along the way to check out incidents like this. I am going to say to you that when we come back in November, you're going to get a report, and we call it it's a capital investment plan, but in reverse. It is everything we're not getting, right, because it's unfunded. We have to identify today, right, for the province and the feds not funding public transit. My nervousness is the Line 2 trains.
Yeah.
I know you're going, and the signal system that's getting very, very braille, right? And so we're starting to take a real hard look at that. If funding is not available in the future, right, shutting down the SRT was a message, right? And then having this happen was even more of a message, as you're saying. But, having to shut things down because of the lack of funding, those are possibilities in the future. We're using the funding that we have, the City Building Fund, as you're aware. Hope I'm not using your time, but we put $800 million aside out of the City Building Fund to put ATC, Automatic Train Control, on Line 2. We have about $800 million for new trains. We need the other levels of government to match that train money, right? So that we don't have to go down the road like this, having old vehicles in the future.
I appreciate that. Looking forward, just so it's on the record at this meeting, if we had all first of all, how much funding do we need to get the busway up and running as quickly as possible?
So it's we're talking in the magnitude about $60 million, but I also want to be very cautious on when I say that because, having discussions, we know that it's a bigger picture looking at the entire right-of-way, what we actually want, but the bus element of it, I'm informed it's about $60 million, 15.
But we would like Premier Ford to write a check for $60 million, right?
That's
okay.
correct.
So, how realistically, if that check arrived today, assuming it was a good one, I digress. How quickly could we feasibly get it constructed and ready to go?
Through the chair, I'm going to take this and ask Gary to discuss. I know the answer, but I'll let Gary talk.
Yeah, through the chair. Again, currently we're doing the design work just now. That will be finished by mid next year, and it's a 2-year program after that. So mid 2026 is feasible to have that up and running.
2026. So even if everything worked out, we collected a check today, all the designs, everything was done, the earliest it could be up and running is 2026.
Yes, that's correct.
And then lastly, has there been any real work on the Scarborough Skyway to prepare for that possibility yet?
Yeah, through the chair, the city is dealing with the Skyway. We're not involved in that one at this point. It's James Pertolo at the city is looking at that scheme at this point in time.
Okay, I'll follow up on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So seeing no further questions and conscious about keeping quorum, I'm going to skip my questions and Councillor Matlow, Commissioner Matlow, please feel free to speak.
I appreciate the presentation from staff and consultants today, and I appreciate how seriously Mr. Leary and his team are taking this. It is only a matter of luck that people didn't die that day due to a train derailment. And we're very fortunate that things weren't a lot worse. That all being said, from my perspective, and I mean, I'm quite honored to be sitting at the Scarborough Council chambers as a member of this board, to be able to recognize that we have a responsibility as a city and TTC to serve Scarborough residents better when it comes to transit. It's an underserved area of our city, and it has been historically, and we need to correct that. The derailment, from my perspective, happened due to two factors. Bolts that came undone, and political dysfunction. There shouldn't have been an RT there in the first place in July to derail. It should have been a running LRT with 7 stops back in 2015 that was fully funded by the province. But what happened? The fully funded LRT plan was derailed by politicians, some of whom suggested that they were representing Scarborough's interests, and it became a 3-stop subway. And then that plan was derailed by a 1-stop subway plan that was then shoved off the tracks by another 3-stop subway plan. And when the subway proponents were promising that this subway would serve Scarborough residents, part of that promise, if you remember correctly, and this is where it's material to this discussion, the promise that they made was that the transition would be seamless. That if we went with the subway plan, that the day that the RT shut down, people would just walk and get on the subway and everything would be wonderful. What a shame what's happened. How sad. Now Scarborough residents are spending nearly an hour on the bus, trying to get to work, trying to get to school, trying to see their families, just live their lives, when it never needed to be this way. I hope that this teaches us all a lesson, in particular those of us who are in politics, that the populist place to be is not always the right thing to do. People could have died because of some horrible decisions in the past. And now we come to today. We have an opportunity to do things better. It's hard to believe that Metrolinx, the same agency that's responsible for the Eglinton Crosstown, is going to get this done in 10 years. I hope they do, but cynicism is understandable given their track record. So we have a responsibility to get this busway up and running as quickly as possible. Despite the grievances that I raised and the blame that can go to many, this is now a provincial project, the subway. They've essentially uploaded most transit expansion projects. It is their agency that will see delays in their project, and they have a responsibility to fund a stopgap, the busway, to ensure that Scarborough residents are not left in traffic or in a substandard plan for the next decade of their lives. This is part of a generation that could go by without rapid transit, and we can do better. So we need to learn lessons about how to make sure that we maintain our system safely, that we don't allow our trains to go off the tracks, but we cannot allow our transit plans to go off the tracks either. In particular, when they were fully funded and ready to go, and there would have been rapid transit for Scarborough residents ready for them nearly a decade ago. Thank you for your work, and I look forward to working with you very actively to ensure that Scarborough residents have a busway, have rapid transit, and have a system that they can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Do we have any other speakers on the item? Nope. Okay, well, I do have a motion to move on this item, but I just want to say thank you, Commissioner Matlow, for your words and reminding us of just how important the work is, that what we do and when we make decisions, how they affect people's lives going forward, and just how serious we should take this job. So I will be moving a motion that was prepared with the assistance of staff, that we, one, direct the CEO to proceed with design work on the Scarborough RT busway conversion. Two, we report to the TTC Board in the fourth quarter of 2023 with a preliminary report on the Scarborough RT busway conversion plan, including costing and update of the city's discussion with the province of Ontario, and forward the report to Executive Committee for consideration. Three, consult with City Manager, the Chief Financial Officer, and the Treasurer, and the Executive Director, Transit Expansion Office, on the status of the city's discussion with the Province of Ontario in advance of reporting to the TTC Board in the fourth quarter of 2023. And four, reaffirm the commitment to ensure City Council's direction in 2022.mm39.24 to explore the potential for the adaptive reuse of the elevated track currently utilized by the Scarborough RT line as a new linear park and active transportation corridor, and to report back to a future meeting of City Council on the feasibility, including potential funding options. And, you know, just a quick word about the fourth motion. As Commissioner Matlow so eloquently put, the Scarborough subway debate was a very divisive time in our community's history. And I think, you know, moving forward with turning something that was very divisive and very negative and, you know, has ended very badly into potentially something very positive and potentially a source of community pride would, I think, be a good way to end this story. So and I'm sure all of my commissioners are very, very committed. I know Scro is committed. I know Councillor Matlow, or Councillor Thompson is committed to really seeing this through and to really making sure that this is a good comeback story for Scarborough and for the rest of Toronto. Thank you. And with that, okay. So I move the amendment. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Item is amended. All those in favor? Yep. Great. Opposed? Item is carried. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have the evidence? Okay. I just want to make sure we're going to keep. Commissioner Moyzon? Okay. Okay. Does it make sense then to just move these? Yeah. Okay. 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 I just want to ask how, like, do we know how much this is going to cost? Okay, so I'll just move these, yeah, okay. So, just conscious of quorum, and I realize some of our commissioners have to go, I just would like to make a motion that I'm going to release items 7 and 9, and just release 7 from the hold, and I'm hoping that we can just move and vote on those right now. Oh, can someone move that? Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Correct. So did anybody have any questions on this one? No? Okay. Can I have a motion to adopt the item? Councillor Holiday, all those in favor? Any opposed? No, item is carried. Great. Item number 9. Did anybody have any questions on number 9? This is the Sustainable City of Toronto Fleets Plan. No? Okay. Seeing no speakers, can I have a motion to adopt the item? Commissioner Matlow, all those in favor? No. Any opposed? No. Great, thank you. Item carries. And now we will go to the item number 5, the Easier Access Phase 3 Project Status Update. And we have speakers on this item. The first speaker is Daphne Brown. Daphne? Okay. The next speaker we have is Adam Cohoon.
Hello, I am here.
Okay.
It's been a marathon, but I'm here and I do have a few more points, but I will try and even keep it to 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Let me know when I get to the 3-minute mark, not waiting till 5.
Thank you very much, Adam. You can start now.
The first thing I wanted to say was we are disappointed that it's come to this. Sadly, that you are asking for a delay, but it's almost like if I was a teacher and you were coming to me with a delay, I'd start to wonder, is this delay gonna really have you bring any stronger work? Because right now, for a lot of the disability community, especially with the family of services, and actually wanting to test how accessible the system really is, and not just a friendly option, I really do think that some of the standards that are set for accessibility have to be really looked at. And some of the better ideas that are coming up should be piloted in some of these stations. The first thing I want to also say, as I mentioned in safety, when we were talking safety earlier, but I want you to definitely change at the accessible fare gates and near the elevator is make those buttons, the call buttons, easier to press. Right now, they're designed to be anti-tamper proof, which is a fancy way of saying child proof. You just don't want accidental tap. Again, if you added a virtual key thing so that you weren't bugging staff right away on the first button, if it was an actual tap, then you can make the button as easy to press as the smart assistant on your phone. Sure, it accidentally goes off, but it's very convenient to interact with when you're ready to interact with it. The second thing is an idea in the disability community is people under stress or anxious can be considered temporarily disabled. That's why, as I said in the earlier speak, looking at piloting a vehicle that goes up and down Yonge Street, up and down Bloor Street.
Adam, you're at 3 minutes.
24/7 for a few boards would help. And I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. The next speaker is Brad Pearson. Thank you, Brad. If at all possible, if you could keep it to 3 minutes, it'd be appreciated. I'm just trying to keep quorum.
Yeah, no worries. I'm really disappointed with TTC's ability not to provide fully accessible transit system by 2025. You know, we realize that seniors and people with disability don't necessarily have the A to B. They have to go A to B to C to D, and by the time they get to B, they gotta transfer 5 million buses because for someone not disabled, they can go to A to B easily. They don't have the restrictions. But what's even more disappointing is we know that people with disabilities and seniors have recovery time. The more time they are spent traveling and trying to get to where they got to go, they pay for that with recovery. It can be 2 days, it can be a week, and it kind of sucks. TTC is known for delays. We see delays all the time. It's not just in subway systems, it's seeing it in escalators. King Station, we had to wait like almost 4 or 5 months for delays. Finally, the escalator opened, but people were scrammed going up the stairs. People going down had to kind of wait for people to come up. We see it at St. Andrew Station. We see delays on ATC signal upgrades on the Yonge subway. It's a common thing with TTC. So when is TTC going to raise up? Like, it's enough. This is disgusting. We have disabled people complaining and saying, we want accessible transit. We had a law that was passed that TTC should have been following. Instead, they wipe their hands clean and they walk away from the fire. Either raise up or leave. This is not going to happen again. We need to see TTC help our community out. We saw that we had, I believe it was, what is it? Wheel-trans cuts, which caused people to put themselves on TTC, which made that really tricky. And I don't know, I live by Warren Station, and to see how many people have to go like every different direction because they can't use Warren Station, it sucks. And I don't know, I think the ODA did the right thing and said there's a law. And I think TTC should be fined for that. I think you guys should be 100% responsible, 100% fined, and you should pay the price for not providing accessible transit for people that need it. It's not hard to do. And why are we making elevators accessible to Chester and to stations that really don't have any buses when these big stations like Warden, like Lawrence, like Islington have a lot of bus routes and they provide a lot of people to use them? It's a little bit strange that we had 10 years to do this, but now we're delayed. Are we worried about delay? Are we like, I don't get it. I think, TTC, enough is enough. Stop being delayful and actually do your job right and stop trying to say, oh, it's the contractor's fault, it's this or that. Take responsibility for your own actions. You guys put this out there. You guys made the delay happen. You could have done stations differently. You could have built something. And we're here today having to complain about disabilities and having to complain that we don't have those subway stations accessibilized. And now we're going to have to wait again. All we do is wait and wait and wait and wait. When are we going to actually see stuff? And when are we actually going to see improvement?
Thank you, Brad. Are there any questions for the deputant? Nope, seeing none, thank you very much. I believe we have Daphne on the line. Online?
I'm here.
Thank
Can you hear me?
We can, Daphne. If you could keep your deputation to 3 minutes, we would appreciate it.
3.
3, if
Okay,
possible.
well, I will try. And I apologize because I was listening to this meeting on YouTube and it is way behind. So I just by chance tried to sign on again. So, okay, I didn't even know, but I'll work on it. I don't know if everyone has the handout that I had because I wanted to just refer to a couple of the figures that were in the handout. If not, I'll share something, but do people have it? Because you won't know what I'm talking about.
Yes, it was in the correspondence package, yes.
Oh, so in the correspondence package? Okay, thank you. So thank you for your time. And I just wanted to say that I wanted to talk about the Greenwood Accessibility Project, which is at Greenwood Station, which is on Linsmore Crescent, where I live. And I certainly support the accessibility project. I work with people in this sector. As an expressive arts therapist, I volunteer for it. Figure 1 is an illustration of the construction site where I've numbered the houses, number 21, 19, and 17, which are on the east side. And this basically was what the site looked like for 7 months. And my point there was just that I was given a little over 2 months notice that my driveway, where the little arrow is between number 21 and 19 is where my driveway is, that my driveway would be completely blocked for 7 months and then restricted access thereafter. So when in September 2022, when they moved out of phase, whatever phase that was, because it's very confusing for me, when they moved into phase 3 and 4, they created what they call a lane, a northbound lane that runs between Strathmore Avenue to the south and then to midway past my property. The big issue that I wanted to have addressed here is regarding safety. So it is about a 9-foot width lane at the end of my driveway, and traffic is supposed to be only going northbound. Car traffic, pedestrians, scooters, bikes,
Sorry.
etc., all go north.
Daphne,
Yes.
how is this related to what we're discussing?
Accessibility?
But you're talking about an individual, your house, or something that affects your
No,
house?
I'm talking about the accessibility. I am talking about the construction, the safety of the construction site.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
So the street is reduced down to 1 lane from Strathmore to north of my property. And there are cars and pedestrians and scooters going both ways, both northbound and southbound. We have asked the TTC and the city a number of times because it's a very dangerous situation. It's very unsafe. And my particular driving in and out of my driveway is extremely unsafe. Like, especially on my bike, I could get hit by a car that's coming southbound on the lane. And so we have asked for a solution for it to be solved. So that's why I decided to bring it to the board to say there was a really unsafe site at the Greenwood subway station on Linsmore. I would like to ask if there could be some kind of follow-up with respect to finding a proper solution for this so that people can feel safe at the construction site. The other issue as well is that in the figure 2 and 3, the diagrams that are shown with respect to the construction site, is that it shows that the hoarding is only supposed to go, the diagram that is shown in the TTC website is not what has been actually put in place. And the hoarding actually goes north of my driveway, making it extremely unsafe for me to pull in and out of my driveway. And I've asked on a number of occasions, what construction site did the city approve? And why are they not adhering to that particular construction site? So I show in a diagram, I have an arrow where my driveway is and where
Thank you,
the hoarding was
Daphne.
supposed to stop. Yep.
So, thank you for that. Are there any questions of the deputant? Commissioner Holiday.
Yeah, I will. Thank you for speaking to us today. It is a bit unusual to have a deputation as this come to the board. And the reason I say that is normally there's a whole bunch of processes that occur to resolve issues. I guess my question is, have you reached out to your local councillor? Because I do note that, and I'm sorry if I've missed that somewhere in here, but because normally there's 2 parts to this, right? There's construction, and whether it's a condo building or the TTC doing an elevator or whatever, and then there's a process regarding permits to occupy the road and make adjustments to the road, and normally those follow a whole series of steps, and including the staff that continuously monitor that, and then a counselor that would serve as an ombudsman function to resolve an issue. And I think what I heard had to do with sight lines and the configuration of the site in relation to your driveway. So forgive me if I missed it, but could you just elaborate how those processes have unfolded for you?
Yeah, it's been terrible. So believe me, I'm somewhat vocal, and that's why I ended up at the board. So I have attempted numerous occasions to have a conversation with Paula Fletcher. I have emailed her office. I have called her office. The only time she showed up was when they blocked my driveway, and I have an electric vehicle, and she came out to help solve that problem, but has not responded to me. I have called the city on a number of times to find out why the site looks the way it does. I've gotten no answers. I'm really not getting anywhere, and I came here to see if, and I agree with you. I just felt totally ridiculous to come here, but I'm at. I cannot understand where the process has led that something so dreadful has played out. And I'm getting no answers and no support, other than my neighbor. My neighbors all agree. They're looking at the cars going back and forth going, what the heck? I mean, they look at my property and they say, thanks for taking this one for us, Daphne. It's like, no. So, but if you can tell me who to talk to, I will go there.
Yeah,
I would completely appreciate that.
I suspect the committee will deliberate on this, but it was helpful for me as a member to hear a little bit more of an explanation as the attempts. I'll offer you one other thought, and perhaps you've already tried it. I'll say very humbly, 311 is the starting point of the process, but where it goes next is really important, because there are members of the Toronto Public Service that would be monitoring how construction sites unfold, including work zone coordinators and people that look at the right-of-way, and would be concerned about traffic that is going the wrong direction down segments of streets, and would be concerned with, I think there's a photo in there of a sightline issue. And I was looking at that going, yeah, I get it. Like, there's a black tarp over the fence and you can't see through that. So I would just, in my routing of questions here, encourage you to continue to exercise those avenues. And sometimes it can be difficult to navigate the system and get it to the right public official within the Toronto Public Service. But I'll pause there maybe with my questions and just thank you for speaking to us. And thank you, Chair, for allowing me to ask those questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Does anyone else have any questions of the deputant? No? Okay. Any speakers on the item? Yes. So thank you, Daphne. First, I just, apologize on behalf of the city and the TTC. I have spoken to CEO of the TTC, Rick Leary. He will be reaching out to you directly to help you resolve this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no, so that concludes the deputation of this item. Let's move to questions from board members. Members, are there any questions of staff? Sure.
Commitments were made, expectations were set. We have a responsibility to ensure that our stations and our entire system is accessible to every Torontonian. Can you explain the delays and what we're trying to do to remedy this?
Yes, sir. I'll start and then I'll give it to Gary Downey. Rather than opening remarks, I said to the chair I would pass. Back in 2019, when the capital investment plan was designed, doing a review of the capital needs of the entire organization, in line with your earlier questions, it was identified there was no funding to finalize this program. We put capital funding in the 2020 budget, all right, to initiate with this board to try to expedite the delivery of the remainder of the easy access stations. At that time, they were doing 4 to 5, 6 stations at a time, right? We have 15 stations out of the 16 in construction right now, more construction than we've ever done. Back in 21, Gary Downey was hired to come in, or asked to come in and take over the capital delivery department because of issues that, were mentioned by others about some of the delays we have in our major projects. And we all know major projects aren't easy, but the funding was put in place in 2020, 2021, Gary Downey comes in. In 2022, with the direction of this board, we started doing what we call an assurance function. a review from outside consultants that would take a look at our programs as we're getting better in stage gating and putting capital projects together. So Gary's been working with EY, doing a review of all these projects, and what you have in front of you today is an outcome of a thorough overview of the remaining projects, where the greatest number of them will be done in 2025. With the one, as you see, Old Mill, it's still outside even the idea of a schedule and when that can happen. We're very confident that, as identified in the report, that we will have a shuttle, as we would do today, to make sure that it's accessible for those that need to get into a station or in the area of a station. And then we also remind everybody that, we have world-class Wheel-Trans that we still stand by. So, Gary, I'm going to throw it to you if you wouldn't mind. I just wanted to give a kind of high overview of what we've told the board historically why we're here. And that's why we're here today, giving you 16 months, not showing up, to the last minute. We're trying to give advance warning.
Thank you. Through the chair. Again, last July we went back to the board and we explained to the board that the remaining stations were very much of a complex nature. The ones previous to that were less complex. And when I talk about complex, I'm talking about mainly in the core of the city. You're looking at building infrastructure within buildings. You've got buildings that's actually adjacent to them. And also you're working in the operational environment when you're doing that just now. So as Rick said, we actually spoke to EY and we came up and we looked and we've done a much more detailed review of the risk profile on these complex stations. And the outcome of that review is, we spent probably about 6 to 8 months just looking at this, looking at each and every station, because every individual station has got unique risks associated with it. A lot of those are to do with site conditions. Other things that came into the equation, we looked at, there's been issue in material deliveries. There's also been issues with respect to labour across the GTA just now. I don't know if you've read the latest report from the Ontario Construction Secretarial. There are 100,000 people required in the GTA in the construction industry over the next 10 years. So we're finding that we're having issues sometimes with the supply chain and materials. We're finding we're in some issues with regards to labour to continue with these. But saying all that, we're still looking at how we can look at merging what we call stages of the project to try to bring that down. We're also looking at innovative ways of doing it. One we're just looking at just now, we're going to close the Melinda exit at King we're going to close that for a period of 3 weeks so we can actually increase the work that's done there. Because if you can imagine, during the construction workers effectively get less than 2 hours to do work every night. So by closing that, we're giving them the full shift to actually do some work. So we continue to look at all these avenues and where we do that. And like I said, we got EY in, and in the majority of the case, they've verified the new dates. So we believe the dates that we've actually put forward now are realistic dates that we can actually achieve at this point in time.
And if I could, through the chair again, it's very disappointing to sit here and bring this news to this board. I'll let you know, we know the commitments that were made over the years, all right? The board actually 2 years ago gave me the authority to start executing contracts ahead of time, right, to do everything that we can to expedite it. And that's why we have 15 underway today. But we have to be realistic with ourselves now that we're not going to meet that mandate. Just incredibly disappointing to the people. We do want to thank ACAT. You heard Anita Dressler talk and be very supportive, because we go to the ACAT with all the discussions on this, and they're very supportive. But we didn't meet what was committed to years ago. It's really disappointing.
Thank you, Rick. Any other questions? Seeing none, would any members like to speak to this item?
Yeah, just to say that this, I agree, this is incredibly disappointing, and I've spoken with people with disabilities throughout the city, in every corner of the city, and the feedback that I often receive is that they don't feel seen in the public forum, in the public debates. When we design our city, when we discuss the priorities of our city, they just are often not factored in. They're not considered. And they often will many will remark to me that it's amazing what we collectively, government, can get done, yet when it comes to accessibility, that doesn't feel like a priority. I say that not to suggest in any way that that isn't a priority to you and to the TTC, and I heard very clearly that there are many factors that are involved in the delays that are beyond your control, and I recognize that. But I just, I hope that we together as a team really renew our focus on getting this project done by the new deadlines and putting our commitment toward ensuring that our system is genuinely and fully accessible to everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Any other speakers on the item? Nope. Seeing none, seeing no further speakers, can I have a motion to adopt the report recommendation? Councillor Matlow. All those in favor? Item carries. Thank you. The final item is item 8, appointments to TTC committees. And we have speakers on this item. The first speaker is Vincent Puhaka, sorry.
Oh, okay. So you can hear and see me. Excellent. That was a very long meeting, but here we are. So good afternoon. So my name is Vincent Puhaka, and I'm actually here from TTC Riders. I know we also submitted some correspondence on this item as well. Just want to start with how pleased I am that we're meeting in Scarborough this time around. Growing up in Guildwood myself, City Hall felt very far away. But the Civic Center, with its wonderful iconic architecture, is a place for Scarborough to gather. So I really do like the symbolism. So Scarborough's also one of the more transit-starved parts of our city. That RT farewell party this past weekend was a lot of fun, but obviously made me realize this working class area of the city now has less rapid transit than when I was living there, which is pretty bad. So Scarborough was also hit really hard with the service cuts that took place earlier this year. I shared in a different deputation that I know people in my life who live in Scarborough who are going out less often because the frequency of their local bus was cut. So obviously TTC Riders is very pleased that the recent announcement, or pleased with the recent announcement that many of the cuts are being reversed. But we might not have been in that situation in the first place had riders been given the opportunity to engage with the budget process earlier and in more detail. So how do we do that? It's simple, by bringing back the TTC's own budget committee. So committees are certainly not the most sexy topic. Again, we just spent all day with this committee. But given that transit riders have an intimate interest in the service that they use, TTC Riders strongly believes that the additional opportunity to shape that service is very, very important outside of the regular city budget process. So how will a budget committee help transit riders? Or should I say, how will a TTC budget committee help transit riders? So let's just think back to that round of consultation just passed at the beginning of this year. To push back against cuts, we were able to engage with the TTC Board's budget presentation and with the citywide consultation of the budget committee. However, in both situations, transit riders were left feeling like the budget and the cuts were a done deal. So for example, even speaking before the TTC Board, the earlier consultation, the formulation process of the budget felt already, even if not formally included in the overall budget yet. So during its 4 or so years of existence, the TTC Budget Committee allowed transit riders to see the inner workings of the TTC and Wheel-Trans operating budgets, as well as the 10-year capital plan. This included being able to see detailed budget presentations from staff, proposed service levels, workforce requirements, and operating capital expenditure. You've heard the phrase, you don't want to know how the sausage is made, but in this case, the sausage making was a very critical resource, not only for us as TTC riders, but for this body here today. So ultimately, we're calling for a restoration of the budget committee. Transit riders need and deserve more opportunities to intervene in the budget process for this service that, again, is so critical to all of our lives. And we feel that the city as a whole benefits from more citizen engagement, not less. So that's all I've got. Again, it was a marathon meeting, but thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yesterday, each commissioners received correspondence on this item with a list of board members interested in appointment to the Audit and Risk Management, Human Resources Committee, and TTC Presto Metrolinx Joint Advisory Group, which has also been posted online. Are there any questions on this item? Seeing none, we will now move on to any speakers on this item. Seeing no speakers, I'm going to move that the members named in the correspondence be appointed to the Audit and Risk Management Committee and TTC Metrolinx Presto Joint Advisory Group. The clerk has posted the recommendation to the board and members of the public. All those in favor? Great. Item carries. So, thank you very much. That concludes the business of this meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Commissioner Osborne, your hand went up first. All those in favor? Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. That was it.
Sorry, just one moment. Board members, I just need you so that we can complete the business of the coach terminal. So if you can just take, yes. Yep. Yep, I don't. All right. Members, thank you for your indulgence. I'd like to call the meeting of the Toronto Coach Terminal shareholders to order.